Sarah's got a very comforting seat on her computer. Ice, snow.
The City Council for the City of Rollingwood will come to order Wednesday, June 21st, 2023 at 5:35. And we will start with roll call, beginning with Ms. Brown.
Brooke Brown.
Alec Robinson.
Kevin Glasheen.
Bill McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massigo. Being quorum present, we will move on to our posted budget workshop for the evening. And I will take it from here and tell you what we're going to be doing for the next hour and a half. Okay, Council, so this is our annual first installment of our budget workshops. I think you received in your inboxes a slight update. I'm going to help you of our budget and tax rate calendar, and there aren't any huge changes, and I'll walk you through what the changes are in case you didn't have an opportunity to do a side-by-side. Essentially, we just compressed a few things to give you all more time to digest some of the budget and some of the budget items. The main addition is, and it's the reason we're starting at 5:30 instead of 6, but for tonight's meeting, Wednesday, June 21st, we were just going to plan to do the general fund, but instead we're going to do all funds today, just to lay them out, let you see those, walk through them, and then after this evening, you'll have the open period to receive all, as opposed to just general fund exceptional items, over the next, until July 3rd, I believe. You'll have to submit any exceptional items for all funds as opposed to just the general fund. In reality, most of our work is done in the general fund, so it's really not that much of a change, but it just allows us to lay all the funds out and then have a little bit more time. In years past, we sort of tend to get a little bit jammed up at the end when we get to the revenues and we get to tax rate discussions and that sort of thing, and haven't had as much time to talk about those issues. So by front loading all of the funds into this evening, it'll give us a little bit more time on those revenues and tax rate discussions. And then at the next meeting, the only change is that we will present, this is another thing that's, I think, going to be helpful to you. We will present our initial revenue estimates as opposed to waiting to the month after to do our revenue estimates, which we've done in the past. So you'll have a little bit more time to look at those revenue estimates. And then we, at the regular meeting in August, we'll present the final revenue projections. We won't have all of those revenue projections until that August meeting, but by kind of having a preliminary discussion about revenues, it gives us a little bit more time to talk through those revenue pieces. Anything I need to add to that, Abel?
No, sir.
Also, we've got Abel up here with us seated, so he doesn't have to stand for the whole hour and a half. And then we can ask him any questions on the spot. So, all right, so that's the run through of that. I know no one's listening, but we are recording yet. I'm sure they'll all flock.
They may be on YouTube.
They'll flock in here. That's true. They could be on YouTube.
You can hear better.
That's right. So I'll just do a quick run through of what we kind of have come to call our Budget 101. It's a quick review of our funds as well as the departments and what those revenue sources are and what any limitations and expenditures are on those funds. So I'll kind of walk through that with you. Also, all of this is posted. I think most of it is posted in tonight's agenda packet, but we also have a whole website dedicated to our budget, and you can find all of these items in that location for anyone who's listening and would like to look at them later. So a quick rundown of the funds. Our overall funds for the city consist of 12 funds. Those funds are the general fund, the water fund, street maintenance fund, court security fund, court technology fund, court efficiency fund, debt service 2014, debt 2019, debt 2020, debt 2023, which is a new fund that we'll talk about, as well as the drainage fund and the wastewater fund. There are 13 departments that are contained within those 12 funds. Those range from in Fund 100, the administration, development services, sanitation, utility billing, streets, police, courts, parks, public works. And those are obviously where we do most of our, have most of our budgeting discussions. We then have Department 50 in our courts, and we have Department 35 over in our drainage fund. A quick run through of what the source of revenues are for our general fund. Again, this is the fund that we do most of our work in, and the revenue sources into the general fund consists of tax proceeds, charges for services and leases, licenses and permits, interest income, fund administration charges, reserve transfers, RCDC fund transfers, bond fund transfers, fines, forfeitures and penalties, court fees and revenues, and miscellaneous and donations. These are all of our unrestricted funds in Fund 100, and this is where most of our revenues are collected and allocated to each department at the discretion of the City Council, our appropriators. Then under the water fund, if you'll skip down to Fund 200, this is our non-departmental fund. The sources of revenue into the water fund are water sales, interest income, late charges, capital recovery, and connections. This is one of our two enterprise funds. These proceeds do have limitations and statutory restrictions. The proceeds must be spent within the fund, and the only exception to that rule is that there is an exception for administrative fee transfer into Fund 100. The remaining funds, or the next fund is 301, which is our street maintenance fund. It's also non-departmental, and these are all the dedicated street sales taxes that are transferred out of Fund 100 into Department 30, or out of Fund 100, Department 30. They're transferred out of, out of 301 into 100. I'm sorry. Next, we'll look at funds 310, 320, and 330. These are our court security fund, our court technology fund, and our court efficiency fund. In our court security fund, those revenues are derived from the court security fee. The revenues into the court technology fund are derived from the court technology fee, and the funds into the court efficiency fund is the fees from the court administrative court fee. These are all all of these expenditures out of these funds are statutorily restricted. We can talk more about that when we get to them. And then we have all of our debt service funds, 2014, 2019, 2020, and 2023. These are all property tax debt proceeds, penalty and interest on taxes into those funds. All the revenues must be spent on their respective debt for each year that they were issued. The next one is the drainage fund, Fund 702, and it does have a Department 35. The revenues into that department are from licenses and permits and fund transfers in, and the limitations on expenditures and transfers, RSDP, the residential stormwater discharge permit revenues must be spent within the fund. So if the money comes in, it has to be spent within that fund. And then finally our wastewater fund, which is another major enterprise fund that we have. The revenues into that fund consist of wastewater service charges, interest income, and also capital recovery and connections. Again, this is our enterprise fund, meant to be self-sustaining to some extent. Proceeds must be spent within the fund, and again, the only exception is an administrative fee that transfers out of that fund into Fund 100. So I know this is, for some of you, many times that you've done this, but I think it's good to have that on the record for folks who are trying to make heads or tail out of how our budget is.
A quick question.
Yes, sir.
When you say that the proceeds must be spent within the fund, like on the water fund, does that mean that that money can't be transferred to the general fund if it builds up, say, profits?
That is correct.
And is that statutory?
That is correct. Yeah. And we're going to have some discussions about how to spend some of those funds as we get to them, and Abel will talk a little bit more. We carry an unexpended balance in both of those funds, and when we get to the revenue discussion next month, you'll see what that unexpended balance is and what we might want to do with it.
And can it be used for debt service for the water infrastructure?
It can, I believe, be used
Yeah,
for
if you
debt.
have,
service.
like revenue bonds, that kind of.
If you had a bond that meets the criteria, if the bond is for water and that sort of thing.
Right.
And we're actually, it's foreshadowing to a discussion I'm going to
All
have
right,
with you
thank
about.
you.
Yep. Okay, with that, let's move right into our discussion, and we will open it up with our Fund 100. Okay, so I'm now going to walk through, as we've done in the past, each of the budget action requests. It's this page that you should have either in your packet or online. For those who may be listening at home or on YouTube, we're now going to go through the documents that are titled Rollingwood City Council Budget Action Request Department Worksheet. And each of these departmental worksheets has a fund, a general fund, or a fund listed at the top. It also has a department listed at the top. We'll be starting with General Fund 100, and we will be looking at Department, Administrative Department number 10. And so we'll start kind of at the top until I get my feet under me. And stop, this is sort of a roundtable discussion. It is a workshop, so consider it a roundtable discussion. We can kind of go as you see fit. I'm going to also point out, before we get started, you'll see some yellow highlights as we go. Those yellow highlights, there were many more yellow highlights when we started this process internally with the department heads and with myself and Ashley and Abel and Desiree. There were more yellow as we had a number of items that we were trying to work through, as Abel was trying to get like insurance numbers in and salary numbers verified, all those sorts of things, work comp numbers, Social Security numbers. A lot of what you'll see up at the top of each one of these worksheets in the, say, 5,000 through 5116, a lot of those are items that are given to us from TML or our insurance carriers or those sorts of things. So we have been working through to try to get some of that narrowed down. Of the remaining items that you see that are highlighted in yellow, those are specifically items that are still either in question because we still have some work to do on our end to try to find the information or the costs, or where it's appropriate, we've highlighted them, and you can kind of look in the notes as to it's a decision that is fully pending on an appropriation decision by you all. And so as you all make those decisions, it may be an exceptional item, it may be a discussion that we have today, but as we get more clarity on those, we'll fill those items in and unhighlight them. So again, we'll start with Fund 100, starting with administrative, number 10. Again, line item 5,000 for all of the departments is our salary line item. Just so you know, all of those have been entered and tallied based on current salaries. So anything that you see here will be based on a current actual, and it does not account for any sort of COLA or anything that you may have a decision on at a later date. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if you could explain which employees are under which departments so that we know who's being included in.
Yes, we can do that. Hold on one second. Actually, I'll let Abel do it as we go because I think he knows it by heart.
Yeah, the employees are prorated over several departments. Decisions were made in prior years by either the mayor or city administrators as to how they were going to be allocated to the different departments percentage-wise. So as an example, I'm in most of the departments, not all, like I'm not in, I think I'm not in parks and that kind of stuff. So, and like the public works employees, they're allocated to streets, parks, water and wastewater. So, and the police department is the only one that's 100% in the police department.
I'll also point out to council, in your packets, you also have another document that is useful. A lot of the information that's on this document is also on your budget action request, but I'm going to point it out to you because it's very useful to us when we're doing this budget. And that is, it's titled the Revenue and Expense Report, unaudited, as of June 30th, 2023. And it's the document that looks like this. Sorry for those at home. But that is the title of it. And the reason it's very helpful is because we look at the percentage of budget as we go through each line item to determine if that particular line item is hasn't been spent to what was budgeted the year before. Is it running a little hot, as we say, and we're a little over budget, or are we kind of about where we need to be? And the about where we need to be, based on this report that you have in your packet, is about 66% of budget. We're 66, roughly 2/3 of the way through the budget year. And so if you see something that's at about that percentage, then that's about right. Although I'm looking here and it says 75%. Is this
Well, this is through June.
okay? Because when we were doing it, we were looking
Yeah,
at an
I guess
earlier
you have
version.
through June, but we're still operating in June. So,
Okay.
This number's really, the 67% is through May.
Okay. Tell them that too, just so they. I don't think they heard you, so.
The 67% that Gavin was talking about is through the end of May, the May financials. And the numbers you have in front of you, she said as of June 30th. So we still haven't finished June 30. So we're still working on June.
And if you have a question, we can stop. So we've extrapolated out as we sit down and go through it line by line. So most of them are extrapolated out. Also, sometimes there's an anomaly because you'll see it might be at zero because Abel knows that expenditure comes at the end of the year, or it may be, there may be a reason that it's running hot or cold. And so we can talk through that with you if we need to, but we do use that as we go. All right, with that, we will go on. I'll just kind of give you some of the highlights as we go on Department 10. I think we have a little bit of a TMRS expenditure increase. Again, that's a 20% increase that you'll see. Those are some items that we can't really control. When you see a 0%, and I'm looking at the second to last column when we talk about percentage increase or decrease, that's kind of the most useful to me. It kind of tells you where we've made a budget adjustment of some sort. If you see a 0, then it's simply we're budgeting the same amount that we budgeted the year before. So I'll kind of highlight some of the items that you see a large percentage increase or decrease. In administrative, you'll see 4140, which is a 29% decrease. Again, this one, if you see to the right where it's based on use, then we're going off of actual budget numbers. So we have a little bit of a decrease there. Records management, again, based on actual use. A little bit of an increase. We've got some office supplies. We've been had a busy year, so a little bit of an increase there. Again, the real dollars are not huge. We went from 6,000 to 7,000. It is a 17% increase, but it is based on actual usage. I'll skip down to 5204, which is legal services MOPAC. This has been a previous year exceptional item for potential carryover. If you're interested in bringing an exceptional item, you can. We have not budgeted for it the last couple of years. I hesitate dropping it off because it's something we have done in the past. It's a council decision, and it's really just it's an allocation of funds that has the reason we began to budget it, take it out of the budget is because we allocated it for several years and then didn't spend it, and so it's kind of up to you whether you want to carry that forward or not. Yes, ma'am.
The note says, the yellow note in the rightmost column says that this was RCDC funded for fiscal year 23. So those funds haven't been spent.
Correct.
Right?
That's correct.
So it seems to me we would want to carry that over because we need to, we either carry it over or we give it back to RCDC. Is that how that works?
If
And I
we
think
don't
we're-
expend the funds,
One other
it doesn't
question.
transfer out from RCDC, correct?
If we don't spend it, it goes back to the fund balance at the end of the year.
So it does go into the fund balance at the end of the year.
General fund balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I think we ought to plan that we are going to have to spend that, and, you know, it's just that the MOPAC project didn't move in this fiscal year, but it's not done. So I would assume we would want to keep that, and we've got the funding for it, so it really doesn't affect the tax rate.
That's fine. Happy to do that. And
Do you want to do it as an exception again?
what we'll probably do is visit with RCDC about it, and we're timing this so that RCDC has time to put it in their budget. And so I would say you can either bring it as an exceptional item or let us talk to RCDC first, and if they're willing to put it in their budget, then it comes to you all, and we'll go in this budget as an RCDC transfer.
Okay. Well, if the funds were here this year and we haven't spent them, then do we have to go back to RCDC?
Yes, ma'am. Believe so.
Quick question, what does an exceptional item mean as far as this?
So it's
process
just,
goes?
what we're presenting here to you today is is the base budget. So it is the what we deem as the, kind of the baseline, the essential nuts and bolts of running the city. And anything kind of above and beyond that is up to you all, and we'll present, once you all determine what that baseline needs to look like, then you'll know how much you have left over, and then you can make decisions on how much you have to spend on the exceptional items.
Okay.
Let's see, additional here, we have decreased the communication and outreach, which is line item 5236. We had bumped that up a little bit last year in anticipation of the bond, being able to reach out to the city on bond-related issues. We did expend some of those funds, but not all of them. I think we budgeted $15,000. We've dropped that back to $5,000, 67% decrease. And then the two highlights below that would be the
TML,
some di-
property insurance and
yeah, the
liability insurance.
liability and property insurance that we're waiting on final numbers from TML. So once we get those, they will be based on actual, and we'll get those updated. Have a little bit of a decrease on the appraisal district, Travis County. Abel, that's based on actual. Remind us what 5260 is.
That's what the appraisal district charges us, and it depends on how many parcels they're appraising.
And then we have upped the 5270 engineering services slightly to 25,000, up from 20. That's based on actual use. We're trying to do a better job of making sure that we allocate that correctly when we're, and you'll see 5270 in other departments too, but this is when we use them for kind of our internal usage.
Can I ask a question back on the appraisal district?
Yes, ma'am.
If that's based on the number of appraisals that they do for us, how do we determine how many appraisals they do for us?
I think they tell us when we haven't received the next year's, what they're gonna charge us, but they'll tell us how many parcels they're appraising.
Is that their choice? Do we have any input on which ones we want?
Not that I know of. It's strictly on their end.
So it's like building permits trigger that? Is there something that,
Typically they've done mass appraisals, and so it's sort of a little bit of a black hole as to how they come up with what they're appraising and how they're appraising it.
because it seems like we should have any home under construction that is completed during the year, that should have an appraisal. So that they're getting on the tax rolls at the proper value.
Yeah, I haven't heard any complaints from anyone that they haven't been putting them at the proper value. Well, I can tell you, I feel like ours is overvalued, so I'll sell it to you today for what it's valued at. And I haven't been able to say that in a long time. So.
Well, I would be more concerned about the spec houses that are going in that need to be appraised at.
Yeah, and like I say,
Their
I haven't
value in
received
them.
next year's, what they're gonna charge us, and they'll have the number of parcels that they're basing that on. So when I get it, I'll pass it on to council so you can see what they're gonna be, how many parcels they're appraising.
So they give us that before the budget's final, and so
Oh,
we have a
yes.
good idea
Yeah,
what
yes,
it's
we
gonna
will.
be.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then on page 2 for administrative, direct your attention to item 5302, which is website and digital codification. We've bumped this up significantly in anticipation of additional codification costs for the codification of the commercial code recommendations. And you kind of see how that's broken out. We always put, they charge us every few months for when they do new codifications and that sort of thing, but we've bumped it up in anticipation of that codification that's coming that we know of.
Is that something that RCDC could fund?
They did
Okay, so we get
for
one
the
that's
commercial
thought.
corridor.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we have that revenue coming back
Right,
from
that,
RCDC.
initially, I
not
make the
that
payments and then seek reimbursement from
Okay.
RCDC.
Yeah, we'll check on that.
This is on top of that.
Yeah, I think this is on top of that, but we'll go back and look at,
Is that, are you looking at 5210?
5302.
53.
And then slight increase in election public notices. This is just due to price increase with the Austin American Statesman. And depending on, I mean, we were able to get that cost down. We had a big notification. The bond notification was a huge overrun for us, but and not anticipating that again. We still need to increase it based on those rates, but we feel like it's probably safe at 2,000. And then 5342, we probably should have highlighted that one for you. This is the oak wilt treatment and prevention. We did budget that at 30,000 last year. We have it zeroed out this year only because it was a previous exceptional item, and it's up to you all if you want to bring that back.
Did we spend that much money?
We have not spent that money at this time. And I think those are kind of the highlights. Well, I'll show you 5525 at the bottom of this. That is a significant decrease in the 4B sales tax allocation. Again, this is the expenditure side of the budget. We do anticipate that we'll be dropping or recommending that we drop the estimated revenue in for the 4B sales tax allocation. So when we get to the revenue section, we will probably be scaling that back a little bit based on what we're currently seeing. So in anticipation of that scale back on the revenue side, we are anticipating a scale back on the expenditure side as well.
What does that mean on the expenditure side for sales tax allocation?
It's a
It's a in and out.
Pass-through, yeah.
We collect the money, and then we write the check to RCDC. It's an expense.
Oh, okay, it's the RCDC portion of our sales tax.
Correct.
I get it.
When
Thank
I record the revenue when we get the cash, and then when I write the check, I show it as an expenditure.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What's the Zilker Clubhouse? Just curious.
Oh, that is
Oh, that's
for 4th of July.
Okay.
It's on us, and it's actually on this Gantt chart that we have to remember to call the city of Austin and reserve it.
Okay.
And this is where we budget for it.
Awesome.
So. And we started budgeting it and putting it in the operations chart so that we don't forget to call it and reserve it.
Is that just open all evening? for
It
Lindenwood
is.
people?
For that, yes.
Good to know.
I guess I've
10
known that.
Good to know.
It is good to know.
Or- yeah.
You've never done that?
No,
I haven't done it.
I've gone to the Lookout in the Nature Center.
Maybe this year.
Same thing.
Same, yeah.
Oh, fun.
Okay, that's it for Fund 100, number 10. Any questions on this one? Okay, with that, we'll move on to Fund 100. Department 15, Development Services. Again, starting at the top. All of those personnel expenditures are pretty self-explanatory. Again, items here are largely out of our control and based on actual market costs. So moving on to total supplies and operational expenditures, we have a slight increase in 5110, which is postage, and a large increase in 5103. In real dollars, I mean, it's a 586% increase, but in real dollars, it's about $2,400. We're doing a little bit more printing, and we're trying to be more responsible in our development services department, making sure that we have packets and information and one-pagers and all the things that people need to have at their disposal. So we're upping that in anticipation of more printing and reproduction costs. And we're moving some of the advertisements for zoning and public hearings to this department as well to try to properly allocate those expenditures. Have some slight decreases in 5200 building inspection services. Again, this is kind of based on actuals of what we're seeing out there. 5210 legal services, upping that slightly as we work a little bit more with our city planner at DNRBZ.
I'm sorry, I gotta catch up with where you are.
I'm sorry.
Are
I'm now moving under. I'm at 5210.
are we looking at the development services?
You're looking at development service,
Okay,
yes.
thanks.
Fund 100, Department 15.
Got it. I just missed the move to development
No, I'm
services.
sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah. Upping our 5252 for zoning review. Upping that 150% to 50,000. Again, this is a money in, money out, and we have some of the decisions that you all have made in the last few months has adjusted some of those rates that we're charging for these services. So you may see an increase here, but once we get to revenues, you'll see an increase in projected revenues as well. My permit now, we're able to decrease that in item 5257 slightly. Same for arborist review, as some of those can be reduced. We're bringing some of the arborist reviews under 5253. Going to plan to bring some of that in-house for some of the basics. We've got a number of folks who are now going through that certification course, so we anticipate some savings there. My permit now, obviously last year was a big year for my permit now, and this 3,600 is based on actual cost now that we've sort of have it implemented and we're in more of an ongoing maintenance phase. 5270 engineering services is again a slight increase. This will be largely a pass-through cost as well. Professional consultation 5272 is a new line item this year. As we work more with KFA on internal sort of consultation, we're bumping that a little bit so that we have plenty of resources to make sure we have the professional expertise at our disposal and can pay for it as we go.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
Would that also allow the CRCRC to rely on KFA for some of their questioning?
That would most
Is that what
likely
that
be
is?
the line item that it would come out of, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that also include the planner from Charlie's office?
It does to some extent. I think he was also under, so yes, to some extent, also under 5210, just depending on what it is that we would have him do, but yes. And then new line item that we're adding this year is 5273, and we don't have it. Actually, we do have it at 20,000. This is a new line item. And this is in anticipation of the conversation that we'll have later this evening related to elevation and height verification. So again, this will be a pass-through cost, but we do have to allocate the expenditure. I think those are the highlights for development services. Yes, ma'am.
Have we, one of the recommendations is to put in the survey markers, if that's have elevations located so that we can do surveys. Is that cost included, or will that be an exception item?
It would be this line item.
Okay.
But are going to, I think you will hear from the engineering firm this evening that they might have a little bit better idea for us. But regardless, either way, it would be this line item. And so whatever decisions you all make on that issue, this would be where we would need to adjust those dollars. Okay, that's it. Oh, I'm sorry. And let me direct your attention to the bottom, to the exceptional item, survey benchmark network maintenance and operation. We're also going to recommend an exceptional item on that of $25,000. So
Okay.
it very well may be under 5273, but we'll have a deeper discussion on that. We do plan on bringing you an exceptional item, most likely, depending on the discussion that happens later around that question, and it's reflected there at the bottom under survey benchmark network M&O.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to General Fund 100, Department 20, Sanitation. This is a pretty straightforward department. We do not have any personnel costs that are associated with this particular department. So we have some basics here for the spring cleanup, $52.86 at $1,000. It's the same $1,000 that we've done in the past. We are upping $52.87, which is storm debris and cleanup. We have had 2 years in a row where we've utilized this particular line item. We budgeted it at $15,000 last year. We think that we're safe to do it at $7,500. We did that 15, and I think that $15,000 was in large part because of a budget amendment after the winter storm. So we didn't actually budget the 15. We had to come in and adjust it. So we're kind of splitting the difference now of going ahead and planning for it at $7,500. And again, if we have to allocate more and do a budget amendment, we can. But at least this kind of gets us started with more than we've had in the past. And I don't remember, in 21-22 we budgeted $3,000. My recollection is that we also budgeted $3,000 in 22-23. So from what you actually budgeted a year ago, you're significantly above that, and what was actually spent, we're a little bit below it. And then 5288 landscape remediation. This is also one that you approved and that we did a budget amendment for. Again, some of the cleanup and scarring of some of our city property that we're having to clean up is what that 22-23 allocation is. Again, we're allocating something here going into 23-24. Hopefully we won't have to use it, but at least it's here and we're planning for it if we need it. And then 5270 is really the heart of what this department budgets for, and that is our waste and disposal services. This is based on actual. It's our contracted amount that we have with our waste management service at $144,000. Again, I maintain this is probably the best deal we have going for what we get for it. 2 pickups a week. I I think everyone who's lived in other cities typically is pretty happy about this one. And so we'll leave it at the same amount that we have in the past. And I think we have 2 more years on that contract, and then my suspicion is that it will go up to some extent, so.
Oh,
And that is your overview of Department 20. Any questions? Okay, moving on to Fund 100, Department 25, Utility Billing. We're back into a department which does have some personnel that's prorated over this department. You kind of see the basics that you see in the personnel expenses in all departments. Unless there are questions on that, I'll go ahead and move on to supplies and operations expenses.
where are you now?
I was at the top of Fund 100,
11.
Department 25.
Page 11?
Thank you. If you'll keep, I don't have page numbers, so.
It's easier to find it that way.
Okay. I'll just recognize you every time. You tell us what page we're on, and I'll.
Assuming that I'm following you too.
Well, see, you even have a different one than I have, so. I have the originals. Okay, so in this department, unless there are questions on personnel expenses, these are again prorated over our various departments. You see these same sorts of expenditure and line items in all of our other departments with personnel costs. Moving on to that second section, which is supplies and operations expenses. Really only a few of note here. We've got a decrease in some of our printing and reproduction. Again, we've got a very efficient operation going on over in this back corner, so we're able to reduce that somewhat. And I think some of that, the expenditures that do get spent is about $1,600 for envelopes, $1,340 for bill shells. But we're also, Veronica's doing a nice job of trying to move people to electronic billing and electronic communication, that sort of thing. So we're seeing some slight budget decreases there. We do have some increase in postage. And that's in large part, I think, because of the new postage machine.
Right.
Yeah.
Our old postage machine did not tell you what departments were using the machine. The new one does.
And so the new one is very large and does cool. I'm told it does cool things, but I haven't. Oh,
That's huge.
that is cool things. Yeah. We've got some decrease in the telephone. We were able to look at on actual cost and decrease that slightly. Same with office supplies. We're doing away with our tech fee and our legal services in this department just because we're not using them. That's a savings of $700. And then we have a slight decrease in computer software and support. This is based on actual Encode and Digio usage, so we decreased that by $3,000. And then advertising, we were able to slightly decrease as well. No new line items suggested for this department, and this time, no exceptional items for this department. Any questions on this one? Okay. Oh, and I meant to, we're 3 or 4 departments in, but I also meant to tell you, at the bottom of these sheets, you'll see total expenditures, and that bottom line gives you a plus minus on what the percentage increase or decrease is for this particular department. We typically try to start and ask the department directors to start with a target goal of decreasing their expenditures by 5%, and then we meet and they tell me why that's not possible. And but it's a good goal to start with. So occasionally we do that, and then sometimes you'll see an increase, but we're always trying to drive that down year over year. And then we try to keep most of our exceptional items to be the things that increase those. So. All right, moving on to Fund 100, Department 30. This is our streets department. Again, you've got the personnel expenses, they're at the top. Again, typically based on actuals and new numbers that are coming in from our vendors. Moving down into the supplies and operational expenses, we've got a little bit of an increase in the training under 5010, trying to send our personnel to some additional training opportunities throughout the year. Good for morale, good for expertise. And that's really probably the biggest things of note under this one. So then moving under supplies and operational expenses, we've got some again some decrease in telephone 5140. We've got a slight decrease in uniforms and accessories as we've outfitted some of our new folks already. Tree trimming services, I'll pause on this one, 5161 line item. Again, this is somewhat related to the discussion we had earlier. We ended up last year doing a budget amendment out of this line item over into our sanitation department when we had the winter storm and had all that cleanup that we had to do. We had to scrape from that department and put over, or scrape from this department and put over into that department for that cleanup. We sort of counted that as tree trimming because it was obviously a lot of tree trimming. But it did mean that we were not able to get to some of our tree trimming that we had originally budgeted for here. So we're upping that a little bit this time. And I think Izzy is of the opinion, and I agree, that there's plenty of tree trimming to keep us busy, and probably a good idea to up that to $25,000. Street sweeping is the same 10,000. Equipment maintenance and repairs the same 2,500. Or actually, this is a new line item. Some of these again were things. Sometimes you'll see a new line item like 5164. This is technically a new line item. It used to be included though in 5350, and we're trying to do a better. Obviously, always trying to do a better job of classifying our expenditures correctly. So we're adding 5164 to this particular department.
How are we doing street sweeping in-house?
We are doing both, and you want to come up and talk about street sweeping? I'll let you answer it, but we're doing kind of a hybrid. We're doing some in-house, and then we have some budget here for vendors as well, but go ahead.
Yes, we used to have a outside company vendor that would come in and do it twice a year or 3 times a year, and they weren't doing a very good job. So one of the attachments that we bought to one of the where we purchased a piece of equipment, which was skid steer last year, this year, and we added an attachment to it that was still part of that budget. And with that, we actually do different quadrants at different times of the year now, where we're not just waiting the 2, 3, or 4 times a year to do it. We're constantly doing it. Sometimes we're doing it 3 times a month, or sometimes depending on what we have time to do. But that's how we're doing it in-house as far as sweeping.
It sounds like a revenue source to me, because we have all kinds of contractors that are not keeping their stuff clean, and they're not keeping their silt on their property. And we should be charging them if we go out there and clean up after them.
Okay.
The landscapers, prime example. They're just blowing their leaves out there, and that's my pet peeve.
Well, but people dumping, dirt in the street and using that as a staging area, and, I mean, not having silt fences across the driveway and everything's washing down the street. I mean, we have lots of places where that would be useful, and we should be charging them for our added work. But if we have the equipment for it, then
So you see
that's
at
something we
skid
could do.
steer, the guys running around, we don't have a schedule area. It's just whatever part of the city looks really bad, and that's what we target, and that's what we hit.
But noted, I understand your point. maybe we'll add a revenue line for it.
Oh, while we're on this, I have a question maybe for you, Izzy. With the ice storms, there are a lot of dead Chinaberry trees in our native areas that after a year or two now, I'm concerned about those being a source of fire problems.
Yes.
And I wonder if we want to think about some kind of program for removing deadwood from our natural areas. You know,
We can,
creek-
yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that, and some of that would come out of 5161. Izzy and I have also talked about a different implement that goes on the skid steer to that we're looking at, and you need to remind me to bring a possible exceptional item on
Yes.
that. But it's a, what do you call it? I mean, it's a saw. but
It's just like, it's a brush saw, and what that does, it helps with just, coming down, cutting the China trees or whatever, what you just call trash trees.
Trash tree,
Eh,
yeah, there are
um,
a bunch of.
A lot of it, and we have already tackled some of those trees in the area. We just don't have the time right now to hit, but there's some even just along here on Nixon that we need to get rid of. They're on the radar, and we're getting to them as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
and I don't know whether, I know there've been some fire prevention funds that we might be able to get through the.
I think the county had some.
I'll put myself down to look at that.
Okay.
And see if we can get some funds through the ESD to cover cost of removing some of that dead wood.
Oh, I have a question. When you say natural areas, are you talking about private property or public property?
City-owned property.
And so what all do we have besides the park and that commercial, the part behind the
got a-
We have some
commercial
drainage
area?
ways that we've
Oh, we
installed.
own
Yes,
some
we do.
drainage ways?
Mhm.
There's a stretch of the park that actually goes all the way to Pleasant Cove, goes behind these
Mhm.
houses here on Nixon, and there's some old dead China berries there. There's some along the 5 acres over by, off of Edge Grove that
Mhm.
run, there's a lot of deadwood there.
Mhm.
And there's, I assume, deadwood in the, Delana tract,
Mhm.
over by
Okay.
Timberline. But the areas where and behind the slope behind the park.
Do we have a map that shows where our property is that might have,
Yes.
be overgrown? How would I,
We have a map of all
like
this.
on the website, maybe?
Sorry.
On the website, you think?
The city zoning map will show what the
Okay.
city's property is,
Mhm.
and then you just have to go look at it.
Okay, thank you. That's
But
helpful.
I can direct you.
Okay.
And show you where it is.
Okay, that'd be great. I would also mention, we used one of those skid steer saws out at my ranch for about a year and a half with a contractor. I've got some video of it running on my phone. We were using it to cut down oak trees. And I've also hired chainsaw crews where we have like 8 guys, half with saws, half as brush draggers. And I'll tell you my experience is, and especially on the scale that we have here, it's going to be much more efficient to just have some chainsaw guys go in. It's not going to be worth the capital expense of a saw and then as little use as it'll get with as little properties we have. You're better off just get a crew, chainsaw crew.
No, that-
With that said,
yeah.
Kevin, I understand where you're coming from as far as, making the investment, but if we can always do, probably just rent the piece of equipment,
Mhm.
but as many times as we're probably gonna rent it, we'll probably it will pay for itself.
Well, I'm just saying, hand chainsaw crews with brush haulers are more efficient because more than half of the work is hauling the brush, and also you have to buck your trees once you cut them, and so by bucking them, that means cutting the limbs off of the trunks, and then you got to haul that brush, and then you got to cut those trees up into rounds and get rid of them that way. Because like we did 1,600 acres of tree clearing with dead oak on the ranch. We've burned over 5,000 brush piles and burn piles over the last 5 years, and I spent $1 million doing it, so I've got some experience doing it, and I'm just and the saw was pretty good with just completely dead oak trees in a pasture where you could then push the entire dead trees together into piles to get rid of them by burning them. But when you're talking about areas where you have a lot of terrain or you have a lot of dense brush, I think you're going to be better off contracting with individual crews. And I've actually got a chainsaw crew reference I can give you if you can get them to come into the city. It's kind of hard to get a lot of those guys into the city.
All right.
But anyway, I'd be happy to visit with you about it later if y'all want
Yeah,
to.
no, that sounds good. Perfect. Thanks, Izzy.
There's one other thing I'd like to bring up since we're talking about. So, area from Edge Grove over to the Delana tract, there's that heavy slope all down that side of Timberline. And there's a lot of dead brush that is going down into that creek bed. And if we ever got a wildfire in there, it's just gonna sweep up that hill.
That's on private property.
It's not. It doesn't go all the way down to the creek bed and stuff like that. There's a
I
big.
thought the commercial lots above
Yep.
the residential
We're gonna.
lots.
We actually were over there at 9 o'clock this morning and looking at some of that, and we're gonna try to get some of that out. But we also want to not just clear cut it
Understood.
on,
Yeah.
on behalf of those 4 houses.
Well, I'm not talking.
Yeah,
that
no,
way. I'm talking
I know
that
the,
way.
yeah. We actually looked at some of that this morning.
Oh, okay.
And that big tree that's fallen.
Yeah. Okay.
5171 is equipment purchase. This was bumped up last year to do some of our large equipment purchase of the skid steer and some other items. It was split between a few different departments. We're reducing it from what the exceptional item was last time, but it's actually more than what was there the year before. And we're allocating that for a GPS receiver, and it'll be split between the streets, water and wastewater. And that is, and you might want to explain this too, but it's so that we can make real-time adjustments to our GIS, correct?
Correct. So right now, any updates we do to the GIS, we have to turn it into the engineers, and then the engineers go ahead and make those updates. Right now, that's only, I think we're doing that every 3 months. With this receiver, we can do it real time. So what we do is we plot our spots, whether it's a new, a water line that's not on our GIS and it's on there now, or for instance, a clean out. That's one of the things that it's not in our GIS. The clean outs for the residents, they're not plotted, or even the water meters are not plotted on the GIS. Well, once we get this device, we can go ahead and start plotting it, and I want to say maybe within a couple hours, once we upload it, it's instant. We can get that information.
Perfect.
And, yeah.
And then I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. We've got 5195, slight decrease in vehicle operations. That's our fuel cost. And then 5196, slight increase for vehicle maintenance and repairs. You see those two offsetting, one increase, one decrease. That's, again, because we bought some equipment to be able to decrease our 5181 equipment rentals we've decreased. So we can decrease some of our equipment rentals, but we're going to increase our maintenance, and fuel cost is based on actuals. I think, though, let's see, engineering services, that's a significant decrease. We had a big increase in 5270 last year because of the pavement condition assessment, which we have in the works right now that we'll visit more with you about in the next month or two. But we can scale that back to a more basic level for this department. I think those are, I want to point out 5355 to you. Last year we did the first sort of installment of trying to plan ahead, and it's really based on that item I just mentioned to you with the pavement assessment. We're going to come back to you and talk to you more about what we think this annual placeholder should be in 5355 to begin to, again, plan for annual street repaving. Again, last year, I think we put it in at 90,000. We're leaving that blank right now, but we will be bringing you a recommendation that you can talk about in terms of, and I'm going to talk to you more about the specifics here in just a minute when I get to exceptional items. And with that, we will move on to,
Oh, I had one question.
Yes,
about
ma'am.
This. With the, well, I guess I can hold it. I can hold it till
Sure.
we talk about it.
okay. And with that, let's flip to the next page, and you will see two exceptional items that we're going to discuss next month. One for sure will be this item that I just mentioned, that is 5355, that is noted in yellow. We're going to have an exceptional item that is possibly $200,000 for you to consider. We're going to talk a little bit about this also when we get to our unexpended balance discussion over in water wastewater, because we do have some unexpended balances there, and we want to look at maybe trying to coordinate when we do our bond, when we issue our bond to do these water projects. There may be some funds that we can expend out of those, but we do want you to consider a 5355 street paving associated with water system improvement projects in lieu of bond funds. Exceptional item ranging from $75,000 to $300,000. So we picked 200 to sort of just put it in the middle, and this could potentially come out of street unexpended balance. We did issue, or we allocated $75,000 to this last year, and then also have considered a possible equipment purchase of a wood chipper of $35,000. So we'll talk more about those exceptional items later, but wanted to put them on your radar now. Any questions on streets? Okay, with that, we'll move on to Fund 100, Department 40. Again, under personnel expenditures, so PD is a little different. There are a few different line items under PD. You have some of the basics, which are salary and holiday compensation. You have some overtime and planned overtime at $10,000. You have stipends and certifications. So PD is a little different because they have on-call and FTO pay and shift differential and certification pay, and so you have some differences there, and we're reclassifying a little bit of it out of 5,000. Some of those items that you see in 5007 were actually rolled into 5,000 before, and we're trying to do a better job again of kind of breaking those out so that when we do exceptional items and COLAs and that sort of thing, you have a clearer understanding of the budget implication. Also, 5009, you see retirement payout reserve. This is a reserve fund that we began several years ago, and we allocate, it's just an earmark that we allocate funds each year into that, so that we can be planning ahead of when we have future retirements out of this department and other departments. I think we have the retirement payout reserve in a few different departments, correct, Abel?
Administration and the police.
So you have it in administration and police.
And what happens at the end of the year, we don't spend the money, I roll it over into a balance sheet account. So in future years, if we have a person that retires and we have to pay him $70,000, we'll have the money to pay for that particular liability.
This was a lesson we learned the hard way several years ago.
So how much do we have in that reserve now?
I think right now about $16,000 maybe, because last year I think we had an officer retire, I believe. And before we're in the hole, that's part of the problem too.
All right.
Well, we changed the way we accrue that too. right?
Yes.
Correct.
Before we only had 10,000 in the police department.
What's that money used for?
To pay out vacation, and then if the employee has been with the city over 10 years, I believe, we could pay up, sick leave up to a certain amount. Accrued sick leave.
Okay.
But vacation and compensated balances, in lieu of overtime that they accumulated, when they retire, we pay those off.
Okay.
And then 5010, you have training, which is 10,000. It's the same 10,000 from last year. Again, our training, the 5010 is a little higher in PD. Obviously, they have more training that they undergo. And then 5011 is reserve officer pay. So this is an allocation that we make just to plan for our reserve officer pay. We are decreasing that slightly, and that's kind of based on actuals. Then we have, I always forget what LEOS is, but
So is the 5011 hired, people we hire, or what is that?
so come on up, Chief. I'll take a quick crack at it. So the reserve officers are kind of on call. They're not full time, but we do pay them when they work. Is that a correct explanation?
That is correct. So we do commission them. So they are our officers and they are a Rollingwood officer, but they, like he said, they don't work full-time. They only come in when we call them.
Okay.
Chief, how many do you have now?
We have 3.
Okay.
And so they help us with court,
Okay.
4th of July parade, sometimes ACL, different things like that.
Okay. All right.
Let's see here.
You're on the LEOS funds.
Oh yes, what was Leo? What remind me,
So the
Leo?
LEOS funds are the ones that we receive from, funds that we receive from the Attorney General's office.
Oh, that's right.
For training.
A whopping $1,000. And then moving down to supplies and operational expenses, have some decrease there in property and evidence, which is not huge in actual dollars. Slight decrease in uniforms and accessories. Some increase in office supplies, just kind of based on our actual costs. City event supplies, I think we're trying to do a better job in under 5159 allocating actual expenses for city events, 4th of July, trunk and treat, some of our different types of events like that. Vehicle operations we're able to decrease, and we try to look at what we've spent in the past. I think we were anticipating a greater or a continued rate of inflation under 51.95, which is our fuel costs, and we haven't had quite what we expected, so we're able to lower that slightly. We'll talk. There's some exceptional items that we'll get to here in a moment for some of the radio and dispatch services, or not dispatch services. I won't spend too long on this. This is our annual county 15% guaranteed increase with no justification under 5216. Let's see. 5255 vehicle insurance. Again, we're waiting on those numbers. And then 5300, we'll come back to that one. We'll look at some exceptional items, and stay put, Chief, because we'll get to some whoppers here in a second for exceptional items. Not your fault, but they are whoppers. And then also on the next page, 5411, also under video camera and microphones. And then 5404, which is radios. Those are both kind of interdependent on one another based on some of your exceptional item decisions. And so I will use that to go down to the exceptional items. And I'm going to have Chief kind of explain those. Again, we'll have a deeper dive discussion on these exceptional items next month, but just to sort of get them, get you acclimated to what they are. Talk to us, Chief, about the radios, the new handhelds, 5411, which is video cameras and microphones. That's the new body cameras. Computer software and support, which is the speed trailer software, and then the citation material for the Brazos ticket riders.
Correct. So the radios, what's happening is Travis County is going to flip the switch in about 1.5 years to encryption. So all radios have to have encryption capabilities. We do have 5 radios that are coming end of life this year. and not supported. The radios that we did purchase with the vehicle and the ones that we purchased, I believe, last year and the year before, actually do have encryption capabilities, so we're in the clear there, but we do need to replace these 5, like I said, as they're going end of life this year. And then, obviously, we have to pay for it. Those do not have encryption capabilities anyway, so we do have to purchase that as well. So that, unfortunately, they are expensive. So. And the video cameras and microphones, this is for new body cameras. We've had our last body cameras for a couple of years. It's kind of same thing as what happens is they go end of life, they're no longer supported by the actual manufacturer. And our body cams have now gotten to a point to where they're not really holding a charge for the 12-hour duration. And so they are gonna need to be replaced as well. And these cameras are still going to be based on our current platform, so we will not need to purchase a new server or anything like that. Like I said, because we're going to maintain them on our Coban platform. As far as computer software and support, this is for our speed trailer. What we're wanting to do is we're wanting to upfit it to a cloud-based system. That way we can create better reporting for you guys, and also it will allow you to pull data from the actual office instead of having to go hook up a computer or a jump drive to pull that data. It just makes it a lot easier. The $2,300 is what we would pay to upfit it and for the actual service agreement. But I will say that it does carry a $1,500 annual service agreement from our service fees from here, however long we keep it in service. So, and then the citation material, so currently we tried to go to I don't know if you remember, a cell phone based ticket writing system. That did not play out. We were having a hard time keeping service on the phone. It kept
You mean we don't have good cell phone service in Rollington?
unfortunately not. So what this is the actual Brazos system. So it interfaces with our municipal court, with our RMS system. It is part of Tyler Technologies. And like I said, it will help the court as well. I'm not sure if we could receive any type of funds as far as court technology to help with that. But we currently are on paper. And so with the paper, we 100% rely on personnel input. And then so it's personnel input on our side and also personnel input on the court side. So it just kind of.
And we'll talk more about this one too next month. And I think by then we'll know if there's a payment plan option for this one too.
Yeah, so he did reach out. Unfortunately, they did away with it.
Well, there you have it. Spoiler alert. So I was really banking on that.
I know, I was too. It would have been easier for me to sell it. So.
All right. So that's that. A preview of the exceptional items for next month. Any questions on police? All right. With that, we'll move on to General Fund 100, Department 50, courts. We'll kind of move quickly here. We've got an overall decrease in expenditures of 6%. Got your basic salary personnel issues up there at the top that you've seen in the other departments. Got a slight decrease in printing and reproduction under 5103. A little bit of an increase in 5158. Again, not huge actual dollar amounts. Most of the rest are the same the same appropriation from last year. And no exceptional items requested for courts. Any questions on 50? Okay, with that, we will move on to General Fund 100, Department 55, Parks. Again, this is one of our departments where we do prorate some of our personnel costs into. All those are pretty basic. I will go down to 5103, a little bit of a decrease, not huge actual dollars in 5103. But then we'll point out 5130. We do have a significant increase that we're planning on here, and this is mainly because we're trying to do a better job of allocating and accounting for our water usage and water payment out of this particular department in 5130. So we are upping that to 12,000 from 2,500. 5164 is a slight decrease in equipment maintenance and repairs, and a slight decrease in equipment. Again, this is prorated over several departments. An increase in materials for 5190, trees and flower beds, bed mulch, irrigation, fertilizer, ant weed control, crushed granite. We reclassified some of this, about 4,000, from improvements to existing park assets. So some of that is a little bit of a reclassification. And those are kind of the highlights to this department. Again, looking at if we did the wood chipper, we would probably split that exceptional item between the two departments, and that's 35,000. That Izzy, that chipper was 70,000 total, correct? Yeah. So the chipper that we're considering, or that staff is asking you to consider in exceptional items, is a $70,000 expenditure that would be split between the two departments. We'll talk more about that next month. Any questions on parks? Okay. Moving on to or Fund 100 still, Department 65, Public Works. Again, one of Izzy's departments. This, again, is a department without any pro rata expenditure for personnel, so we move straight to supplies and operational expenses. A slight increase in utilities. We're tracking a little bit high there, but that's based on actuals. And then I think...
What are we charging utilities for?
It's basically City Hall.
Oh, that's right. I said it was Izzy. I always get this confused. This is an old holdover. Public Works, much of this is actually City Hall, correct?
Yes, sir. Don't ask me why.
Don't ask me. That one
Public Works.
that
It's been
predates
like
me.
that for 30 years, so.
It confuses me every year, and
It should be from 100 general administration.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
we all agree, but it's a big pain to move it all out of here. So, and I make the same mistake every year. So, anyway, moving on. ACL events, 10,500. That's reimbursed from the city of Austin. Animal control, same 250. Maintenance and building, slight decrease based on actuals. Any questions on Public Works, also known as City Hall? All right. Let's see. The next one is we are now moving to Department 200. So it's kind of downhill from here. We should speed up a little bit, although this is one of our major funds that is not in Fund 100, and that's our water department. Again, this is largely self-sustaining. We do have personnel costs that are carried in this department. Again, those are the same line items that you've seen in the other Department 100 line items. Then we move on to supplies and operational expenses. There's no huge changes here. The highlight that you see under 5167 is that is the administrative fee that's allowed to be transferred out of Fund 100 or out of Fund 200 into Fund 100 administrative. It's highlighted because that's on us, not on you to decide. We're still, once we settle on revenue estimates, then this number gets adjusted based on 5% of those revenue estimates. The other highlight down below is just some vehicle insurance information that we're still waiting on. And those are really probably the highlights. I will say, oh, actually, I'll probably take you to, I'll take you to 5171, which is equipment purchase. Again, we had a lot of those large equipment costs in 5171 allocated to this fund in this department last time. Those are not there this time. And not expected to be there, which is why the 87% decrease occurs in that line item. 5190 materials. This is a little bit of an increase. Izzy, at the end of the fiscal year, typically Izzy will go through and look at what inventory is on hand and increase and go ahead and purchase those that inventory to be on hand for water supplies and that sort of thing. It also includes some gravel increase in cost and that sort of thing. 5193 is our meter replacement fund. We don't anticipate that we will spend any of these dollars in 23, but we do have some turnkey costs of electronic meter installation anticipated for 2024 that you'll make policy decisions on later in the year. And we do think we have a line on a 10-year payout system, and it will be split between this fund and Fund 800. So we've talked about this for a long, long time, but I think we finally have narrowed it down to something that's going to work and be affordable. It is a large cost, but we can allocate that cost over about a decade. So,
Are we actually putting electronic meters in for new meters?
we're not
For new
not
service?
currently, are we?
Currently,
No, because we haven't picked the vendor. We haven't picked the vendor and the right meter yet.
The number of homes that are going in that are needing bigger meters, this seems like a really easy opportunity for us to get meters replaced, not at our expense.
And I thought we were using Badger. Are we not?
I think there were some issues with Badger, were there not?
At one point, it was the availability of them. There wasn't, you couldn't keep them in stock, but it looks like that's turning around. Yeah, that's one of the meters that we're definitely still pursuing, is the Badger.
But we found a new company that does a turnkey. They do the whole thing, and I think they use Badger, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, and it's going to be, there's more than just putting the meters in the ground. It's all, they're gonna do a turnkey project for us where, again, with some of these lines have to be retrofitted. Some of the lines have to be tested for lead, and it's all gonna be an all-in-one package, so.
Last I checked, we had 6 of the electronic Badgers on stock. That was a few months ago, but we're out. We have none.
No.
It-
We're not gonna go ahead and do a purchase of any more.
No, I know, but back to Sarah's point, which is any new construction, typically they have to have a larger bore because they have to put in a sprinkler system. So they need a new water meter as well. And we voted at one time to have the builder basically pay for the installation of the new, and making those electronic just seems to make sense and be kind of a slam dunk. It's not a lot, but it would reduce a little bit of the burden out of the
Okay,
city.
so your response to the bigger, we don't have the big, which by bigger, you're probably meaning like 1 inch
Right.
or bigger. We don't have any of those in stock.
Okay.
We have the smaller ones, which are the 5/8.
And
We have
and
some
that's
of those.
a
We only have like maybe 2 or 3 of those in stock here. We're
Okay.
not, at least I haven't had the authorization to buy more because if you buy onesies, it's more expensive than buying.
And we were having some
Oh.
supply chain issues with getting them, period. And that's what the turnkey is supposed to partially remedy, so they can do it all at once.
can appreciate that, but
It
at the
just-
same
it-
time, in the interim, I think it would, since we already voted it through, that we were gonna,
Just doesn't seem like we should be buying analog meters
right.
Yeah.
for anybody. So
Sure.
if somebody needs a new meter,
Right.
they ought to be getting a digital meter.
Can we look into if those supply chain issues have been resolved at all and see if we can
Absolutely.
start
definitely.
implementing that again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do, yeah, absolutely.
Great.
This is just the,
I understand, we're on budget.
right, but yes, absolutely.
I don't wanna budget for something that we can get somebody else to pay for.
I understand.
Got the
Um,
cheapskates.
All right. Also, looking at 5194, I think we can reduce some of our cost on our fire hydrant maintenance and replacement, but we're gonna try to do a better job of actually planning to just replace 2 hydrants a year, and keep that on a rotating basis at a little bit lower cost than we have typically budgeted for, but put it on more of a schedule. I think those are the highlights. Our 5280, that's water purchased, that's 45% increase. Don't freak out about that though. That's a money in, money out. That's just a pass-through expenditure. So you'll see an offsetting revenue increase, and those are based on actuals. We actually went back and kind of audited the actuals to look at what those expenditures actually were. I think those are the highlights. There's one potential staff recommended exceptional item that will come to you next month. That's the quarterly GIS map updates. This is a one-time expenditure for plat easement verification at $6,000 out of unexpended balance funds, and this would be split 50-50 with wastewater. And we'll talk more about that next month. Yes, ma'am.
One question for thought and later conversation, and that is on the 5271 rate consulting,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
whether we need to get someone on board to work with LCRA when that contract comes up. About once a year, Tom Farrell reminds us that we're gonna have to negotiate our own water supply. which
Yeah, we
we've done
actually-
previously through City of Austin.
Yes. We can have that discussion. We met with, and I wish Ashley was here. She can remind me, but Kay Freeze and Ashley and myself did meet with LCRA, I want to say 8-9 months ago. And I'll have to go back and look at my notes. But yes, that is something we need to discuss at some point. So.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Moving on to 301 street maintenance, non-department. This is a non-departmental fund, and this is just a straight transfer. This matches expenditures in Fund 100, Department 30, and it will increase with the exceptional items, and expenditure is limited by statute. So this is just a reflection of what is budgeted over in Fund 130. So the decision-making process happens over in that fund. Any questions? Next, we'll move quickly through the bond funds. We've got Department. I'm sorry. This is security. We'll move quickly through these as well. These are all statutory restricted funds. This is Fund 310, court security. Department 50. You've got the same $1,000 for officer security out of this fund, and no exceptional items noted. Any questions? And with that, we'll move on to Department 320, Fund 320, Department 50. This is again the same $5,000 for line item 5300. I'm sorry, $5,000, which is $2,500 more. This is because court needs a new computer, or computer software and support. I think those were based on actuals. It's the same. It's also a $1,500 increase for the new computer that was just mentioned, And it's an increase, but it's not a large dollar amount. And that's it. Any questions for this one? Next is Fund 330, Department 50. One of my favorite funds of $100. Same 100 that we haven't spent for the last 4 years. Any questions?
So do these funds accumulate from court fines and fees? And what happens to the
They
unspent
do.
accumulated funds in those
It
three?
stays in their fund balances for those funds.
They what?
It stays in their fund balance. Each fund has their own fund balance.
So what are those balances now?
They're
Roughly.
minimal, probably about,
Not
I'm
much.
guessing $2,000-3,000 in one of them.
Right,
And the last one has,
couple
I
hundred?
think, $100 and some dollars.
Okay.
They're,
Thanks.
yeah, it's tiny. This is maybe our least efficient fund is our court efficiency fund by far and away. Okay, now we'll move quickly through our debt funds. So this is Department 430, or Fund 430, Department 60. This is our 2014 bond fund. We allocate these allocations are all based on actual expenditures as noted in our amortization schedule, correct?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Any questions on 430? Next is Fund 440, Department 60. And this actually, I don't know that this is even in your packet. This one goes away. I have it in my master file, but if you're looking at past years, you will see a Fund 440. And this was the fund that was paid off, and I think there was a portion of it that was
2012.
that was refinanced into our existing fund.
It's not in our packet.
It's not.
That's correct. It went away.
With that, we get to Fund 450, and this does have an increase, and I believe this is where we rolled those funds into. Is that correct?
Right, the refi.
So this is the refi that you'll see, our Series
Oh,
B.
can you explain what this was?
The 2012 bond issue
Uh-huh.
was split into Series A and Series B. One of them was taxable, the other one was not. And the Series B was refinanced about 2-3 years ago maybe. And that became Fund 450.
Okay.
And I think the 2012 was what, for sewer?
Yes, sewer and water. It's what was used to pay LCRA for the wastewater system.
Okay. So this says it was refinanced there, so that
We paid off a portion, and then we rolled what was left of the, I think we paid off the Series B and then rolled
Correct.
the Series
in
A.
normal course, and
Yes.
then rolled the A.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, with that, we move on to Fund 460, and this is our Series 2020 debt. Again, you'll see an 18% decrease, and that's just because of the interest and sinking nature of the fund. Next is Fund 470. This is the new 2020 approved bond funds for Proposition A and B from this last year. We'll have discussion about this later on, and those a big reason. The reason we're doing it in this time frame is so that those amounts can be amortized, and then you'll see them reflected in the final budget in Fund 470. And with that, we move on to Fund 702, which is our drainage fund, Department 35, capital improvements. Really don't have any changes here. Slight increase in 5270, which is our, it's a pass-through cost, and this will be reflected in the fee schedule that you've already approved, and it's a pass-through cost that you'll see in the revenues. Any questions on, and there are no exceptional items to be noted.
I do have a question on these. When these projects actually can be started, the actual physical work started, will them, I'm assuming it won't impact the budget because we've got the tax note funds to pay for the cost.
Correct.
So it's a matter of just inputting the numbers, and
That's exactly right.
it doesn't have to be budgeted.
It will be, that's correct. It will be a transfer out of one of those other funds that we just covered into this department.
Good.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And last but not least, Fund 800 wastewater. Again, this is another one of our self-sustaining operational funds. You have the same personnel costs that you've seen reflected in the other departments. No huge changes there from what we've already reviewed in the other departments. Moving on to supplies and operational expenses, these are pretty much on par with what we've been doing. Slight decrease in the 5163, which is the grinder pump maintenance and replacement. We're able to do with some of the staff that we've brought on board, we're able to do some of that in-house so we can reduce some of those costs. In this line item, same with maintenance and repairs. This is maintenance of our lift stations, where again, Izzy's doing a great job in bringing some of the costs that were associated with this line item in-house, and so we're anticipating some savings there. The highlight that you see under 5167 that's on us. Once we all talk about the revenue projections next month and the month after, this line item will be adjusted to reflect 5% of those estimated revenues. Again, the equipment under 5171, you see a huge decrease, and that's simply because that line item was very large last time due to some equipment purchases that we don't anticipate in this budget cycle. You've got that same meter replacement split expenditure in this fund that we talked about earlier. And then the last two highlighted items are still cost data that we're waiting on from our vendors. We talked earlier about the exceptional, I don't see anything too out of the ordinary in this on the next page. 5290 is the wastewater fees at $270,000. That is a slight increase. Again, that's a pass-through. That's a money in, money out transaction. So it is an increase, but you'll see an increase reflected in the revenue projections as well. Industrial wastewater surcharge is an increase, but that is nothing that we have any control over. That's a City of Austin fixed charge that's passed through cost to us. You have the 5326, which is the new line item. It's a 50-50 split with water. This is for the GIS system we talked about earlier. And those are the highlights from this department. And the exceptional item that you can expect to talk about next month will be the 5326, and that is the GIS map update expenditure. And that is your thorough walkthrough of the budget. Next month, we will again give you some initial estimates on revenues and have a discussion about that. We will also present with you a proposed exceptional items worksheet. All the exceptional items that we talked with you about tonight, we will lay out formally next month. If anyone has any additional exceptional items for any of the funds, please have those into us on whatever date your calendar says, and we will include those, and you'll get a budget worksheet to work off of next time as we start putting some dollar amounts with those, and also looking at our unexpended balances. We won't make any decisions on those exceptional items next time. You'll make the decisions the month after. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
I put you all to
Mr.
sleep.
Mayor and all all the staff.
Yes,
and
thanks to the
department
staff.
heads
They
who
did a
put
great
this
job in
together.
putting everything together. All right, with that, we will take a 5-minute recess. Be right back. Okay, city council meeting will come back to order at 7:21. We've wrapped up our budget workshop for the evening, and we will move on to the next agenda item, which is public comment. Do we have anyone here wishing to make public comment on items not on the agenda? Nothing? Okay, hearing none, we will move off of public comment and move on to agenda item number 3, presentations. Agenda item number 3 is discussion on a report from the police department regarding speed limit enforcement and allocation of time between traffic enforcement and other department tasks. First recognize Mr. Glasheen. I think this is his agenda item, and then recognize Chief Munoz.
Thanks. And I was curious because, my first reaction to the proposal of lowering speed limits was, well, how much enforcement are we doing? And I've come to realize, that when you have a 25 mile or a 30 mile an hour speed limit, as a practical matter, you can only really ticket 40 and above. I'm just going to take that as a given and not try to change the world on that. But then I was curious about, well, how much work is this for you guys and how much goes into it? Because if we do lower speed limits, we might want to do like in this fall, we might want to do like a concentrated enforcement effort, maybe September, October, when school starts back, start with warnings to get people aware, and want to know how much resources y'all are spending out of your department on specifically on traffic enforcement as opposed to like incidental traffic stops during other patrols, that kind of stuff.
Pass this down for you as well. See if you'll have enough. So, our officers allocate usually between an hour, 2 hours a shift, and that's stationary radar. That's just sitting in one place, trying to gather radar, like I said, from that specific place. Now, as they're driving around, their radar is still going nonstop. So they continue to monitor speed throughout the entire shift. It's just whether they're sitting in the running stationary or they're doing, or they're moving.
So are they doing one or the other their entire shift?
The entire shift, their radar is always running.
So they're always in their vehicles?
Unless, so I'm talking about like just radar. Like if they're in their vehicle, their radar is going.
Sure.
Otherwise, they split their time into doing business checks. They respond to calls, assist Westlake Hills. They do admin duties, whether it's report writing and different things like that. So as far as it lowering 25 miles an hour, it's not going to impact us in a negative way.
Do we have any idea how many, what ratio of the officer's time is spent in vehicles, in Rollingwood versus sitting at a desk or being somewhere else? Do we have any idea?
That for specific hours on how long they're in their vehicle per shift. I can try to gather that information for you.
No, I'm just curious what we have before we start asking for stuff. I don't want to create work. I'm just curious about whether you guys have any data, because you said, for example, they spend an hour or two each per shift stationary doing traffic enforcement, and I'm wondering where you get that number. And
so they have to put it on their contact report.
Okay.
So what we do is every time they get off shift, they send a contact report. So that way the officer that relieves them and also admin and officers, that come in later on in a couple of days knows what's kind of going on. So that's our pass on. And so they allocate, and that they tell us, that they spent time here at this location, because we have traffic initiatives. So we want to know if they're tending to those traffic initiatives.
What do you mean by that, traffic initiatives?
So what we do is we have hot spots. Timberline has been one of our hot spots. Rollingwood Drive is one of our hot spots, and we want them to kind of sit there and monitor those. Like the Park Zone has always kind of been a running hot spot here in the city, and so that's why we ask that they sit there periodically.
And do we have any data on how many traffic stops we're making, how many tickets are being written? And I'm not asking you to go out and create data. I'm just asking you what we have.
Of course. So that's what is included into the chief's report. We do tell you how much citations were written that month and how many warnings were given that month as well.
And for, in order to put that into context, how many man hours do we have in police force work out every week? How many officers per shift? How many shifts? What are we? how
So we
many-
are currently short-staffed, so we do have 2 openings right now, but we are a 24/7 agency.
Right,
And so what we have is usually, well, obviously, 1 officer on per shift. And the way we want it to be designed is that we have a supervisor that overlaps, providing that double coverage towards the end of the day shift and the early of the night shift.
okay. All right. And what do the shifts run like?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Chief, would you like, I hear through the grapevine that there's an explanation for the maximum speed limit of 21 that was, 91 that was clocked?
Okay, so, yes. So we reached out to the company because we were like, oh, this is not going to be, and they did email, because they did email us back and saying that it could have been a leaf blower. So we double checked our stats, and it did occur around the 4 o'clock hour, 4 p.m., not 4 a.m., the 4 p.m. hour. So that is probably what it was, is some type of leaf blower.
Is there a way to, back on that, is there a way to delete some of the things, for instance, the leaf blower, but also I know when cyclists and runners went by, those get flagged up too. I ran by one of them and told
Were
me
you
I
that
was-
fast?
How fast
told me I
were you
was running
going?
way too slow.
You gotta know your time.
Yeah, so,
They did say that as well. So some of the data is actually depending on the size of the tire and how the tire hits the pavement. It sometimes double clocks it. So I'm not sure exactly how we can eliminate that.
okay. So,
So you're thinking
all
that's-
that to say that some of the data is kind of a little bit suspect. So,
Like, what was that movie, The Rookie, when he's
Oh,
Pitching.
throwing it, pitching
yeah,
it.
And if you're done with that, I'm looking at the chief's report, and I see that, if I'm reading it correctly, there were no citations and no warnings in January, February, or March. Is that right?
No, we've had, unless it didn't roll over, but
Oh,
we've had,
I'm looking at ordinance violations. Maybe maybe I should be looking at,
it's
tickets.
actually, it's gonna be on the right side.
Oh, I see traffic. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
I see. So there's a bunch. There's like 31 citations, 37 warnings in January. And in May, there were 32 citations and 36 warnings. So that's in a month. You got 68 traffic. So that's like 2 per day, either a warning or a citation.
Right.
That seems to be pretty consistent across month to month, 2 to 3 a day.
Right.
Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
and there's one area over on Hatley that's 15 miles an hour up that hill as it's going
Did
up.
we not
to-
capture that, the advisory speed?
Oh, is that just an advisory
So
speed?
so that's why I provided you 2 different maps. I know it's, that's where
Oh.
it's kind of confusing. So you actually,
Oh,
the
yeah.
map that you have in your,
Okay.
in your pack is your actual regulatory speed limits.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
And so I wanted to give you an advisory speed map as well, so you can see that a majority of your streets are 30 miles per hour. The only street that is 25 is gonna be the park zone on Rollingwood Drive.
Oh, okay.
Right, but what I was saying is there is a place, or at least there's a sign up on Hatley.
Okay.
That
I
says
didn't realize we
15.
missed that one.
It's, as you're coming up that really steep blind hill going over to Wallace, there's a
from,
sign.
yeah, between Ashworth,
Ashworth
and Wallace.
Yeah. There's a 15 mile per hour there, supposedly.
Yeah, advisory, so it's like the curves on the highway where the speed limit doesn't drop, but you can, they suggest you
It's,
go like,
then that's what it is. It's
like
kind of a,
45. Suggested
a
speed.
suggested
as
speed. So it's
opposed to
not an
the-
actual speed limit. It's a suggested or advisory speed.
Sign looks the same. Okay.
It's yellow, I think, is the advisory sign.
Oh,
It's yellow. Your actual speed signs are gonna be white.
great. Thanks.
Okay.
And I have questions about that, but I'm going to save them for agenda item 13.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Chief. And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 4, report on Fields 3, 4, and 5 rehabilitation project. And I'll recognize Mr. Glasheen and also Mr. McDuffie. I know they've both been active on this project.
We have, and we are glad to report that we have substantially completed the projects. We had a lot of help. Appreciate our generous donors who contributed to the project. We did it all with private funds. We have our actual and budgeted expenditures here on the packet. I don't know if you want to put it up real quick, and we can. I won't be long on this, but if you, all right, I can also just tell you. But we had good donors. We had a lot of good professionals that helped us. Our dirt contractor was great and actually managed to take down the fence and put it back up for us, saved us a few $1,000s there. And then we had about $1,000 in unanticipated expenses on temporary water sprinklers, so we didn't have to irrigate the whole park to keep the new sod wet, and some temporary fencing. But if you scroll up on that, there you go. You can see there's our budgeted expense of $20,432, and the actual expense was $20,626. We put out a total of 14 pallets of sod, which each pallet's about 450 square feet, so about 6,000 square feet of new sod. We brought in 44 cubic yards of sandy loam to raise up the fields and regrade them, and we brought in 100 yards of organic mulch, that most of which has been spread and that covered all the fields. And before spreading the organic mulch, that's enough to cover all the fields and really all the grass in the park, a quarter inch, or is it a half inch?
It's a half to a quarter.
Yeah,
of
a
an
quarter
inch.
to a half inch. And then we also ran a plug extracting aerator over all the fields before we applied the organic mulch to help let the soil get air and water and some organics down into it. That's my report. Phil's, I'm sure, can add more to it. We worked very closely together on it, and he did a great job.
The only thing I would add is because we had expenditures of both material and rental of equipment, we were able to do a lot of the same work on the lower park as well, because there were just economies of scale to be had. So, as Kevin kind of mentioned, we kind of did the whole park while we were at it. So,
And we did do it all with no cost to the cities, which is hell. And I can't wrap up without thanking Izzy and all of his crew. Carlos, Fidel, and Johnny were great. They all worked real hard on it. Were enthusiastic and fun. And then we had a bunch of volunteers from the community who showed up this morning to lay sod. So there were probably about 8 people out there at 7 a.m. throwing grass down, which was kind of fun. And really thanks to everybody for supporting the project. That is all.
Good deal. Yeah, I'd echo that. Thanks to our Public Works crew, and thank you to you all for spearheading it. Just a little business note on behalf of the check writing component of this operation. Where are we on collection of funds?
So what we've done is we haven't paid anything out from the city. Hadn't paid anything out from the city yet. We've had $12,500 in pledges, and we were waiting on a $5,000 check that was coming from one of our residents who's in Europe for the summer. And I don't know if it's arrived yet. It was being mailed. Ashley will have to tell us. And then we have I've paid most of the bills. I've paid about 12,000 of the bills with my credit cards. And we've had supposedly 12,500 in donations that we haven't paid anything on. We've got an $8,100 bill for the dirt contractor that's outstanding. I'll get with you guys on that. And then I've pledged to donate the balance of the donations, which is about $8,000. So I'll write a check to y'all for $8,000. Y'all will write a check to me for $12,000 and write a check to the dirt contractor for $8,100. Rough numbers, but
Sounds good. That sounds great. Just let us know what we need to do to coordinate with you. And
Okay,
we'll
I'll get with you next week on
yeah.
it.
Or Abel's really
Or-
the right
yeah,
person.
Okay.
but- Okay, great. And thank you for doing that. Anything else on agenda item number 4? Hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, Sarah may want to knock
I
something
was
off.
just wondering if we could
Yep.
pull item 6 out.
Yes, we will move. We were going to pull agenda item number 6, and I'll take another motion on agenda item 5 and 7. Mr. McDuffie,
Motion to approve with the exception of item 6.
you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Mr. Robinson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll now move to agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action on the minutes from the June 9th, 2023 special city council meeting. Recognize Ms. Hudson.
I just didn't want to vote on that one. I was going to abstain, so.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the minutes from June 9th.
Motion to approve.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie to approve the minutes from June 9th. Is there a second? By.
I like seconded
You
it.
have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Mr. Glasheen. I'm sorry, by Mr. Robinson, second by Mr. Robinson. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
I abstain.
1 abstention. You have 4 ayes, 1 abstention. Motion carries. Move on to the regular agenda, agenda item number 8, update from Cave Freeze and Associates on the status of the water system upgrades as approved at the November 22nd bond election. And this is my own agenda. I wanted to give you all an update on where we are with this item. We've had some long meetings with Cave Freeze, and I'll recognize Mr. Blackburn to bring us up to speed. And I think you've got a really good presentation in your packet, if I assume that's what you're going to probably speak
Yes,
from.
please.
Great, and we'll put that up on the screen for those present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Greg Blackburn, Cave Freeze. Good to see you all again. I'm going to be giving an update on the water systems improvements project that we've been working on. I'll give a minute for the presentation. Thank you. So I'll just do a quick recap of how we got to where we are today over the past year. Give a schedule update, refresh everyone on the cost estimates, talk about some community outreach that we're doing and also proposing, then open the floor for questions. If you have any questions throughout, please don't hesitate to stop me as I'm going through this. So just to recap, about a year ago, we developed a water CIP for the water system and developed 20 projects for water systems improvements. That was the basis for the $5.3 million bond that was passed by the voters in November. From that, we split these into 5 proposed packages that were approved by council in February. And then in March, we were approved for a design contract to design packages 1 through 4 with the decision to hold off on package 5, which is all the abandonment projects. So schedule, our survey and geotechnical work has been completed. We got started at the beginning of April. Our surveyor got started immediately. They were out there about about a month and a half doing their field work. And then our geotech as well, it only took them about a day to do their field work, and we have received their geotech report. The survey work, they're doing their office work right now, and that is due back to us at the end of the month. So for reference, they send their crews out into the field to collect elevation data. They survey trees, valves, hydrants, all the service features you see in the right-of-way. And then they have to process all that data to provide us an electronic file that we use as the basis of our designs. So that's what they're working on right now. Our design will wrap up September 8th, with the projects going to bid in September with the goal of starting construction in November of this year. So the cost estimates, these are the planning level cost estimates that I've previously presented on for packages 1 through 4. They total $3.65 million. As we get the designs completed for all of these packages, all these projects, we will do detailed designs where we'll break out linear footage of pipe, valves, hydrants, service connections, surface restoration, all of the detailed items that the contractors will bid on. So those will be a lot more detailed. We will also look at current projects about that time, over the summer in the area to get better idea of current bid prices in the construction market. I do want to mention, this planning level estimate does just assume that repaving is limited to the trench repair, but I'll talk about that in a minute for some options that we have to get some different pricing.
And I'm going to weigh in a little bit on that related to a budget discussion, but go ahead.
And then just our design contract, wanted y'all to see the full picture, is just over $423,000. So that with the planning level estimates is just over $4 million total.
So I wanted him to give you all, because we had mentioned in an email to you the $4,080,000, but obviously that $4,080,000 that we talked about in an email to you is different from this total amount. So I wanted you to see both and where that $480,000 comes from.
So as we get to bid, we have a couple options to get some pricing for how much repaving we want to do. It's pretty standard for projects like this that you just repave the trench width. Some cities do want full paving done on the streets, but that is pretty costly. But what we can do is we can have our base bid that the contractor bids on be the trench repair, and then have what we call bid alternatives, where they give us pricing to do either a full width paving, we can do half the street, and then the city can, once they get all the bids, they can look and select the best value for the city off of that. So it just gives us some options, and we can wait and see what the bid prices come in before making that decision.
So I've asked him to do it like that so that we have some addendums to look at in terms of when it goes to bid, but not to roll them together. And then in terms of the budget discussion that I mentioned earlier, that we'll have a more definitive discussion about next month, relates to some exceptional items around this general topic. We have some unexpended balances in our water and our wastewater funds. We have some unexpended balance in our street funds. And those unexpended balances, kind of what you were talking and alluding to earlier, Mr. Glasheen, they build up over time. All three of those funds, however, we believe probably would be eligible to fund some of this pavement work. And what I would like us to see, what I'd like to see and see us consider, is as we're doing these projects, to combine at the end of these projects to maybe fund some of this pavement work out of those various unexpended balances that we have built up in those funds, to sort of finish off some of these projects as we do the water line, so that we've coordinated the that pavement piece with the water line piece. And then it's great to have the new water lines, but I also would like to avoid the discussion of, well, this is great, I have new water lines, but now I have a street that's messed up. So, yes, ma'am.
Does it make sense to have our discussion with Google about when they're going to do their project before we do the repaving?
We actually are. They're coordinating. Izzy is coordinating. They've already had a meeting. We're also coordinating the discussion with the other engineering firm who is doing, who is at least giving us a bid on the pavement condition process. So we're trying to kind of keep all three of those balls juggling at the same time.
When I had the discussion with the fellow from Google, he was recommending that they be able to get in and do their project before we repave, so that our repaving would cover up the Google trench and seal it.
Correct.
And if that can happen, that sounds like a good.
I totally agree, and I suspect that they will be done
Sooner.
in advance of when we start this. That said, all the timeline that you laid out there, we're still tracking with the timeline that council saw
Yes.
2 months ago.
Yes.
Whenever that was.
Yep.
So we're still tracking those timelines. But yeah, I think that would be. I think we're also going to be a little bit shocked based on some of the initial numbers that I've seen on repaving, which again we'll have more of a discussion about next month. And here's the thing: these bond proceeds, we can absolutely use the bond proceeds to do the repaving as part of these projects. That said, what was your number? I mean, it's probably $1 million worth of repaving.
Yeah, we like a 1.7 million
And
dollars.
so what I
extra.
don't want to see is us do the projects that have been outlined here because we asked them to put on hold the line abandonment, right? And so I mean, it makes sense financially and practically to try to do some of this paving at the same time that we're doing this set of projects, but I also don't feel like it's I don't think it's truth in taxation to our constituents if we have told them that the abandonment project is part of the bond package, and then we get to the end of it and say, oh, well, we spent $1 million of that on these streets, so we don't have anything left for the bond or for the abandonment project. So I'd like us to try to look at alternatives. If we can't do all of the street repaving, fine, but where we can pull from other pots of money to be smart about when and how and where we do those street repavings, I think that we should try to do that and still try to do our best to hold some dollars back for the abandonment project as well.
So I have a question about that. So I understand you mentioned that we've got another engineering firm assessing our current paving to see what kind of paving we may need generally, apart from this water line project repair. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do we think we need a bunch of repaving apart from the trench repair?
We don't know yet. I don't think we need a lot of repaving, but part of it also is really designed to analyze what the priority order is for the next decade so that we can begin to start. Because what we've done historically is ignore it for a decade and then go, oh my goodness, we have $3 million or $2 million worth of repaving to do. We can't afford that, so let's just repair the cracks. I'd like to get away from that so that we can kind of start spreading it out over that decade. And the first step in that is this assessment. So we're trying to combine the assessment now and overlay both the Google Fiber and the water line projects.
And so does the cost estimates that we got before that got us to this, say, 4.2 million, including your fees, did that include trench repair?
That was just the trench repair.
Okay,
Sir.
but no
But it wasn't
repaving
the,
above
it wasn't
that.
the full width.
So
yeah.
Google Fiber, my recollection is about a 1 inch
Yeah.
between the concrete curb and the asphalt, which is pretty insignificant. Where is y'all's going to be in the middle of the street? Is it going to be next to the curb? Do you have any idea where the water lines are going?
It's going to depend. A lot of times, either storm sewer or wastewater are down the middle of the street. So water lines typically tend to be on one side or the other. So that's why I mentioned that there's an opportunity. If we are on one side, we could just repave that one side of that street. So I think we have lots of options there.
And how wide are your trenches, and how wide do you think that asphalt repair will be if we just repair the trenches?
That asphalt is just under 5 feet wide typically.
Oh, it's that wide? So you're already
So
half a lane.
our trench is about the width of the trench is 1 foot on either side of the pipe. So with an 8-inch pipe, it's 2.6 feet, and then you go a foot outside of that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Question, on the abandonments, will they involve repaving? Aren't those?
No,
behind
that's
there?
all. Yeah.
And I thought we talked about doing that in-house, so to speak, on a project by project or block by block type basis. I didn't know that we were.
I don't remember the main takeaway that I remember is the discussion that it would take longer to design that, how to do that, and what the process and what the most efficient way would be. And I think that's why the council chose to set that aside for now while we try to get this other stuff rolling.
Yeah, just it's so many property owners trying to get right of entries and coordinate with all of them, and
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the unknowns of how much that's going to cost of going through landscaping and
Okay.
So is that
All right.
actually taking the lines out, like
It's abandoning them and not
Making sure
moving.
they're capped off.
Yeah, making sure they're capped off and that everything is tied into the front.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And it sounds a lot easier to me than apparently it is.
because all those houses,
really easy.
because their water service enter the back of their house if it's behind it. So then we have to connect that back of the house all the way to the front.
Right.
So
Yeah, you gotta move the water lines on each individual house. I understand that, but
correct. Oh yeah, the actual
Back
abandonment
trunk
itself.
line.
The abandonment's the easy part. It's
Okay.
the moving the water services that's the difficult part.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll go back, if you would, to we spent a lot of time talking to Greg in our to that one, and so this is generally laid out in a priority order, and that number one that you see for 450,000, that is essentially the cul-de-sac project, and so I think our assessment and theirs, and we've tried to sort of packages 2, 3, and 4 are. 2 has majority priority.
It's all high priority.
All high priority, and then 3 has a mix of high and low priority, but more high priority.
Correct.
And then 4 has
1 high and 2 low.
1 high and 2 low. So we tried to even within this sort of tier them in a priority order based on the original IIP that you all approved. And we're starting with that cul-de-sac project for 2 reasons. 1, it's high priority, but 2, it's the smaller of the projects, and we feel like it's a good place to kind of cut our teeth and make sure that we have a good process in place. We're talking to residents in a communicative way and all of those things. So we're going to kind of use it as our testing ground. Fair?
Yeah, and I think one thing we talked about was whether all these packages are going to be bid as one big package. That'd be the most cost effective, or we could bid them all separately. I think we have plenty of options. The one reason we decided to design all 4 together is then once all those plans are ready, then we can put those out to bid as we saw fit.
And speak to that for a moment, because we had talked about, obviously, you have kind of a baseline understanding of what we think the estimated cost will be. And we did talk about different ways in which to issue these bonds, or enough of. One reason we went with the higher amount, as we spoke about, is because it's possible that if you get all of this designed and planned and could bid it all, you might not only get some scalable volume there, but we might actually be able to speed up the overall construction timeline if we do it that way. Is that
Correct. Yeah, if we get a contractor in place and they have enough crews, they could knock out a lot of these projects very quickly. Rather than if we bid the first one, we'd have to then go back through the bid phase and wait for another contractor to order materials and mobilize. So there's a lot of dead time. I don't want to say a lot, but there's dead time at the beginning of a project as the contractor gets going. So once we have one going, they could pretty quickly complete these.
And that reminds me, too, to clarify my earlier statement, these are laid out in kind of a priority order, and we plan on tackling them sort of in that order. That does not by any means mean, while we're focused on 1, that if there's something that makes sense to do in 4, I mean, we might be doing that at the same time if it makes sense, if it saves cost on, getting the equipment there and mobilizing and that sort of thing. So it's not a zero-sum game, but that generally is the priority order.
Yeah, and we have a lot of flexibility. Like I said, we could dictate exactly what streets they do in what order. Contractors do like the freedom to work on whatever streets they want, and it just whatever makes sense for them. So if the more you dictate them, the higher the costs are going to be because it's less efficient for them.
So I'm going to wait and tell them all that afterward.
Yeah.
Greg hated when I said that, but get them on the hook, then we'll tell them what we're thinking.
Get all the roads torn up.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you, Greg. Any questions for Greg? I just wanted you to have this refresher, know that we're on track with the timeline that you've previously seen before you have the general obligation bond issuance discussion that we'll have next. Any questions for Greg?
So is there no Project O?
Project O is the abandonment. So we combined, we combined all of the, there was some abandonment mixed in with some of the other projects, and we decided to pull all the abandonment out and just make one single package.
Okay, all right. Well, I just,
A
O
good-
was missing from one
I
through
had-
four.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I had that
where
discussion.
did
That's
it go?
that's the package 5 that we're holding off
Okay.
on.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yes, ma'am. Step right up.
Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. When y'all talked about repaving, I just wanted to bring up that when I was on the council for 4 years, I was a street liaison, and we started the projects. And I have want to recommend Travis County. That's who we coordinated our paving projects with.
Mhm.
It was a tremendous saving.
Okay.
Because you tack on to their big projects, and we get the benefit of that bigger project. And they do it to specifications, much better, I must say, than when we had the rest of the projects done. And we had our in-house Professor Ronald Hudson, who's a civil engineer, who went out and measured the depth to which the second company had laid down the asphalt,
Mhm.
and it didn't meet what he thought we needed.
Okay.
And as a result, we also then had to go in and put all those little squiggly lines to
Yeah.
fill in the gaps.
Right.
Cracks,
But
yeah.
the work that was done by the Travis County Transportation Division, and you know, I have a lot of material that can substantiate why we did what we did.
Okay.
Because we are a governmental entity, and so are they, and we got the benefit of their huge projects. So something to consider.
No, that's
if
great.
you want to save money.
That's a great suggestion.
You know.
It is a good sec. You know, it's a hard sell for me if you tell me to coordinate with county, but but I appreciate
All I
it.
want to say is I'm not an engineer.
Yeah.
But when I served on the council, I put my all into that. I learned on the job what it took to pave our streets.
Yeah.
We had not done it after the sewer lines were put in. And what I can tell you is, if you delay the resurfacing, people are going to start complaining that, oh, our streets are looking terrible. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
We heard
I
that
do.
and heard that and heard that. Didn't have the money, but finally we managed to get the street tax, which is bringing us, what, $80,000 a year.
Yeah. No, that's
Like
a
that.
great.
So anyway, I'm happy to share.
Yeah, I'd love to see
my,
that.
you
Yeah.
know, and pictures of every street that was, I have everything. Just so you know.
No, that's great. We'll definitely look into that. It's an opportunity for the county to make up for their 15% unjustified dispatch fee. So, have you ever done any of that, or have you ever seen that coordination?
I have not.
Okay, we'll
but-
talk more about
yeah,
it. but-
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? All right,
All right,
great.
thank y'all.
Thanks again, Greg.
Thanks.
And hot on the heels of that, we will move on to agenda item number 9, discussion and possible action on a recommendation regarding the amount of the 2023 general obligation bond issuance for water system improvements. And from U.S. Capital Advisors, we have James Gilly here with us. I'm going to get you to come on up, James. And then we also, from ORIC, have Taylor Redmond. So appreciate you being here. Come on up and let's have a discussion. Don't want to overdo it, but I think our recommendation, the staff recommendation in coordination with the discussion that you just were privy to, that we had about a 3-hour meeting about, I think is to try to go ahead and probably issue roughly half of the bonds. I think what's our recommendation for 3.9, I'm sorry, 3.9, that's half of what we have. That would still mean that we would come back later and issue the remaining for Proposition A, which would be enough to finish the abandonment project ideally. And then we'd also at that time have the discussion about the facilities and public safety facility improvements. So that is the staff recommendation. We have made a suggested motion for you in your packet if somebody wants to consider making that in a minute. But first, ask any questions of our capital advisors and our bond counsel if you have any. Ms. Brown?
what I didn't see in the packet was how we get to the debt structure that's recommended. And you tell me if we've gotten that far. But I have a couple of questions. One is, what kind of timing difference are we talking about before the second bond issuance? Are we talking a year? Are we talking 2 years? Are we talking 3 years? What kind of timing difference there?
I mean, it somewhat remains to be seen. In my mind, it's probably a year, maybe less. I think it's going to depend a little bit of how successful we are when, to make sure that we stay on track with the design process for the Proposition A, everything that you just saw. Does that bid go smoothly? Do we get that underway? Is it overwhelming for staff and for K-Freeze, or do we have some bandwidth to then devote our attention elsewhere? So I'd like to see a year or less, but I think it remains to be seen at this point.
Okay. So let me ask, what are the increases in issuance costs between doing it as one package versus 2 issuances?
You're on.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Again, I'm James Gilley with U.S. Capital Advisors. I think that there is a question about doing half of the water lines now and an additional, the balance of the water lines at a later time, or combining that with the municipal facilities portion. Breaking it up in 2 issuances versus
One.
one. Well, I'd say it's probably on the order of, it might add less than a percentage. I'm sorry, it may be another in the range of $40,000 to $50,000 to split it into 2
Okay.
2 separate issuances.
And then what would be, if we issued it in one package, we don't have to spend it right away. How much time do we have to spend it?
You do have some time to spend it. I might defer to bond counsel.
Okay.
There's some specific spin down rules.
Hi. Good
Hi.
evening. I'm Taylor with Oric Harrington and Sutcliffe Bond Counsel. So you do.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You do have to have a reasonable expectation of spending the bond proceeds in 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, in that 3-year period, with the funds that are not spent, that are sitting in I'll just call it an escrow account, I don't know if that's what you call it, you can earn interest on that would offset the interest that you're paying on those funds, right? Can you structure it so there are no principal payments until the funds are actually spent? Or is that complicated?
Well, I think there may be a couple factors involved. There may be a requirement that a certain amount of principal is retired every year.
You can have capitalized interest, and so you don't have principal payments or interest payments for up to a year or
Okay.
18 months. But then after that, you would have to have
You'd start
principal
the
payments.
principal
Mhm.
payments.
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
under tax law. Yeah. Mhm.
All right.
Is that how you avoid arbitrage,
Mm-hmm.
more or less, in the ballpark, for an uneducated person on the topic? Okay, got it.
And then we have the, trying to see where, the tax rate analysis. We haven't talked about that, and that will impact the structure, that will impact the tax rate that's paid. So are we gonna talk about that tonight?
Sure.
I think we should talk about that tonight, if people are ready to do that, because it's, and while we have James here.
Yeah.
Can you walk us through the tax rate analysis?
Yes, certainly.
And before you start that, so do start that, also end with or start with your timeline, your time frame on getting these to market, because I know you're under some time constraints. So put that on either end of this discussion about rates.
Certainly. Well, just to start with that, I would say that if assuming we need official direction from council, tonight might be the kind of the last council meeting night before we would need we would need to know tonight what the final dollar amount is and the final structure. We have some time to do that, but not before the next council meeting, or regularly scheduled council meeting, rather.
And that ensures also that we can get this rolled into our budget discussion, and because we have certain obligations, we have to hit some certain benchmarks too, so we can get our INS correct and all of that, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. The timeline is largely driven by the process of the city setting its tax rate. So regarding the structure, we provided three different examples. The first being a level debt service structure where your annual payment is it's like your mortgage. It's about the same every year, and that's a pretty common debt service structure that cities tend to implement. And we estimate that might cost in the range of 1.6 cents on the to service the new debt on a $3.9 million bond issuance. Yes. A second structure, which I'm somewhat fond of, is a level principal. So every year the principal payment you're retiring is the same, and so you're more aggressively retiring that because you're more aggressively retiring the principal. The payments over time will decrease. Now that requires a bigger upfront. The payments are larger upfront rather than as compared to level debt service. But with the expectation that property values might continue to increase, and with the expectation that there will be additional, at least perhaps one additional bond issuance in the next year or two, it could help to mitigate the effect on the tax rate. So, and that just as an estimate, that might be in the range of just under 2 cents as opposed to 1.6, and that's guessing on next year's assessed valuation, assuming a 3% increase from this year to next.
And then the third option was the structured debt.
Yes, that was I believe a question was asked, is it possible to structure the principal payments around the existing debt? And that was to demonstrate that with a 30-year amortization, it may not be feasible. I'd have to defer to bond counsel on whether the Attorney General would allow that. Taylor, can you, I'm aware that there may be a minimum requirement to retire a certain percentage of principal every year. Okay. It's yeah. So that could be a constraining factor, but also the existing debt doesn't start to drop off until 2027, and so even if you were able to structure smaller principal payments up front, it would take another 4 or 5 years before essentially you wouldn't be paying principal off as aggressively. You'd add to the overall interest charges over the life of the bond, and so in some cases it's possible and it's advantageous, but we may be a little bit constrained in this situation.
Okay. Well, if we end up doing 2 debt issuances, would the structure have to be the same for the second issuance?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe that's the case.
Well, and then that's what, in your letter to Ashley, it said the level principal structure reduces the overall interest charges and also helps manage the tax rate in future years. Explain what you mean by that.
That was the point that I was trying to make, is that, as if you were to adopt a level principal structure on this proposed 2023 bond issuance, your overall payment would continue to decrease annually, And so in the future, your annual payment might be smaller if you, essentially your payment would continue to decrease, and assuming constant assessed valuation, your tax rate would also, your debt tax would continue to decrease. So,
Okay. So, when I look at the two options, one is the level debt service, and there are three options, but the two you would favor would be either the level debt service or the level principal payment. The level principal payment starts out with a 9% increase over the prior year tax rate, and then reduces pretty quickly to a -7%. Over 4 years, you get to a -7% over today's rate, and then it declines. And the level debt service, as compared to the level principal payment, the level debt service starts off with a 7% increase and declines over the first 5 years to from 7 to 2, then to a negative. It declines a little, it's more slowly than the other. But I'm wondering if we're gonna have another increase of that magnitude, maybe we ought to consider the level debt service option. I think it's manageable, but I'm not sure that an 18% increase, and there's not that much difference in the interest. There's, let's see, about over the 30 years, there's $50,000 difference in the interest. But I think it would lessen the impact on current customers. So my thought would be the level debt service structure.
I would agree with that. But happy to hear others.
Well, I'm looking at it, I don't read it that way. It seems like it's a lot more than 50,000, right?
It's
Total interest.
the interest is $3,265,000 under the level debt service, and it's $2,710,000 under the level principal payment
Right, so you're paying a few $100,000 more
in interest.
in interest. Yeah, I think you said 50,000.
Oh, I meant 500,000.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if I misspoke, sorry.
certainly.
Yeah.
And as I said, the advantage of the level principal is you're paying it off quicker, save on interest charges, but then it requires a bigger
More
upfront.
upfront.
And so we just submitted it for your consideration, but
Yeah.
Remind me again, like the 2 cents, how do I calculate that? Is off the 10,000 on the property value or 100,000? Like, how do you multiply like the average? Do you multiply that 2 cents by what to get like what the average homeowner?
so that would be, you'd multiply the 2 cents by the home value and divide it by
just
100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, then divide by 100.
It's
Okay.
per 100.
Okay, it's per 100. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and how realistic is the 4.5%? I mean, is that like pretty? Is that what the market is now, or like the rate? Because it was something similar last year when we were talking about this. And it seems like rates would have like skyrocketed.
Rates have been increasing recently, but at the time that we were preparing the materials for the election, we were trying to anticipate that rates would continue to increase. So we were kind of trying to lead the bird. But
Yeah, and Alec, I just went and looked at that documentation from when we first, and we were looking at a 4.5 was part of the discussion. That was the upper end, but it was part of it. So
Yeah, I just was wondering if it's like if that's still good, or if it's really going to end up being more like 5 or 6 or 7 or what.
I think that's pretty close, right, at, based on today's market. But
another reason to try to fish or cut bait tonight. So, yeah.
Okay.
So,
And on the heels of Ms. Brown's discussion, what, I mean, we sort of have a recommended motion for council, but what do you need to hear from this council tonight for you to do what you need to do, for Taylor to do what she needs to do to go to market?
Just a dollar amount and a debt service structure. So.
Okay.
let me try this. I would move to approve the recommendation to issue bonds in the amount of $3.9 million as presented, and instruct bond counsel and financial advisor to proceed with the issuance of the $3.9 million general obligation bonds for the design and construction of the water system improvements using a level debt service structure.
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thanks, council. Thank you both for being here. Go get us a good deal.
Pleasure. We'll get to work. Thank you.
And thank you, Greg,
Good work.
for sticking around. Yep.
Thank you.
And James, you'll report. No, we'll talk later. We'll report back how that goes. Give me just a second, council. I want to. Okay, thanks, council. That concludes agenda item number 9. Moving on to agenda item number 10. Discussion and possible action on a recommendation from ATS regarding establishing a survey benchmark network for the city of Rollingwood. Those are very specific words, and you'll hear more about why here in a moment. Come on up. Andrew, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I've only seen you via Zoom, but
That's
glad to
right.
have you in person. Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Jimenez. I'm representing ATS, engineers, inspectors, and surveyors, on the topic tonight of a control network for the city of Rollingwood. What ATS has proposed is utilizing existing manhole lids that are found at street intersections or no greater than a distance of 500 feet. In using those criteria, we have calculated or estimated that there are approximately 45 manhole lids that meet that criteria. The idea behind that is that it creates a very dense horizontal and vertical network for all agencies to use, whether that be, concrete workers or whoever utilizes and requires elevations and horizontal information. That project would take us approximately 10 days in the field to perform the surveying required for that. It would be tied into the existing LCRA monument system used it here in Austin, and as well as the NGS website. These are all public services that surveyors and engineers alike use for that information. We would use that would be our basis of reference, and we would bring it into said street intersections and under that criteria. As a deliverable, we would work with a couple of partnering engineering companies that the city of Rollingwood uses for their GIS information, and we would develop a map that can be published publicly. And this would be, again, for all contractors who work within the city of Rollingwood to use. The benefit of this is it creates a unified network for all agencies alike.
And if you would, Andrew, just so we're all on the same page, we had sort of, I think council and myself included, were really focused on this what we were calling a benchmark
Yes, sir.
or monument, rather. We were referring to monuments. And really, what you're describing is in lieu of that monument system, but probably would work, I think, based on our discussion, your assessment is it would work better.
Yeah, yes, sir. So, in utilizing the existing manhole lids, number one, the resources are already there for the material. I think the density of the network is what's really valuable to this. You can, in order to set a monument, a true, monument, an aluminum or brass disc, you can't. Number one, they're set in very kind of remote areas, so they're not going to be that close together. If they're not really close together, the average contractor doesn't have the equipment that makes them beneficial to them. So that's, where companies like, us come in, and we have that equipment that matters in that case. And so by doing this, it really doesn't segregate a company who doesn't have a GPS or a total station. It really brings everybody together in a way where there's usable information. And setting monuments is quite a process. In order to set an official monument, what you do is you set a rod to what's called the point of refusal. Usually that's approximately 8 feet deep. You set it in concrete. It's just a rigorous process that this is much easier. It makes a lot more sense on efficiency and how fast it can be in production. And again, the density of it, I think, is what really makes it more valuable here.
So in my mind, speed to market's huge. I mean, they can do it quickly. It's relatively cost effective. Also, from a city administrative position, much easier maintenance. We're not having to weed eat around and remember where it is and all those things. A couple of questions that we walked through on the Zoom call. You heard us talk tonight about our repaving and our all of those sorts of things, and it's conceivable that we're going to go in and there could be some settling, or there could be a new height on a manhole cover or something like that. Talk to us about the discussion that we had of a recalibration and an annual, something that we would put on our Gantt chart, our maintenance and operations Gantt chart, where we would know, hey, this is the month where we go in and recalibrate it.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So there's really a lot of benefits to this, and listening tonight about the street paving, it offers a lot of checks against repaving, to make sure that the repaving was done and the road was rebuilt as it was. So that actually offers a lot of verification throughout that whole process. The manhole lid in any manhole is considered one of the most structurally kind of sound tools out there. Box culverts, something like that. It's very heavy and stable. We do still recommend, because settling does exist, we do still recommend maybe a once a year check just to make sure that the elevations are the same. And that way, really this is about repeatability and building a quality data network. And so very minimal kind of work required to ensure that it's a very long-lasting system.
Well, I think this sounds terrific.
Yeah.
So where is the nearest established benchmark?
Yeah, great question. Just outside of the city of Rolling, or across the main road there. I don't have the exact name of it off the top of my head. I could present the website that would show that.
Okay.
But it's within a half a mile.
But we got nothing in the city of Rollingwood.
No. No.
Sorry, was that a chuckle
That's
out
kind of
loud?
my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Just outside of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the
Alec?
cost to recalibrate like the same, or is it is the
Uh,
process the same?
No, it would be a fraction of the price. I mean, really, the upfront cost is, you know, usually the most expensive part of it, and you'll find that it's pretty nominal. We do estimate it at approximately $25,000. Once that main system has been built, just the verification, or, you know, should a new manhole lid be installed, just that verification is very, I would almost say 50% of the cost or less.
Will this also help in knowing where our water lines are in the future? If this system is in place?
It,
And as those water, or before those water lines start being constructed, will you be able, I see a note.
I don't
Will you
think
be
it
able
has
to-
anything
I don't
to
No,
do with it.
it does not. But
Okay.
what I will say is that, you know, there's been discussion tonight of the GIS system and you know, new water lines, and this is all data that, you know, would be provided to the city of Rollingwood. You know, the strength of a GIS is in the data that it's receiving, and so I can only imagine that
Pipes
when
will
those
flow.
water lines.
The pipes will flow.
That's
Well-
right.
Yeah, okay.
You're talking about using the sewer manholes, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so it's not connected to the water
Yeah,
system at
and
all.
we're only concerned with the surface of that manhole, you know, the top of it.
I
But
was just thinking the water pipes are gonna be buried so many feet below something.
Yeah, but
Fine,
separate.
Yeah,
But
but
you
this
don't-
is
okay.
the manholes on this, on
But
the
that
sewer
said, they could
system.
shoot off of it, like when when
Okay.
it's opened up and they're, I mean,
Mhm.
it would still have practical
Yes.
application in the field, no
That's
matter
right.
what project's going on.
Okay.
so.
That's right.
And just in terms of, I mean, there would be a specific point you would, what do you,
Yes,
what do
so-
you do to the manhole cover?
That's right. Great question. Thank you, Mayor. So the idea would be to use just what's called a punch to try to, you know, just hammer a very small punch mark into the center of a manhole. The center of the manhole is what would be identified, and we would use that punch mark to illustrate the center of the manhole. You know, oftentimes a manhole does
Center of
have
the
kind
lid.
of,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. And so oftentimes there is kind of an elevated ring around manholes, or there's, you know, elevated kind of metal. But we would, you know, essentially put a punch mark in the center of the manhole, and that would be the basis for all of the vertical and horizontal information published.
Okay, with that, stay put. I'm going to call up agenda item number 11. Public hearing, discussion, and possible action regarding the addition of requirements to the city's code of ordinances related to building height verifications. I'm going to come back and we're going to have a quick public hearing in a moment, but I want to pull this one up because I want you now to talk to them. And I'm going to ask council, if you read your packet, I'm going to ask for us to have 30 more days, but I'm going to let you explain the discussion that we had about how this then translates to the field.
That's right.
It's huge.
And we want to have a little bit of, staff will have a little bit of discussion with council too about, but feel free to plow the ground for us, about how that translates, and then I'll take it from there.
All right, thank you very much. So yeah, in the conversations that we've had with the city of Rollingwood about the height verifications, there's really been kind of two topics that are tied to that. Number one, the height verification itself. We've determined that the kind of optimal times for that are during the framing, and then post-framing the as-built portion of it to verify that nothing happened after that. And so this network helps that by establishing the horizontal frame and vertical framework to have all agencies again be on the same playing field. What you'll find a lot of times, you know, during construction is maybe a concrete worker. I use them a lot because you'll see them with a level instrument. Somebody that's putting a foundation. A lot of the times what they'll do is they'll just use an assumed elevation, and then that way they can determine based on that assumed elevation the general sloping or elevation, desired elevation. By creating this dense network, they can use a very nearby elevation that would have been set in that control network, and so that way they don't need to use an assumed system. They can use one that will be within 500 feet, and they can use a real-time elevation, or even if they still use an assumed elevation, we can now translate that up into real-world elevation. So the key to that data is that it would be usable at any given moment. And that's in regards to the height verification. Another really important topic to the city of Rollingwood that we've discussed is just really maintaining the native land. Should a house be demolished or should something major happen, we've come up with ways to be able to observe the land or observe data on the land. And that could be, the height of the property corners, which also serve kind of as temporary benchmarks. The height of the lowest point of the land, the height of the highest point of the land. And by using this network, it really ties into, addendum number the 11 here, and being able to just really always provide historical information on the land, whatever y'all are requesting.
And it's about, in my mind, regardless of the policy decisions that this council makes or that future council makes, this process is about coming up with something that's repeatable.
That's correct. That's the most I think that's really what's valuable here, and it all ties together. This is creating something repeatable that can build a history.
Because that's, in my estimation, one of the fundamental flaws of all the policy decisions that we've never had anything that's repeatable.
Yeah.
So, if I may, I agree with that, and I noticed that, I also recognize, I think as we all did, that was a flaw in the whole idea of how we're going to measure building height. It's like, what do you measure it from, and from when and where? One question I have is, we just spent $200,000 doing surveys for water lines throughout the city that we've agreed to pay for, and it was done over the last couple of months. I don't know what data is in those surveys, but it seems to me that it might provide us enough elevation data that we could reference the corner of the lot adjacent to the street, for example, if we have the street survey. I don't know how much data we have in that, but I'm not sure that it would be wise to go ahead and spend $25,000 on more surveying before we talk to the surveyors that just finished $200,000 worth of surveying and find out whether that contains adequate elevation data that could be useful to solve our problem.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, Sarah, you might know more than me. I realize you're an environmental engineer, not a civil engineer, if I'm right, but you may know.
My degree's in civil engineering.
Okay.
Yeah. Water and wastewater.
Okay, so do you think there's a chance that our water engineering survey that we just bought would have data that would be useful or not?
I don't know why they would have needed to measure the elevation at the top of the manholes.
Well, I'm not saying that we would have to use manholes. I'm saying that there may be elevation data of all the streets adjacent to the lots that might be referenceable for our future needs. I don't know that.
But you need something that's going to be permanent and not going to change.
And I think
And
a lot of
that's
this.
why the manhole covers are.
Correct.
I think a lot of this cost. I think we're looking at 45 or 50 manholes. So a lot of this is just labor cost in the field, right?
That's
It's not
correct.
necessarily survey.
No, yeah. So to kind of address that question, it's hard to answer without understanding what the data actually, kind of that real data set. If they did not shoot the manholes and they didn't shoot them in repeatable, the center, Ms. Hudson is right. the idea here is to create, most of the time, you know, an iron rod or some sort of disc is what's used as a permanent fixture.
I understand that. I'm a real estate developer. I understand that, about monuments
Yeah.
and marking corners and marking, you know.
That's right.
Points. I'm just saying that we just got $200,000 worth of data and we don't know what it is yet and whether it has any use that might even reduce the cost of what we're doing here. I don't know that.
Sure.
My only point is that we should find out before we authorize a further
And that's
expenditure.
that's very reasonable. And if the council is so is inclined, you could certainly do a motion that is up to 25 and instruct us to go back and work with Cape Freeze to see if there's any of that data that drives that price down, and there may be. I don't know.
And my other question is, on your 25,000, is that a not to exceed estimate that's going to be billed on actual time in the field, or is it a flat fee that you're proposing, or what is it?
As of right now, that's just an estimate based on 10 days of field work and then approximately 40 man hours required to work with the different, you know, departments to produce that map.
And then it would be billed at actual, whatever your actual time is?
Yeah.
And if it exceeds 25, you'll bill more than that?
Yeah, I mean, that probably sounds right. We don't anticipate it taking more than 10 days.
Sure.
Certainly in surveying, you deal with Murphy's Law quite a bit.
I understand. I was just curious about what that proposal actually meant and those details.
One other point to cover, if you would. I was very pleased. I think, you know, we talked a little bit about once the network is established and once it's transitioned to the field and going forward, that you're willing to work with us and pre-negotiate sort of a because it's not a full-blown service. This is a verification,
That's
and
correct.
so you would kind of work out with us a predetermined dollar amount that would be passed on to the builder, the project owner,
That's right.
at a reasonable rate. You can talk a little bit about that. And then your turnaround time, talk about your turnaround time, which I was impressed by. And it would literally be called in at that point like they do any other, like they would any other, what am I trying to say?
Yes, sir. So
Inspection,
What-
thank you.
what we had talked about, what we had discussed last week is that regarding the height verification, we would most likely be able to get to something within 2-day notice. We do normally request 72 hours to be able to get out, just to, that's a pretty standard request, but with any sort of urgencies, we always want to be adaptable to that. Usually turnaround time for data submitted back is within 24 hours, next day turnaround. So that's what we proposed. We had discussed a unit rate of about $500 per verification certification. That's to perform the survey, fill out a form that ATS had actually generated for this, and would be stamped by a professional land surveyor or engineer.
So in my mind, I had some heartburn about setting up a system that was going to add, thousands of dollars, $2,000-3,000 per time, especially if we, and I don't know what the council's decision will be, 1 or 2 or 3 verifications, but I was having some heartburn about adding, potentially $8,000-9,000 to a project, but for
Yes, sir.
an all-in $1,500 potential cost, I think that's probably reasonable to set these.
Yes, sir.
And the discussion we'll have in a moment is that would most likely be spread into 2 phases and spread over the life cycle of a demolition and a construction. So.
Yes, sir.
And maybe we could, if we do have to spend $25,000 to establish a baseline, maybe we can amortize that out over a few years by passing some of that charge on too.
It's true. Yeah, we could talk about that. Good point.
Yes, sir.
I've gone back and forth on this issue. The end policy decision is yours to make, but from a staff perspective, from Nikki's perspective, from all of our perspective on trying to actually implement whatever it is that you decide, having a baseline, having a network, having something that's repeatable, it is worth the cost in our minds to try to establish this part of it, regardless of what the policy decision is on then how you want to let people build on it.
Very accessible as well, being, you know, a really important feature of that.
I think it's a smart idea too. My only concern is just making sure that we're not, you know, doubling some work, and I don't
Yes, sir.
know what we've got.
No, that's reasonable. Yeah,
Over
happy
there.
to look at that. So I'd like to, before I come back, I do want to open a public hearing on 11. But before we do that, before we finish discussion on 11, I'd like to know where council is on 10, and with that, I would entertain a motion on 10.
Are you ready for us to approve? Go forward?
If you're so mind to, we'll get rolling. I think your decision on 10 informs us on 11, and I've got a few more things to add to 11. But if you all make a decision on 10, I'd have a better sense of what to do on 11.
I move approval of the proposed establishment of a
Second.
benchmark network
Okay. Second.
in the city.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion.
Yeah.
Wait.
just
Alec?
Quickly, yeah, where I stand on it is like we're in the middle of budget, and I feel like just putting this in the budget, I think it's a great idea, but that's sort of where I am now. Like, I just wouldn't probably vote to approve this right at this point, so.
Okay. Phil?
Well, I thought we had a limit on the dollar amount, and then also back to Kevin's point of possibly revisiting to see if that dollar amount might also be reduced by eliminating some duplication of effort. So,
You can
dollar amount up
yeah.
to 25,
Yeah, if you want to do it not to exceed 25, that's fine.
right?
That's fine.
So amended.
So amended.
Amended,
Second.
not to
Second.
exceed 25,
Second as
reseconded.
amended.
So
All right.
my question is, how or you propose that you just call K-Freeze yourself and just
We'll
ask
talk to
them,
K-Freeze and see, and we'll connect them and see if there's any data that's
Okay.
transferable, that drives that price down, that reduces maybe their time in the field or whatever.
Okay, and yeah, I'd just love to hear, or at least know that you or Ashley or somebody is hearing from K-Freeze, you know, what they
Yeah.
think about it, given, and we may have to talk to the subcontractor, because they subcontracted their surveying out.
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
Okay, well, that would be my only amendment, is subject to that sort of communication and verification. I'm not sure it even has to be an amendment.
We'll do that. Just
Yeah.
please, Nikki, remind me.
I was going to say, I'm not thinking that there's any overlap between the two, so the likelihood, I think, is not high. And quite frankly, I had not thought about how we were doing elevation measurements in the city until the issue with these homes exceeding the level, and it blows my mind that we do not have an established system of monuments in the city of Rolling Lake.
To say that it's piecemeal at the current moment is an understatement. So
It's not even piecemeal, it's non-existent.
Yeah.
And
And
it's-
that's irresponsible.
Again, I think this serves all sides,
Yes.
builders, architects. I think it serves all sides.
Everybody.
Yeah. And especially at a reasonable price with a quick turnaround and called in I mean, those are real world considerations in my mind too, having built a home. You know, I don't want the city to be the ones to hold up a project, to be the ones that somebody's waiting on for a week. So the fact that it's done with ATS that's used to having inspections called in, I think it makes sense.
And we'll be able to recover most, if not all, of the price through the fees charged to the builder.
Of the inspections, but not of the initial benchmark, unless we decide to add something to the service fees to try to amortize it
Okay.
back.
Which I think we ought to do.
Good point, good point.
I think it's $25,000 of less headache, frankly, but for everybody. Okay.
Well, and just to be clear, my point on K-Freeze wasn't necessarily that they're gonna have manhole
Right.
elevations. I don't expect that they do. My point is they may have some data that may serve the same function, and that would be my question to them. It's not whether they know the elevations of the
Right.
manholes, but whether they have data that would be useful to achieve the goal that we share of being able to verify building heights.
Is the data as pervasive
Yeah.
as what's being suggested?
They've surveyed every street, so they've got every frontage lot, and they're gonna have elevation data in there, I expect, but I don't know, and it would just be a conversation that somebody ought to have, that's all.
Yeah, and I'll lean on you, Andrew, to
Yeah.
work with us, to get with them.
Absolutely.
We'll coordinate, make sure, and we like working with ATS. I
Yeah.
think it's good that you're already a vendor of ours, so I don't
Certainly.
anticipate any
No,
problem
we
with us.
we
working.
certainly appreciate that, and everything that you're speaking of is very reasonable. If there's anything that is considered of good stability and won't be, moved over time, then certainly that's for consideration to reduce efforts and cost.
Okay, any other questions for Andrew?
Just one more
Alec?
comment. Yeah,
Sure.
I love the idea. I think it's great. I just believe we should put a budget for it and then do it. That's my position.
That's fair. And to that point, I think I think we've got ample room in the current budget. I'd like to see it get moving before October, when the new budget kicks in. I think we have ample opportunity to do that. If we run into a problem and can't find the dollars, certainly would come back to you all. But I have some, I don't want to say them because I can't remember the numbers offhand, and I don't have Abel here, but I think that we have some dollars set aside for somewhat related things that we could pull from. So, okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. Thank you on that. We will now move.
Thank you, Mayor
And
and
don't go
council members.
far, just in case we have some follow-up discussion. But I will now move back to agenda item number 11, which is already open. I will open a public hearing at 8:49 and recognize anyone from the public wishing to testify on agenda item number 11 related to this topic. And I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. I don't see anyone raising their hands. Thank you, Holly and Kevin, for not. And with that, we will close the public hearing on agenda item number 11 and move back into regular session. So, council, we had a very lengthy discussion, Zoom meeting with ATS and our staff. Through that discussion, it came to we kind of sort of came to a realization that there was probably a cleaner way to do this within the code, and that is really to try to, I'm going to maybe mutilate this, but I'll try to explain it. I think it makes sense for us to divide this kind of into 2 phases, right? And so that we're getting a snapshot up front at or before the time of demolition that follows that property at that time, and then that gives flexibility and optionality to the owner or the builder or whoever or the architect moving forward, so that we're not, because we're really trying to combine all of this into one spot in the code, and as we talked through it, it didn't make a lot of sense, and it was going to be clunky with how we carried that out in the code. And so I think it makes sense to us, and in our discussions with ATS, to probably come back up if you want to, Andrew, but it makes sense to us to try to kind of bifurcate it into 2 sort of parts. One where you get this snapshot, sort of think of the snapshot being kind of at the very, very, very beginning or before a project starts, so that you sort of set a baseline. Everybody knows the rules of the road. Everybody knows what the snapshot looks like. And then the verification, the other follow-up verification off of that benchmark then comes at time of construction, probably in the middle at framing, and then if I still think that's probably enough, but if council so desires to do another verification at the end, then you could do that. But those two or three verifications would be kind of handled separately within the code. Is that a layman's explanation of that?
I think you covered it well. Yeah.
What kind of survey points would you be looking at prior to demolition?
So what we have been proposing is a topographic survey of the land at that point. We would look for really key features, which is the natural ground, grade breaks, ensuring that the land is preserved through time. We would also be looking for assigning elevations through the network or through just real vertical information to like the survey monuments, the property corners of each lot. And this would create a good contour data set of information that again can be just repeatable or looked at for reference at any point in time.
So,
That's a great question.
what was the question?
What interval?
What interval?
Yeah, that was gonna be.
Okay, so my thought on that is really what you like to say is at major grade breaks or not to exceed, 25 feet.
25 feet?
50 feet. It really depends on the land. The more sloping and the more movement of the land, the more observations you take. If land is flat, then you less.
Hey, Dave, I'm gonna, come on up.
Dave Bench, 1 Randolph Place. I'm wondering what the contour interval of the resulting survey would be.
Well, normally standard contour intervals for us are at a foot, and then the data.
If necessary, could it be 6 inches?
If necessary, sure. So major contours are at a foot. A minor contour could be at 6 inches. Yes. Yes. So ATS does not have to be, is not responsible, or other companies can be hired for that initial survey. What ATS is also offering is just the ability to verify data, perform data, really anything requiring the assessment of data.
So I think it's just difficult to define the survey requirement. If we're gonna have somebody else is allowed to go hire their own surveyor, we tell them, okay, you gotta do the 4 corners and then not to exceed intervals of every 25 or 50 foot. So you're talking about creating a grid of 50 foot across the property. And what about the existing structure? You can't survey under it, so you're gonna get the corners of it, or,
Yes, sir. So we ATS has actually prepared a checklist set of items that all companies would use, if not ATS. We did not submit that proposal in time for today's meeting.
Yeah, that was gonna, depending on what you did on 10, and depending on if you gave us the flexibility to come back to you on 11 next month, that
Okay.
I would like you to see kind of their checklist that they've come up with. Again, the policy decisions are going to be yours. We're talking more about kind of format and structure of the code, regardless of what you choose to put in that code. And that's what we would bring back to you, kind of in a bifurcated way, and then it's up to you all to decide what levers you want to turn within that code. So that's the thought.
And I don't know whether we require a permit for any cut and fill at this point, because, people could do, there's a lot of houses that have already been demolished, for one thing, but you also have people who could do lots of various cut and fill activities before doing the survey, so.
Correct, and that's why with the network, and we had a long, you and I were on the same page, and we had a discussion about it. And as council knows, I typically I lean more toward the property rights side of this equation. Again, those are policy decisions for you all to make, but structurally, I think we need to set up the code so so that at least you all have the ability to determine what that policy is going to be. And all I'm suggesting is that you do that in two different spots in the code. One is either at demolition or before demolition, and what you choose to capture in that snapshot is your policy decision to make. And then after, at time of construction, again, your decision on what policy to capture, but it's done in those two phases of the project.
I just think as part of that code, we're gonna have to say there can't be any grading, cutting, or filling until the survey's done.
Right. Which probably would lead you, in my mind, to do that phase one prior to demolition.
That's right.
Second. Yeah, demolition permit right now is only sticks and bricks. I'm getting nods back there and whispers in
I
the
would
ear.
like
here.
to have Nikki
Yeah.
or Desiree address
Yeah. So,
Kevin's question.
so Nikki,
What the current code requires.
why don't you come up and then you and Desiree can tag team on this one, since y'all are both chomping at the bit to talking about it. I just saw you back there like ready to go, and then Desiree's whispering at me. So you guys take it for a moment.
Yes, so currently, with a demolition, per the code, it does state that you can take it down to a foundation, and full-on demolition. I state demolition as sticks and bricks, because once you start removing a foundation, that's when you start getting into site grading. And with demolition permit, there's not much that we require in our code for demolition.
And,
So, yes, ma'am.
and then also address the permit required for any site disturbance.
Yes, so any site disturbance is actually going to fall within a new construction permit. So you're going to have full drainage and all that. So as you get a new drainage plan and models, all of those different things, those are going to account for when the house is removed, as well as when the new one is built back, plus the new drainage system that will be taking care of that new impervious coverage. So if we do not have that approved, we can't basically touch what's going on when they have an original demolition. So that's the way I have been taking it forward.
So, as I understand it, if there's gonna be any site disturbance, there's a permit required. I'm not sure what's required to get that permit, but there's also a permit required for demolition. Demolition stops at the foundation, so we've got a spot to put this requirement, once we know what to ask for.
Seems to
how to
make
word it.
sense. It seems to make sense. Just out of curiosity, when do they get to tear up the foundation of the demoed house?
Once they have a new construction permit,
That's it. Otherwise, the foundation has to sit there.
because
Okay.
that's going to start changing site grades.
That's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on this agenda item? Would you like to take action, or are you okay with us coming back to you?
What are you gonna come back to us with?
A bifurcated code
Okay.
of some sort, with fill in the blanks, probably, and a checklist from you guys as to what you sort of recommend, and we'll work with ATS to kind of try to get you in the ballpark of something, and I'll try not to be too prescriptive.
Okay.
And this will be actual code language?
This will be
next-
actual code language, yes.
All right.
And just so I'm clear, what ATS is going to come up with is recommendations of, or specifications of what needs to be done, either by them surveying the property or an independent surveyor hired by the builder. Or
That's essentially correct. A checklist that all survey companies can follow to adhere to the same rules and guidelines for surveying.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the choices are. I understand you coming back with an ordinance is one choice, and what's the other choice that you're presenting to us?
Approve the ordinance that's here
The-
before you. Yes, ma'am.
I think what will be brought back is language that would describe when a builder must achieve compliance with the survey requirements. So it'll describe the survey, I'm using survey as the height verification. So with an ordinance that describes that the builder must demonstrate or confirm using the city's system
Right.
that these, the parameters in the building permit have been met at this time and at this time and at this time, whatever we choose that to be. And so that's what would be coming back, and what they're figuring out is where to put that in the code and how to write that.
That's correct. Without having looked at it in great detail yet, there probably is a definition of what this network is. There's probably some sort of reference to, I probably would shy away from codifying the actual checklist to give flexibility to change that, but it's trying to put some sort of guardrails on here are the things you need to do and here's when you need to do them.
I will add that the checklist that we've produced is based on the Manual of Practice of Land Surveying. We did add just a couple of tweaks to that just to create more repeatable information. But we're not inventing the wheel here. We're just using the guidelines of the standard practice of professional land surveying.
Great. Thanks.
That's great. And one other question, as far as like not reinventing the wheel, I know there's been a lot of good work done on moving this forward, and I appreciate all the effort everybody's put into it. But have we asked any other cities how they go about enforcing their building height limits?
I have not personally. You want to step up, Andrew?
Does anyone know anything about that?
I can tell you not in Austin, but in Houston, we've performed something similar, and this is some of what we're presenting is based on that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we don't know how Austin does it, though, right?
I can't speak to that
Okay.
right now.
Thanks.
We had a report by the surveyor who surveyed the Riley property and the Park Hills property about what he did with respect to the city of Austin. And he says all of the building plans that are done in the city of Austin have to conform with a monument marker that is on the Capitol grounds.
Really?
Yes.
I know exactly where that is.
And
I've always wondered.
There are various systems about doing this, but this sounds cheaper, quicker, better
Yeah.
than having an actual traditional survey done.
I know exactly where that monument is.
Yeah.
I walk by it all the time and I wonder what they use that for.
Now you know.
Now I know.
Yes.
I think I better recognize Dave because
It's
he
fine.
has muscled Andrew out of the way.
Dave Bench, 1 Randolph Place. First off, I'm excited about all this discussion I'm hearing. It's great. And I'm glad to see this is all coming to fruition. My understanding to date is that what's been discussed with regard to ordinances is that we would be surveying building height for buildings whose plans are within 5 feet of whatever the maximum height is at that time. Correct. And what the mayor is suggesting is there's a bifurcated kind of plan to do something. I don't know whether or not it would be necessary to survey all buildings that fall below that 5 feet threshold. But I would encourage that any ordinance that is generated here would at least do the preliminary survey, so that at least that first part would be done and we'd have that on record. That's all I've got.
And that's what you just described. Now we're calling it a verification and not a survey, but term of art. But yes, that's what I believe we'll come back with, and I think we'll maintain the concept of trying to be reasonable and exclude things that are lower than probably within 5 feet. So,
Thank you.
thank you, Dave. Okay, anything else on this one?
Do you need a motion for us to bring it back?
I think we can just move on without action if that's amenable to you, and we have our marching orders on what to do. So, we'll be in touch. And thank you, council. And with that, we will move off agenda item number 11. Move on to agenda item number 12, discussion of possible action on a request from the CRCRC regarding the scope of the committee, timeline, additional information to be added into the survey, and information. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you both. Appreciate Linda. Additional information to be added into the survey, and information distribution to the CRCRC, City Council, and Planning and Zoning Commission. And I'm going to recognize Desiree, as she has had the most conversation with Tom Farrell on this particular agenda item. And this is a staff agenda item, so Desiree, you're recognized.
Yes, so this request is coming from the CRCRC and Chair Tom Farrell. It's regarding those 4 items: the scope and timeline of the CRCRC, additional items potentially for the survey, and information distribution. In regards to the scope, there are members that have requested clarification of the scope of the CRCRC in terms of residential issues that don't necessarily relate to the residential code, such as sidewalks, street lighting, speed bumps, and speed limits. These were things they've heard from citizen input, I believe. Also, there's been some requests for, within the charter, dark sky, drainage, floor to area ratio, and trees. So they're wondering if you guys are willing to add that to their scope, or what you want to remove from their scope in that way.
Could you repeat trees, dark skies, and what else?
Drainage,
Uh-huh.
floor to area ratio, or
Okay.
the FAR.
Okay.
Items that that are residential issues that don't necessarily relate to the residential code, such as sidewalks,
I got
street
that one.
lighting, speed bumps, and speed limits. So that's the scope question.
Can you read that again? Sidewalks, street lighting,
Speed bumps and speed limits.
speed limit, okay.
So they're asking if they can add those to the scope, or whether those are necessary for their scope.
And on drainage, do you know what they're referring to?
Dave, do you want to speak to that at the microphone?
I'll do my best.
Okay.
Sounds like they just wanted to be appointed as the city council.
Let's give them the budget, too.
Well, they
I'm
like-
not sure they want all
as-
of these.
Dave Bench, 1 Randolph. These items that are being asked to be included are things that we've gotten about. People talk about us having gotten about 100 emails so far, but it's probably closer to 70. And as we go through these emails, we find that they are converging on themes. That, it used to be kind of all over the place, scattered and so on, but now people are starting to pay attention to what's going on with the CRCRC, and they're wanting to get their 2 cents in on them. Many of these emails, most of these emails have to do with building height and the normal things that you've expected, how a building sits on a lot. But a lot of things are coming in, people requesting us to consider things like dark sky and drainage. And it's not really well defined as to what drainage is, but I think it goes back to even the comprehensive plan study, where drainage was the so-called #1 issue for Rollingwood. And I think that at the very least, we ought to have a sentence or 2 in the survey to ask for maybe better definitions to what could be done on drainage, and that's it. But we don't want to be asking questions about things that are not in the charter. And it's literally that. This is more of a housekeeping exercise, keeping everything tidy, so that we don't want to be asking about things that we didn't say we were going to be asking about. We're not just going to throw anything in there.
Sure.
That's kind of the
Thank
long
you.
and short of it.
Appreciate it.
And the items at the beginning of the that don't necessarily relate to the residential code, those was a question of should we even be considering those?
I'm ready to comment quickly if anyone
Okay.
wants to hear.
Comment
it.
away.
My comment is my answer would be no to sidewalks, street lighting, speed bumps, and speed limits, to keep it focused on residential code issues. And my answer would be yes to trees, dark skies, floor to air ratios, and I would add impervious cover if it's not already on there, because it is effectively maybe what they're getting at on drainage. Okay, okay.
Okay.
That's,
I intended to bring the two together.
yeah, that's what I would suggest. So I would say yes to dark skies, floor to air ratio, and trees, and no to the other stuff.
Well, for the sake of efficiency, I'd love to have that in a motion, and I'll just have you guys wrap this one up.
That's
So
only part
moved.
of it.
Okay, what are we missing?
Then also we have the timeline. They're requesting what council would like in regarding the.
Okay, hold on.
Do
So
one at a
let's-
time?
Yeah, let's one at a time. So I'll take your motion.
All right, so my motion would be we respond no to sidewalks, street lighting, speed bumps, and speed limits, and yes to trees, dark skies, floor to air ratio.
You have a
What-
motion by
what
Mr.
with
And drainage?
And drainage only to the extent that it affects the construction on the lot, such as impervious cover.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion?
So I would like to clarify it, not just specific to these items that have come up, but more generically, and say that I thought the whole point of the CRCRC was to focus on the residential building code, so the construction on the lot and the speed bumps and the speed limits and the sidewalks and streetlights, those are all city things that are done not on the private property.
Agreed.
And the other things are all things that happen inside the property boundaries of the residential lots.
And do you
so-
feel like those, I feel like those comments are covered in the motion, but that's good clarity.
Well, my concern is that the motion is so specific, it doesn't clarify what the intention is, because if something else comes up and they go, oh, well, what about, what
Oh, I
about this?
I-
And
I
it's like,
agree
well,
with you.
where does that go, and is that in or out? And I'd like to have a more generic.
Feel free to
description.
offer an amendment or a substitute, because I agree with your point.
Do a substitute motion.
Yeah.
Or are
Okay.
you gonna, however.
I can amend and try to incorporate your concern. If you
No,
have a
that's
motion,
fine.
you can
No,
make
I
one,
mean,
but I
that,
agree
that,
with
was,
you.
that's just the way I would
Okay.
approach it.
Okay, so my motion would be that the answer would be no to sidewalks, street lighting, speed bumps, and speed limits, because those are things that are outside the four corner or the boundaries of the lot, and that we want to focus on things that have to do with residential construction and redevelopment, and those things would include trees, dark skies, which means lighting on the houses, floor to air ratio, impervious cover, or anything else that they recommend that the citizens are concerned about that affect the redevelopment and construction of houses on a lot.
Well done.
Got that motion.
Second.
Lengthy motion and a second on Mr. Glasheen's motion. You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Okay, with that we'll move to, oh, I'm sorry.
Finished.
Was there something?
All right.
No, time.
The second portion of this was timeline, and the CRC, several members have requested what council would like regarding the quickness of providing recommendations to you and to the P&Z versus inclusivity and collecting community input, because that's taking them lots of time.
Council?
Well, to me, the only way we get buy-in from the community is to make sure we get their input, because we've been trying to get some of this done for months, and everybody goes, oh, no, we need more public input, so we need to make sure that we have gotten that, because that's the only way we're gonna not have people objecting.
To their
what
credit,
we're
and I'd
planning
like
to
to
do.
recognize Dave here. There was a lot of work, and continues to be a lot of work. I saw boards. I heard through the grapevine that somebody made some stanchions for said boards.
Those are
and
cool.
They were displayed
I
here
saw
for many
those.
days. So I agree, and happy to have them keep plugging along. But I just want to recognize that they are trying.
I will say, it does sound like there was not a very big turnout.
do not
for
think
the
there is a
public
robust
input
amount.
that
And
we
there,
are
and there,
trying to
and in
get.
fairness, as we know on this dais, there never is during the summer months, so.
I would leave it to the discretion of the committee to decide when, what their schedule would be. And I'm a little confused about why we're being asked to give guidance on it.
Yeah.
'Cause why can't y'all decide that?
I think the reason was because there was an original timeline of providing a recommendation by October.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, that's part of
Okay.
it. And I think the other part of it was, I think our first charge was to create a survey to cover the basis of what the previous surveys, the 2021 survey did not cover. But because of the work that had come previously with regard to building heights and so on, that seemed to take a front burner to that. It seemed like that there was well, that was just given a higher priority right off the get. And then we started questioning ourselves, wait a minute, did we never really did get as much public input on those things as we wanted? Maybe we better back off, start again with the survey, and then move forward. That's my view of it. I think that's the right way to do it. The survey is well underway right now. I've just turned a first draft over to the rest of the CRC members this afternoon. They're reviewing it, and I hope they are anyway. Anyway, so you'll be seeing more on the survey shortly. That's what I got.
I would move I would make a motion that we remove the timing guidance that we've given previously and leave it to the discretion of the committee to produce their results and as they think it's appropriate, balancing the interests of public input and efficiency and results.
You have a motion.
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion? Hearing some?
No, yeah,
Go
I've
ahead.
got further discussion.
Go ahead.
I agree that during the summer it's hard to get input given the fact that people are on vacation and traveling and a variety of things. However, and I do agree with Mr. Glasheen with the fact that we ought to give you guys full discretion on this. One thing I would counsel is perhaps set some kind of a deadline out there. Otherwise, what's going to typically happen is once you're ready to move forward, people are going to start jumping up and down and saying, we weren't allowed an opportunity to come forward and give you recommendations. So I think if you set some form of a deadline, maybe it's for the survey or something like that, and discretionary on when that input.
Well, does our charter to October 1st, does that handle that? Our charter is from the 1st of April to the 1st
Well,
of October.
what we're proposing is removing that October.
It's up to y'all.
Yeah. I would just, so we're saying we're removing the October. However,
They're telling you to set your own
Yeah.
timeline, basically.
but I would just caution that you do set one, otherwise it's going to go on forever.
I hear you, Councilman. I think you folks probably know better than anyone that, it's a source of frustration to have to work within the boundaries of timed meetings, scheduled meetings. And there's a lot of work to do, and it's very difficult to get things ready to go for a meeting and to get useful progress done during the course of a 2-hour meeting. So if it were me, this survey would have been done already and we would have results back, But we're constrained by the rules. And we're going I can promise you, right now, we're going as fast as we can. I've been whipping my subcommittee people.
And I think we all recognize that and appreciate that.
Yeah.
So please convey that to the CRC.
So any guidance you can provide is mostly more appreciated. I really, if you can help us get through this process faster, we would love to see it happen. I appreciate what I'm seeing happen already. So I know you're on board with it, but.
Well, we always draw a big crowd. No, Shanti.
That's right.
Kevin and Holly are always here.
We ought to have names on the chairs.
Kendra showed up earlier.
I think we can help you out with that. So, okay, you do have a motion and a second.
So I have a quick question for
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie. This is a ad hoc committee. I didn't know if council members were allowed to come to the workshop. What are the limitations that we have? Is it possible to post some of these things as potential joint, so that if somebody more than two can show up?
I'm not a fan of posting possible quorums, and the reason for that is folks forget that two things happens. One, if you post it as a possible quorum every time, then the citizens really don't know whether or not there's going to be a quorum, because it's always posted as a possible quorum. And that has always given me concern in the 10 years folks have given that legal advice. Two, folks forget that if a city council, if the quorum does show up, then we have to comply with the other requirements of the act. We have to have minutes. Those minutes have to be approved, or we have to have a recording. So all of those things have to be complied with. So my preference is always, if we believe a quorum is going to show up, then we post it as a meeting, that there's going to be a quorum and they're going to participate in the discussion. Otherwise, my recommendation is no more than two. But we can do it however you want.
That said, happy if you communicate with staff, whenever you, like, if you just make it your practice, all of you make it your practice that you tell us, if you're planning on attending something, we're happy, I'm happy to post it as a work session. But to Charlie's point, if you don't be willy-nilly with that. Like, if you want that to happen, then we'll post it like that, but then show up.
Well, Mayor, could you possibly, would be possible for us to say, I'm considering showing up, that way you keep the count, see if there would be a possible quorum violation, and then reach back to those people, and then one of us could say, oh, I'll bow out and allow so-and-so and so-and-so to go, or something like that.
Yeah, it would have to be, yes, but it would have to be before their posting. Yeah,
Understood.
it'd be 72 hours before their meeting.
Well, I'm just, walking around the neighborhood and talking to neighbors, and issues are coming up and things so there are things that I would like to relay to the committee and make sure that they are including those in their deliberations and research.
And you can also,
and I don't know what options
and you
are
can
available
also
to us.
in practice do what Phil just described, but you can do it in real time. You can show up, and then if there's 3 of you here, 1 of you can bow out at that point.
I won't listen if you're there. I'll just.
Or we could do it in the reverse, to say I don't want to go.
We'll give you priority if you want to go.
Yeah.
I just
Let's do that.
trying to understand what the limits are.
Understood.
We'll do that. We'll show up and
Yeah, if you're
figure it
there,
out.
we'll let you go ahead.
We'll
How's
have a
that?
bouncer for you.
Yeah, no, I'd love to.
Make it do it. I know Brooke comes to quite a few.
Oh, good.
And
Rock,
we
paper,
use
scissors.
Yeah.
She has experience with the other committees.
Charlie, can we do rock, paper, scissors there to decide who gets? Okay.
Whatever method you believe works best for you.
Okay.
Arm wrestle.
Okay, you have a motion and a second before you. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. There being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. What's this?
The next part of this item is whether City Council would like to see anything in the survey. Have you heard citizen input besides what is already being addressed? Or you would just like them to continue gathering community input as they have?
I was excited about dark skies so much so that I wanted an agenda item to put it as a referendum item on our next election. Excuse me, but Charlie told me that we are not allowed to have referendum items, so I was really disappointed. So I'm really glad to hear you guys are interested in it. Because
So-
house lighting is annoying to me, I think. So, Bright.
If we,
Spotlights?
if we don't know what's in the survey, we can't know what else we want to add to it.
But a good suggestion would be some of the items added tonight, so.
I'm afraid it's not ready for prime time yet, okay?
Okay.
Give us a week. If you would like to see a preliminary copy of it, we'll get it to you.
We certainly
Is that
would.
all right?
Yeah.
Give us another week.
Yeah.
The rough draft will be posted on Friday for the CRCRC meeting of next week.
That's right. It
Okay.
will be in the packet, but we've only
Okay.
got about half of the items covered, and even then, they're really probably not.
Okay.
But you'll get an idea what it looks like. I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
You'll get a feel for it.
I'll look and see if all my items are on there, and if not, I will send you an email.
Then the final portion of this item is a request from one member they have a CRCRC email that goes whenever someone emails the CRCRC at rollingwooddx.gov, it automatically goes to all of them as members. There was a request from one member that those also go to all members of P&Z and all members of City Council. Is that something that you would like? Or please give us your recommendation on that.
Is that an open meetings violation?
It could go to you just like a regular email.
I'm
Although
sorry?
I don't know.
I can't hear you.
As long as it's not a reply all or something like, it could go to you.
You can receive it's pretty common to receive information so long as we're not engaged from staff, so long as you're not engaging in a conversation about it.
Although my
And-
understanding of task forces in general is for them to take information and then synthesize it and make recommendations to the body, but I guess you could just all do that in one big blob too.
The other thing-
What did the rest of the CRCRC think about that idea? If one person wanted to do it, what about the rest of them?
They just asked that it be brought to council and asked it needed to be coming from you and the PNC. Also, so that you guys know, we have begun the practice of posting before each meeting all of the emails received in one big PDF. So if you did want to look at them, it will be in there, and it will be there historically. It will be there.
I think that sounds better to me.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Dave Bench, One Randolph. I imagine you folks are seeing most of the emails that we're getting anyway. Most of them are addressed, at least more than half anyway, are addressed to City Council or to Desiree to be passed on to us. But more recently, we are getting them directly to the CRCRC website. I think the real question is on those ones that are coming directly to our email address, would you like to have them shared with you? And we have no problem with it. It's fine. You know, the more I think that you folks know that we're dealing with as we make our recommendations, the more background you have, probably the more easy it's going to be to make decisions as to whether or not you want to go forward with our recommendations. Do they hold water?
My, go ahead, you wanna-
No, go ahead. I'll do it. It's fine.
Well, my thought is that if they're posted on the website with your meeting,
Mhm.
then we can see them.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense to, at this stage in the process, focus the attention of the community on getting their comments to you
Yeah.
rather than getting their comments to us as a council. And I'll leave it to P&Z to decide what they want. But I think it makes sense. This committee's been the one asked to do this work. So it makes sense to me at this point to have that go to the committee.
My understanding from Desiree is that once an email comes into any of the government agencies, it actually belongs to the city of Rollingwood. Do I have that right?
Usually, I believe maybe Charlie can correct me, but they can be requested through the Public Information Act, through a public information
Right.
request.
And any,
No, we love
the
those.
legislature also changed the law that basically says any email that an employee or officer has in their possession actually belongs to the city, not just those that are, if it has to do with city business.
Right.
Which means that it doesn't have to go to the city. It could go to any council member, and it's still a document that belongs to the city, and if the
Sure.
city asks for it, it has to be provided.
And if the city wants to distribute it, it's up to the city to do so. So, you know, I'm not sure I really see a rub in any of this anyway. You know, you're right, Brooke. It is, we are posting these things as part of the packet before every meeting. So it's available to you if you want to take a look at it. You know, if you want to be bugged with emails, we're happy for you to be bugged with emails. But, you know, yeah. It was more of a, you know, share the wealth, right?
To me, it seems like if we have them posted with the meeting agenda, they're all in one place.
Yes.
And it's easier to then make sure that we read all of them as opposed to here and there. And I forgot to check my email last week and I missed that one because I've gotten 50 more emails and it's buried down there at the bottom. It seems like it would be easier to ensure that we have actually seen them all
Sure.
because they've been
Why not? They're
gathered
pretty
together.
interesting. Some of them are very good.
Oh,
And,
sure.
and they seem to actually be getting better. You know, the quality is getting higher. I don't know why, but
Just our school system.
I was gonna say ChatGPT.
it could be. Do you have any other questions for me? Yes, ma'am.
Go for it.
I haven't tried this.
Oh, you ever had those?
Those are
Watch
good.
out, they're
Yeah.
addicting.
Those are good.
Shanti Jaykumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. Specifically about the survey, I have been observing multiple surveys going around from different sources, ad hoc kind of, and let's just focus on the city approved, city designated CRCRC member as a group send out a survey. There's enough confusion in the community with former council members sending out a survey and asking, have a, like, almost like an artificial intelligence document being asked people, send that in with your name on it. And they started getting multiple copies of the same verbiage. We don't want to spend our time reading stuff that is not genuinely from residents. We don't want it to come from somebody instigating somebody to send something in. So let's authenticate the survey this time around. Let's do it right. Last time we had to do it twice because the vendor that we hired, this is my recollection, was paid $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. I don't know what, but large amount of money. And that survey was not conducted in a very, what shall I say, on a wide scale. There were a few people selected to make a survey questionnaire, and that didn't go well. And so we went back and started the comprehensive plan. So let's not repeat that again. Let's have a genuine CRCRC, city-appointed committees survey, and only that goes out to the community. It's still time to do that. Make sure that that's the one that goes out. This is a stickler for me. I want authenticity when you send out something to the community, because after a while, you're just going to confuse people, and then they won't even want to send you all anything. Believe me, that's what's got. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti. Okay. You add anything to the survey or not? Great. Anything else on this agenda? All right, moving on to agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action on a recommendation to alter citywide speed limits. This is my agenda item we've talked about several times. I I have one question for you, Chief. Let's carry over from the presentation earlier. Why do we recommend speed limits that aren't the speed limits instead of just making them the speed limits?
Agreed. I mean, like I said, there are cautionaries where they're recommending that you do not go the actual posted speed limit.
Okay,
Um,
that's silly. It's my official
It's-
comment.
It's part of like those are national standards like AASHTO standards that allow recommended speeds. Like when you're on the highway, they don't change the speed limit to 45 for a curve, but it's recommended because you have such a short distance, like on Hatley Drive Hill, for example, you have bad sight distances at the top of the hill and the approach to the hill. If you try to change the speed limit there for what, 100-yard section, you can't enforce it. And it doesn't really make sense as a speed limit.
That's a good point. All right. I rescind my silly comment.
But that's why I also included the borderings. So Westlake
Right.
Hills is all 25.
Right. So here's my official recommendation to you all. Do with it what you will. Please do it quickly. I believe that, and you have your map here of showing where the speed limits are. Ironically, it's 30 on all of the less minor streets, and 25 on some of the major thoroughfares. I recommend that you just put it at 25 across the board everywhere with the exception of the recommended. You can keep the recommended. That's my recommendation. That's what I think you ought to do. I think it makes it simple, easy, helps me in my my weekly drive, 16-year-old driving school that I have every weekend, which is nearly over, by the way, just FYI. So anyway, that's my recommendation. Do with it what you will.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
My understanding was that in order to implement this, we would need to do
Nope.
a full traffic study. Nope.
Not for 25. If you go
I've,
below 25.
I've hit the sweet spot.
If you go
Okay.
below 25.
Like,
Question, how much will it cost for new street signs? Or do we need any new street signs?
we would.
Or speed limits?
We would take a look at that, and we would probably bring back it, depending on your action. We would. There's no huge rush on it. We would bring back an exceptional item, or we would budget for it, or we would handle it in the next budget cycle.
I recommend we handle this as an exception to the budget. With some assessment, I would vote to go 25 citywide, but let's find out what it's gonna cost us.
I don't think the cost
think
is
it's
going to
gonna
be
be nominal.
It's going to be nominal. I was going to say I don't think it'd be significant. I'm ready to make a motion to go 25 miles an hour across the city now and just move on.
Second.
So is that a motion?
Well, and if you don't want me to make it yet, I won't.
You can
but-
make it.
Make
I
it.
mean,
Let's see if it seconds,
we have more
and then we'll discuss
I mean,
it.
I know we're going to have a lot of discussion about it. I just want to
Yeah.
get it on the table. That's all.
Depending on your action, then you can always come back, not do it if the cost is too much. But that's a motion with Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Now discuss.
So, when I've driven around, when I was doing the Google research, I saw a lot of cities who had posted speed limits, and they said things, and it was particularly at the borders of cities where they would put 25, speed limit 25 mile per hour unless otherwise posted, and things like that. So I would think that once we're looking at, if this passes, once we're looking at modifying our signs, we might want to look at least having some of our signs have that kind of verbiage on there, because I think it's very clear that within the city limits, this is what we're looking at, that type of thing. So I just thought that was something that would be good.
God, that could be a cost-saving
Yeah.
thing too. So okay.
So what are the City of Austin speed limits on their part of, what street
Ridgewood?
is that? Yes, I was gonna say, the R street, not Riley, the other one, Ridgewood, yes.
What is theirs?
Yeah, City of Austin, the part, like, from Hatley,
After
whatever, to
Westlake,
Stratford.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say it is 30, because Ridgewood is 30. And when you start getting back into Brady and Sugar Shack and all of that, that's when it turns into 25.
Okay,
It's inside the city of Westlake Hills.
okay.
And then they threw up speed bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Ridgewood.
So I don't have a problem with changing the speed limit. I do think, though, that the biggest issue to me is it doesn't really matter what the speed limit is if we're not enforcing it. And so the enforcement is the bigger issue. And part of it may be that it just feels faster when you're walking and you see somebody come zipping by, but it feels like there's a lot of, especially the construction vehicles that are going well over what seems to be a safe speed limit in the neighborhood. And so I just, it doesn't matter what the speed limit is if we're not holding people to that, so.
And if I could, I think that's a good point. And I had the same reaction when this first came up, and my reaction was, why don't we enforce what we have, and why can't we be more aggressive about enforcing, 30 means 30 and ticket people for 35. But I think and I've gotten a lot of feedback from the community that they would support the 25 mile an hour speed limit. Has helped me come to my position. But on enforcement, what I think I've realized is that as for whatever reason, whether it's political, whether it's interpersonal relations between that officer and the person who's being stopped, whether it's a citizen's expectations about what's fair or not fair, that as a practical matter, you can't enforce a speed limit unless somebody's speeding 10 miles over the speed limit. That's just a fact. And yeah, you could write tickets for 5 over, 6 over if you want to, but I think you're going to get a lot of blowback. And I think that if you set it at 25, you can ticket 35. But if you set it at 30, 40 is too fast. That's the real bottom line for me.
No, it's great.
I like it. I would agree.
One thing I would like to say too is I agree with you, Sarah, that I've always been harping on enforcement. I'm happy to say that over the past month or so, I've seen a noticeable increase of patrolling and enforcement, and other citizens have mentioned it to me as well. And so I'd just really like to thank you, Chief Munoz, and all of your officers for doing such an excellent job.
Thank you.
Cool. Great. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We will look on your to-do list with myself and with Izzy. Let's look at the number of
And count them
signs
and-
and count
and see.
them
Okay.
and have Izzy do a little research. He probably already knows what the cost is, but and we'll roll that into our next budget discussion as an exceptional item.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
When would that go into effect? Could you let people know ahead of time?
Yeah, it'll be after.
Okay.
Well, if I suspect it will be after the next budget goes into effect.
After 10/1.
Yeah.
And
October
then we
1.
can also set up our speed trailer as, because you have one on Rosewood Drive already that we can change and lower to 25. That way people, I think, probably got used to that one at 25, but then we can also put one at the other edge of Rosewood Drive to kind of warn people.
I'm more thinking about, since we don't have a citywide newsletter from the city informing people, the closest we have is, what is that called? The fast street.
Just Swift.
Swift.
Oh, yeah.
But now it's,
Yeah,
it's.
that's the only way you can
Right.
let the.
Yeah. No, that's
I
a
mean,
good
I
point.
would recommend we do that and then give a month or so.
Yeah.
before we
And the other
start.
thing too is, we're
That would
about
be
to
worthy
roll
of it.
out the brochure. I mean, it was pretty much done, and but we might be able to squeeze
In there? Okay.
something else in there, possibly that could be
And-
coming up.
and I
But
assume
it has
you'll
to be
be-
effective.
You'll be giving warnings to people for
Of
the
course.
first 2 months.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Roll it in easy.
it is a big change, but
Okay, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 14, discussion and possible action on code enforcement activities, including current enforcement policy and procedures for violations and repeat violators. This is Ms. Hudson's agenda item. I'll recognize her first. I think Ms. Brown has had some recent discussions as recently as today, and also Stay Put Chief, and also Nikki. And we'll just have a big powwow. And with that, we will recognize Ms. Hudson.
Okay. So I feel like I'm becoming a gripey old lady because I keep seeing things and calling in. I don't know what our policy is, what the procedures are for who is, and it's not just, a lot of it's building issues, things with silt fences, with, we've had issues lately with construction hours, just trying to understand what our policy has been, who's enforcing those things, what the obligations are of the neighbors to help those things be enforced. If there's anything that we need to do or change to give you all more resources to enforce things, the more support and guidance. It's like, go team, enforce our code, or just whatever it is we need to do, because we have a number of, most of them construction sites, that have repeat over and over and over again problems. So I don't know if they're getting citations, if they're getting warnings, if they're getting nothing. I don't know how many times to keep calling and saying, so there's still a pile on the top of this driveway here. There's a tarp sitting right next to it. It's probably all in the street now because it's rained and it hasn't been covered up for 2 weeks, and the pile's just sitting there. It's like, I don't know what's happening or not happening and why it's not happening to get these things addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I'd like Ms. Brown to give a little bit of a recap of a dialogue or a text that she and I had today with a good meeting that she had. Then I'll recognize you to do a little bat cleanup, and then you're on deck for also batting cleanup if needed. So, Ms. Brown.
What Crystal and I talked about was catalyzed by my neighbors down at the end of the street, and repeat building problems with a construction site. Some of the problems have been after hours work, some of the problems have been drainage, some of the problems have been loud music playing. So Crystal and I talked about each of those kinds of situations, and each one is a little bit different. One example, my first blush was, well, let's just get the contractor in here. Well, the issue about the music was a crew that was playing music very loud one day. They were called in the middle of the afternoon. The police were called. The music stopped. Police told them, can't play that music that loud. It stopped. About an hour later, it started again. It was the same guy on the site, definitely just thumbing his nose at what he'd been told. And so in that instance, it didn't make sense to call the contractor. That was a citation given because someone just ignored the warning that they'd been given. The other instances, there have been as I found out, this contractor has been given citations, has paid fines, still has some problems always following the code. And we talked about there not being feedback to the community or to the complainer when that contractor or any contractor has a repeat violation of what is actually done with the contractor. And so we talked about getting a process in place for having that kind of feedback to the community and clarifying the policy about when is this a violation, when is this a warning? When is this gonna result in some kind of fine? Collecting some information, does the fine work, or do we need to go to the stop work order step? And so that's, the end result of the conversation today is to work through those with the various kinds of code violations, code requirements that we have, to see what kind of process makes sense so that we get regular review, you know, get an officer with the checklist of what's to be checked, going periodically, at least every other week, through the community and noting what the violations are, having a conversation with that contractor, making sure they know what the requirements are, which they should know because they've signed off on it when they signed the responsible permit form. But getting a process in place, telling the contractor we're starting this and we're going to do it, and then asking the contractor if you have a problem or you need extra time someday, you tell us that in advance, and finding some way to notify the neighborhood. You know, if there's a large concrete pour or something like that, do door hangers, let the community know in advance that's going to happen, get the feedback, work out the problems. You know, if somebody's having a baby shower or an estate sale and that's been planned for months, we can work around it if everybody contributes. I don't want this to be a police against the contractor or neighborhood against the contractor, but I think we set up a relationship, which is what I had intended from the very beginning with having one officer do this. That doesn't always work because of the scheduling, we found out, but if we can come up with what is essentially a checklist that each officer will use when they do the code review, have that filled out, have it accumulated, we'll get this under wraps, not wraps, but we'll get it under control. And the notion being that we tell the contractors what the expectations are, and that we're going to be around to see that it's done, and they know, you know, get your dumpster dumped when it needs to be dumped, get your fence in order, get your permit posted, those kinds of things that just lend themselves to being orderly beyond those simple requirements. And then we've also talked about, but we didn't really get through the detail of things like, we've got a construction site that's been cited at least once for not having a silt fence, and there is still no silt fence, and the dirt in the driveway is piled up, you know, 8 or 10 inches where it's washed down, and the next time it rains, it's all going to go across the street through the neighbor's yard and off to waters that we're supposed to be protecting. So we've got to work that out. We've got to find a way that when that isn't done, when Nikki goes out and talks to him and it isn't handled, or 10 days later, the officer can note that on the form, knows which ones to go to Nikki about, so that this gets addressed directly with the contractor. So it's a work in progress at this point, but I think we've figured out where the knots in the process are, and I'm looking forward to getting it underway.
Good deal. Thank you, Councilwoman Brown, and thank you for doing a great job in your role as police liaison and working with the police department and working through that. I have felt a little bit lately, or recently in the last few days, I'd convinced myself that I had gaslighted myself in having some of these discussions, because our discussions at the staff level on multiple occasions have been issue a warning the first time when a violation is witnessed, and then after that, issue the citation. And so clearly there are maybe some holes in that process that you've helped identify, and I look forward to working through some of those. So I felt like they had already been worked through, but apparently they haven't. So I think we're on a good path here. And with that, Chief, I'll let you back.
And I think what's coming into question and where we kind of need some direction from council is that 7 p.m. cutoff. It's, you know, one of the examples is when the officer arrived on scene, one arrived at, 7:08 p.m. and at another time he arrived at 7:11, and they're picking up their cords, they're picking up their ladders, they're picking up this, they're picking up that.
And I'm happy to say publicly what you and I talked about and what I've said. 7:01 or 7 o'clock is the cutoff, and so if they're clearly, in my opinion, if they're clearly rolling up, if they're getting to their vehicles and putting their tools up and doing things that are not loud in nature and construction oriented in nature, but they are clearly wrapping the day up, that's fine. But at 7:01, if they have a hammer in their hand and they're using it,
right,
that's construction, in my opinion. And that has been my instruction to you guys, and that's where I am on it. Yes, ma'am.
May I debate that with you?
Sure.
My concern is that, by the end of 12 hours, someone next to a construction site is ready to get out of the house, play in the driveway, cross the street with their neighbor, and if all the construction trucks are still there, it's really 7:30, 7:45 before they can enjoy their yard, so to speak. And I wonder whether or not we say, have a standard, the gate is locked at 7. If you're having a dinner party, if you want to have friends over for dinner and they've got to compete with all the trucks, that is a nuisance. If you want to do anything, if you want to get your kids out on their bikes and the trucks are there, it's a problem. And so, isn't 12 hours of work enough? I know, that I had the same attitude if people are leaving, but then as I think about it, I think, 12 hours, isn't that enough for a day?
I agree with Brooke.
Can't we have, the door locked, have a strict, let's get the door locked,
Need
get the gate locked.
a bright line test.
Yes.
Because otherwise they could be unloading more materials for tomorrow and,
Yes, it gets into all of that.
And that's correct, and that's what we're asking, is that there just
Yes.
is a more
And it gives
fine
our
line
officers a bright line. And it just
on
seems,
how you want it.
if we're gonna give them a leeway when there's a concrete pour or some reason, and they've given us notice and the neighbors notice, we can accommodate that, but can't we have a bright line otherwise?
I mean, that is y'all's policy call, and if you instruct us to do it that way, we will. I mean, in terms of will the trucks, will the vehicles be pulled off of the public roadway? I mean, I can't guarantee that. I would assume that nobody's going to sit in their truck and just hang out at the job site once the gate's locked. But
Well, everybody outside the
Right.
everybody outside of the construction fence.
The only other thing that we did talk about too is internally is if you have a homeowner who works all day and doesn't have time to meet their contractor until after that 7 o'clock hour and they want to walk their property and see things.
That would be okay, but you're not having the street filled up with 16 subs
Well,
pickups.
and there's enough hours in the week for them to meet between 7 and 7 with their contractor. I'm sorry, but you have to have a bright line test. Otherwise, it's not enforceable. It doesn't work. So I like your suggestion that they got to be off the property by 7, and they can't be on the property before 7, and that's it. And if they're on there and you might give them 5 or 10 minutes for enforcement leeway, whatever, but, you know, if people are out there, and again, as a practical matter, it's going to be a no harm, no foul deal, because who's going to call the cops on them if they're not making noise, right? And
Or,
Hey,
or unless they've got, you know.
And I'm, again, we'll do it
Unless
how you
they're
tell us to do it.
habitual.
But
Yeah.
if you're gonna, I would give 10 minutes of leeway, but I'm not gonna make that call anymore. So if y'all want 7 and give 10 minutes of leeway, that's what you need to tell us to do. So, and that's fine, or do it the other way. But 1 second, we're gonna get, so, whatever.
I don't like the idea personally of telling the owner of the property they can't be on their property with
Yeah.
a contractor if they're discussing stuff. I don't like that at all. I think they should be allowed to do that. That's just where I stand.
And meet the tile guy at
Mean some, like,
7:30.
yeah, maybe walk around and like it's a house is especially like if you have this stuff framed up and they're inside the house, like walking around checking what happened during the day. I don't see an issue with it. Personally, I have a new job now and I work crazy hours. So 7 to 7 is like something that would definitely happen to me if I were building a house. I promise you. So.
Well, the limitation is on construction. It's not on
That's right.
walking around the property and talking to somebody. So the issue is if they're talking to the owner, they're talking to somebody, and there is no construction occurring.
Yeah, and
they
I'm less.
haven't- they
Yeah,
have not
and I am
violated
somewhat.
the
I'm
construction
somewhat less
hours.
worried about that. Having built
Right.
jobs, I've never carted an entire crew around my job site to talk to them about
Right.
it. So, I mean, some of that would be at the discretion of
Right.
the officer at the time.
But what we're asking is that, I mean, create like that hard line. It's construction activity needs to cease at 7 o'clock and nobody present. Where currently it's just saying no construction activity. So if they are there loading up their trucks at 7:30, there's not an ordinance that says that they can't do that.
You've got to use your judgment on what's construction activity, because if they're carrying materials in, that's construction activity. If they're, you know,
If they're loading tools up, that's part of construction activity
Right.
too.
you just got to use your discretion. And the thing is, that's why law enforcement's got discretion, because you're not going to hassle people that aren't a problem. And if there are people that are a problem, they're going to get stricter enforcement. And that's appropriate. So go get them.
Okay, well, we seem to have come full circle back to
That's
what
what
we're
I'm-
doing currently. So,
Well, we got to talk through it, because I mean, everyone's got good points. I haven't disagreed with anything anyone said either. It's
yeah.
like-
Shanti, now you can come up if you'd like.
Of course.
Well, I was just thinking, think about it this way. In the morning, they don't start anything till 7, okay? That's strict. Flip it and say the same thing. You don't start until 7, you don't do until, after 7. Just keep it end to end, bookends are the same, right? I know we walk at 7, so I know that these people don't start anything till 7, lots of them. The other thing that I would like to mention is many of the people that I meet on the road when I walk, they're having their driveways blocked by these construction vehicles. They have to go for an appointment or something else, pick up a kid, and construction vehicles are blocking. And it's time sensitive. There's no time enough to call the police and have them, these people thumb their nose and say, no, we have to move this stuff. So something that people are saying back on the
What do I think? I think a baseball bat works real well.
Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have much more guidance. So are we locking the gate at 7? Are we not locking the gate at 7? Are we giving 10 minutes of lead time?
You just give us the direction.
I mean, I think
Well,
again, or we can come back and revisit it after we have our checklist and all that.
Well, I'm not hearing a conflict between having a bright line thing and having a property owner talk to their contractor and walk around and look at something.
I'm less worried about that one, I think.
Right.
I can't imagine
Right.
an officer showing
I mean,
up
we're
and,
not gonna kick off the homeowner.
right.
Correct.
um,
So I think the bright line locking the gate at 7 seems to make sense, because otherwise we don't have firm guidelines for any police enforcement.
I think that's a good rule.
How about this? Lock the gate at 7, you got 10 minutes.
No
You
drinking
got
beer in
you
the
got
street.
you got 10 minutes to, well, we can't do anything on the public street, but
Yeah.
you're expected to lock the gate at 7, but you've got 10 minutes before we cite you for it.
I think some homeowners that I've heard from would be unhappy if we give them 10 minutes. I would suggest we give them a warning the first time it happens, and if it's the same builder and it happens again, you cite them.
Well, the construction activity would still be, if they're at 7:05 and they're still hammering,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that's still a ticket.
Right.
Because that's in violation of the
Right.
code. But I think the gray area is that rolling up your cords and putting up your equipment, like if you want to stop the last hammer fall at 7, that's fine, but you better be out the gates by 7:10.
I'd say 7. What's
Yeah.
10 minutes? You're
Yeah,
just talking 10 minutes.
Now we changed it from 7 to 7:10.
You haven't, because you're still not constructing either, but you're letting them roll up for 10 minutes.
I'm just concerned about gray zones.
Well, if you look at it from the other side, if you say you can't start construction until 7 in the morning, we're not saying you can get there at 4:45 and unload your truck and get your tools out and lay out your extension cord and do all that stuff.
That's right.
And that stuff is occurring. I can tell you for a fact that's occurring
Yeah.
right now.
I can tell
What's
you
that?
for a fact too that it occurs
Yeah.
8 o'clock at night sometimes. So
Yeah. It's
That's the
definitely
problem.
occurring. They're unloading at
The drift
6:30
occurs.
or 6.
I see Mr. Shell with his hand raised, so I will recognize Michelle, and then I see Nikki in the back too. Oh, you're just,
See on any part of this.
okay, well, Kevin, you're recognized.
Kevin Shell, 300 Pleasant Drive. I'm not going to make a big speech, but I'd like to just get some clarification. I need to know, is it 7, 7:10? Like, it's super confusing what you're talking about, because I was one of the property owners who went through this a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, they're still going at it. It's 7 o'clock, so if I don't call now, I don't know if they're stopping at 7:10. I don't know if they're stopping at 7:30. I don't know if they're stopping at 8 o'clock. I have no idea. Then the police officers show up, and the police officers tell me, well, no, they're not really working. They're cleaning up. And I'm like, okay, great. That's when I'm cleaning up, it's still work. I'm not relaxing having beer. So I just want some sanity to know what the damn time is when the job day is done. And you guys are splitting hairs over this, or what we have right now is splitting hairs over what happens when. So just make it 7, make it 7:15. I don't care. Just be consistent. Allow the officers to be consistent with it. And the part that we haven't spoken about tonight is I send in video with audio what's going on at 7:05, and that doesn't seem to be taken into consideration. It's just what is on the body camera of the police officer. So what is does me providing that video not matter? What are, without the clearing line, I don't know what I'm supposed to do as a resident. So that's my feedback to do with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And I think that is the question we're trying to get to the bottom of. A new component, though, evidence submitted. How do you handle that? What do you do?
Right, so because of the video of the 1 minute, he did receive a written warning. Like I said, all of this has changed. I mean, we've discussed this in detail. Unfortunately, the written warning was given. A email has been sent regarding that property that we don't give warnings on this property. I'm not gonna get specific on what property it is, but I mean, we had a little bit of miscommunication going on in internal, and that's why we're creating a different process. I reached out to Councilwoman Brown. I mean, it's not falling to the wayside. There's a misinterpretation that we don't want to provide enforcement. Citations have been issued for properties. Even up until today, citations were issued for properties. So enforcement is being done. I think we just need to clean up the process.
Are they going to
as far
trial?
as-
Are they going to trial?
No.
They're just paying the fine?
Well, maybe we need to
See,
increase the amount of the fine.
there's your problem. It's just the cost of doing business.
And-
They're just taking the fine, paying the fine.
There's
and-
not,
and
because
moving on.
in the code says if you get 3 violations for the same violation, or 3 in 90 days.
They don't
that-
receive an additional permit, is what the code says.
There's two different,
And
we
so-
can walk through that.
Yeah.
But if one section of the code says if there's any violation of these rules, the building official can issue a stop work permit. So I think we've got already a tool that can be used if this is just, well, I'll pay my fine and continue doing it. We've
Sure,
got a
yeah,
solution.
I agree with that. If they're just, so it's one thing if they're just paying their fine and they're continuing to do it, and or if they're pleading no contest or they're getting some sort of deferred. I don't know what's going on. My firm does the prosecution, but I mean, we should probably get the prosecutor involved to determine how to best deal with these enforcement issues. Having said that, I understand the homeowners' frustrations. Sounds like a piece of video was presented. Based on that video, the police officers believe they could issue a citation. Of course, for the lawyers in the room, we realize that the same rules of evidence apply in municipal court as they apply in any other court. And so it's a whole nother issue to make sure you have enough evidence to convict. And those are all separate issues. And while I agree that police officers need to have discretion on the street, we may want to take another look, and because I've been sitting here looking at your code to see what is the definition of construction. We don't have a definition of construction. And
That's a problem.
of course the Constitution states, this is why the Texas Open Meetings Act was declared unconstitutional and they had to redo it. It's because it was so vague that you couldn't determine when you were violating the law. And so if we're saying, well, if you're moving materials back and forth, that's construction, well, some people may, disagree with that. And if someone challenges in a municipal court that it's unconstitutionally vague, we're going to have those problems. So, I've seen it happen. I see your face, but I've seen it happen. And if I don't make you aware of it, you're going to look at me and go, Charlie, why didn't you tell us this? And so,
Another reason that the
so we need to
gate is
define
locked,
construction.
It's 7.
Yeah, no, that,
Wait, you make it 7 to 7. You properly define what construction is so that the officers do have an understanding of exactly what is a violation. And if construction is moving things back and forth, then let's say that in the code. I'm not saying you can't do
Let's
it.
say
I'm
the
saying
gate
let's
is
define it.
locked.
Right, and that's what
So
we're
we don't
asking,
have to
is
debate
just
that.
right.
presented in the code, so
I-
that way we don't have gray area.
I agree with everything that you said, but I think there's a simple solution. That is, a clear, bright line. The gates can't be unlocked before 7. It's got to be locked at 7. We tell the builders that. They all know that's the rule. We give a warning the first time. We give citations, and if somebody wants to make a constitutional Supreme Court case out of it, they can. We'll settle.
Yeah.
But
Well, no, what'll happen? We'll just take up.
do
We'll just take up city resources defending
Yeah.
something in municipal court. I've seen it happen. So
Yeah.
I'm,
I think you got a good point that it helps to define construction, but we can define construction as being keyed to the gate, being unlocked or
And do we have a
locked.
requirement that they be gated and locked?
Yes.
We do.
We have a
want-
requirement
So what
for
if-
construction fences, but
Construction
there's
fences
properties
that-
that don't have construction fences.
Right,
so-
and that so those are the issues we have to think about when we're trying to figure out how to regulate this. And there are ways to do it. We can define construction in a way that it doesn't matter if it's a gate or it doesn't have a
Right.
gate.
On the property.
On the property doing X, Y, or Z, so that it's very clear, people know when they're violating the law. That gives the police officers something that they can actually give a citation on based on something that's literally in the code, and that will assist, I assume.
If any contractor, subcontractor, or laborers on the property in furtherance of construction activities, that's it, or in the course and scope of construction work.
Right, and
That's
the,
it.
the problem we have right now is that it just says, except as permitted or accepted from regulation pursuant to this section, construction and demolition activities, not defined. I looked to see if that's defined. It is not defined. And the use, and this is interesting, in the use and maintenance of portable toilets and receptacles described in this section are hereby declared to be a nuisance.
Can't do partly.
And I can assure you that under nuisance law, it won't hold up. We need to come up with definitions of what construction activities is, properly define it in the code. That will assist the officers in determining what is a violation, what is not a violation. It will give us great support in the court in the ability to get convictions if it's necessary to assist with these other issues with respect to permits.
And I think that's all great, but my suggestion is we just give the police department guidance now that can't be on the property before 7, you gotta be off the property after 7. You give them warnings, you write tickets, go from there. That's my suggestion.
And not to convolute things further, but I think, back to Charlie's point, I think there is an attitude of pay to play. So I think what really will get an egregious repeat building site from continuing is a stop work order. And if we've got guidance of, 3 strikes and you're out, and you get a stop work order, then let's go there.
Well, except that if they're not complying with our code and they get a stop work order and they keep working anyway, then what do you do?
And if they plead no contest and it's not a is that a guilty plea?
Yeah, right. And I don't know the answers to those questions without
Yeah.
digging deeper into your code with respect to
Right.
our ability to.
Yeah,
so-
because if
to
it's
pull
not a
permits.
guilty plea, then can you use it as 3 strikes you're out? I mean, we could certainly go
Well-
back and straighten up the code, but I'm just saying for tonight, I liked Brooke's suggestion of a bright line, 7 to 7, stay off the property.
And we can take a look at the code and make sure we
Right,
got this
and I
stuff.
mean, and for the record,
enforceable.
we have a meeting already established for next Monday that I had with Councilwoman Brown and the residents, so we can go over all of this stuff. And so that was already set in place last week.
So that'd be great. Well, I
and so
just,
that
I
way-
just wanted to know what the procedure was, because I've been seeing things that, like I said, the work hours is not the thing. I don't have a construction right by my house, so that's not bothering me as much. The drainage is my thing, and the silt fences and the dirt piles and the lack of silt fences, and that's the thing that's driving me crazy, and that I keep seeing repeat.
And it's observable.
Yeah,
Walking
and I
down the
don't know
street,
what
driving
we're-
by the street, you
Right.
can observe whether the silt fence is or isn't there.
Yeah.
And growing up, well, I won't go there. I
Oh.
won't go there. It's late.
Is there, do we have the ability to have kind of like our tiered water usage rates? Can we have a tiered citation rate? So like your first citation is, $200, you get another one, it's $400, you get another one, it's $600, and
You could.
because if it keeps being $200 every time and they just keep paying it, it's like no big deal. But if, you've had 6 or 7 of them now, and it's $1,000, or $2,000.
Well, we may,
Just
I'll have to
double
double
it every
check.
time.
I'll have to check.
That I don't
But it's
know.
probably a maximum of 500 under the state law.
I believe it is 500 for the,
Well, that's not going to do much.
which isn't right.
So, can I make a motion that we'll end this discussion for tonight?
Yep.
And my motion would be that we give guidance to the police department to make a bright line rule that people will not be on the property before 7, no construction workers, no subcontractors, no nothing before 7 or after 7 p.m., before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m., and give a warning and then a citation if they don't comply.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion?
Do we need to add Saturday's hours to that?
Saturdays are off
Saturday,
limits,
now we're,
aren't they?
It's gonna run in the same way. I mean, they're
10
gonna
to
have
4.
to be, yeah,
It's 10 to
gone.
4, interior only quiet stuff, right? Yeah.
And I think what we can do is maybe tomorrow we can get an email sent out to all their contractors too. I'll work with her to see if we can push that out so they can have that as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Are any other?
Not to beat a dead horse,
Yes, ma'am.
but how do we get the silt fence enforced?
So I was actually going to bring that up. So what we are doing is I have been driving around weekly, and when I see something off, they are active, constructive. It's in the middle of the day. I'm driving around at 11 o'clock in the morning. They're in the middle of work. So if I do see something, if, hey, your silt fence is falling down, I will call them. And I'm like, hey, this is falling down. They usually go and fix it. So I think if we're talking about making sure that these things are fully enforced, I don't know what kind of guidance y'all would like for us to take. Do we warn? Do we straight up cite? Is there a process that you would like us to follow so that we can make sure you got a verbal warning, you got a written warning, or you get a verbal warning, you have a written citation warning, and then you're cited, and then by MS4 standards, things have to be taken care of by end of day. Is that end of day 7 o'clock? Is that end of day midnight? I mean, obviously they can't, but I mean, it's, and if it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or, and they're just getting to it, how would y'all like us to move forward?
Here's the concern I have. We have a site that has been out of compliance for a month. We've seen
Many
it in
sites-
a rain. You and I saw it in a rainstorm.
Many sites have been cited.
And there's now 8 inches at least of silt. They've never gotten, or they got a silt tube up for a day or two, and it's been gone since. And here's, in Texas you learn if you go through the gate, you close it. If you drive over, you can drive over those tubes. You
They
can
break.
put them back in place. It takes 5 minutes. The notion that they can't have the tube while they're working on the property is crazy. And they can put the tube back as they're closing the fence and putting the lock on at 7. That's what they need to know they have to do. And if you come back the next day and there's still dirt there that's going to wash out the next day, you tell them you got to get that cleaned up by the end of the day. This is MS4. I don't know how we can't write the code for every specific circumstance, but you know it when you see it. And especially with the silt fences, it's just we're not enforcing it.
So enforcing, do you mean we're not letting them know, or we're not citing them, or?
It's still going on.
Okay, so should
If
we
it's still going
cite them
on, it's not being
every
enforced.
day that they don't have it, or do we cite them if they communicated that they can't get it to us, that person can't come out until tomorrow? Do we still cite them?
They're
how-
required to have it at all times that
Yes.
the construction project is ongoing. If they do not have a silt fence that is in good
She's
condition.
just asking. She seems a little aggressive. She's just asking.
Well,
It seems so obvious, though.
Right.
I mean, it seems very obvious, but I've got my list, and I go out to sites, and then they're fixed for a week, and then you go back out, and it's like another portion's
Well,
doing this, and it's
here's the thought I have on that.
okay.
If we have this checklist, which is what Crystal and I talked about, here's all the list of, and here are addresses. I'm checking, it's a spreadsheet. If if you check on Monday that 307 Nixon doesn't have a silt fence, and the next officer 2 days later drives by and he's seeing that they didn't have a silt fence, do they have it up now? If they don't have it up, they get cited.
I agree with that, but I think that gets to her point. That's a 48-hour
Well,
window.
if there's dirt in the driveway, it needs to be cleaned up and the silt fence needs to be there, because that's what the silt fence is supposed to do. Tonight, none of us thought it was gonna rain, right? None of us thought, but it's still a violation of MS4 because it rained and there's no silt fence. I bet if we drove to that property, there's no silt fence. You know that.
Yep.
It's not being enforced. Enforcement is not happening. Enforcement means that the problem is corrected.
Okay. So,
Let me help. So
yeah.
So if it's identified at 9 o'clock in the morning, and you make a call, I get this fixed. Obviously, you've told them to correct it, so you're giving them. I'm not even going to call it a warning. You've told them to correct it, and then is it a check that at the end of the day, check that the next day, issue a citation in 2 hours? Like what?
Yeah.
What
That's exactly what.
is that? What you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It needs to be shorter than a month.
Agreed. Is it shorter
Agreed.
than a
Yes.
day?
Okay.
It-
In my view, and before we get to this point, the contractor has signed off on a sheet that says, I understand these rules and I will enforce them on my property. And I will make sure my subcontractors understand these rules. So when he hasn't done that, that's the first, or she, that's the first violation, actually. The second violation is however many days they've been operating their property without having that done. The third violation is Nikki's now found it. You know, so I would say whatever we got time to do, we need to do it. And for the next couple of months, we need to be real strict. And then it fixes itself. That's the end result. If we are diligent about it, it will fix itself.
So here's how I'm going to interpret that. On the record, recorded. If you witness for, I'm going to use silt fence. If at 11 o'clock you see a silt fence not there, they have till end of day to get that silt fence installed correctly.
Okay.
Show up the next day in the morning. If it's not there, it's either a warning if it's never happened before, it's a citation if it has.
And are we going to use that same interpretation for any construction violations? If it was something that was noted, called about, go by next morning, still not taken care of, then
I mean, within reason, if it's,
first strike,
hey,
second
take down the
strike.
third story, probably not, but,
Right.
but yeah.
right.
But the contractor's quick list, checklist, we have a contractor's checklist. It's, you gotta have a fence, you gotta have your permit posted, you know.
I think it's
you've got
those
a-
sorts of things on that
It
checklist.
is on, and there's one or two more that Crystal and I talked about
Yeah.
today that need to be on that checklist
Yeah.
that aren't.
It's those basics.
Yeah.
Yeah. The things that would be reasonable for somebody to be able to knock out.
I
by
just
the
want to
end of
make
the day.
sure that, you know, us, you know, code enforcement and myself are
No, I agree.
meeting the expectations
I'm with you,
and
and I
trying
appreciate
to
that.
implement
And,
this.
and read
in
the,
depth.
read the code compliance resolution
Right.
that the council
Yeah,
passed.
and I think those items listed on that resolution are, in my mind, checkbox items. And those checkbox items would fall under this, like, if you see it, basically you have till the end of the day.
Okay.
If you see it at 6:45, it's
tomorrow.
I'm gonna give you a reasonable amount of time tomorrow morning, but you need to show up and have it fixed by the time I'm gonna get my coffee, then I'm gonna be by, so have it fixed.
Right. And some of those things, like putting a tarp over a pile of dirt, it takes 5 minutes to put that on
Yeah.
there. That's not something that they need, you know, a week to get in compliance with.
Right.
And in some cases, the tarp is sitting right there next to it.
Next to it, yeah.
And they just don't ever put it on there for weeks.
Okay, is that helpful? Okay,
Thank you, guys.
thank you.
I know it's not easy.
We
I
do
know it's
have a
not
motion
easy.
on the table. And I'm reminded, we have a motion on the table. And will you restate the motion? What was the motion?
Regarding, I don't have it all in front of me, guidance to the PD to make a bright line rule that no contractors, subcontractors, et cetera, may be there between 7 a.m. and
This is Mr. Glasheen's motion that was seconded. We were in the middle of some rabbit trail discussion there. So, hearing no more discussion on Mr. Glasheen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And if you two want to consult with Desiree on what the specifics were of that motion,
I think we got it.
feel free to. But, okay.
Thank you.
With that, we will move off of agenda item number 14, move on to agenda item number 15, discussion of possible action regarding ethics obligations, policies, and ordinances for boards, for board and commission members and Rollingwood elected officials. This is Ms. Hudson's agenda item. I'll recognize Ms. Hudson.
So it's also kind of related to number 16 as well. Can we just open both of
Happy
those?
to call up agenda item number 16 as well. Agenda item number 16, discussion of possible action to revise the city application for boards, commissions, special work groups, council members, and mayor to include all property interests within Rollingwood and all affiliations with companies, groups, and associations that could present a conflict of interest. This also is Ms. Hudson's agenda item. Recognize Ms. Hudson on both agenda items 15 and 16.
Okay. Well, there has been issues that have come up within Rollingwood and the whole ethical obligations of elected and appointed officials in our nation is kind of a big, big issue. Even new things coming out today. But I have had several people ask me about potential conflicts of interest between people and their even volunteer, I mean, we're all volunteers, right? And their volunteer positions, but things where their allegiance could be questioned, and they are not disclosing that potential conflict. And so I don't know if we need to strengthen our code requirements. I do think that we should amend our application for serving on boards and commissions to require people to list their property, you know, anything that they have a financial interest in property-wise within the city, so that's disclosed up front. You know, if somebody owns property on V Caves Road, well, they're, you know, and they're on P&Z trying to come up with what the code is, well, perhaps we should know that, or you know, just somebody serving on the board of the Little League, being on the park commission, things like that, where you have a potential, you know, kind of trying to serve two masters, right? We need to know who those are, so that it is disclosed, and then if there is a need to recuse themselves, then people are aware of that, and it is a more transparent just kind of an what the right term for it is. So people cannot question your motives, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's transparent and everybody knows what your other interests are, and so it's not questioned. We've had a number of instances over the years. Okay, we've got Mike Pence's fly is flying around here. We've had a number of instances over the years where people have not disclosed conflicts, and it's come up after the fact, and it just leads to questions and people having a mistrust of what the city's doing. And when we are trying to upgrade the code and do all those other things, I just think it's really important that we are all clear and above board on what people's other interests and allegiances are. So that's my concern. Now, whether or not we need to actually do a review or provide any training or just clarify with everybody that's on the boards and commissions and council what things you are required to disclose and recuse yourself from, I think that might be helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. Council, anyone else? I'll just say, as I've said privately and publicly before, boards, commissions, task forces, those sorts of groups, they are an extension of the policymaking body. So they are your boards and commissions. They are an extension of your policymaking role. And so what information you choose to have at your disposal when you make those appointments is, I think, within advice of council, kind of your call. I'd be careful with doing too much of this. I think it gets a little bit dangerously close to looking like you're trying to be exclusionary. But again, it's your call as to what you would like at your disposal. But I think there are 2 points that I would make. One, I do think sometimes there's a misunderstanding, not just here, but among all across the state, as to what constitutes a conflict of interest. And I would like Counselor to talk to us briefly about what an actual conflict of interest is under the eyes of the law. And then the second thing is, I know that elected officials are referenced here, which is fine to reference them. I think that your hands are somewhat tied, though. There isn't an application process to sign up to be on the ballot for council members and elected positions. So I think that you're probably limited in what your options are with regard to those elected positions. And that's really all I had to say. Counselor, do you want to talk to us about conflicts?
So under state law, there are very specific conflicts of interest which are specifically defined in the statute. It's for the folks that you're talking about, it would be found in Chapter 171 of the Texas Local Government Code. And it's actually a crime not to comply with Chapter 171 of the Texas Local Government Code. So if you don't let everyone know of those conflicts and file the appropriate documentation establishing the conflict and recuse yourself from participation and vote, it's actually a crime under Chapter 171. And Chapter 171 says that essentially, I always have to read it because of the way it's written, that a person has a substantial interest in a business entity if the person owns 10% or more of the voting stock or shares of the business entity, or owns 10% or more of $15,000 or more of the fair market value of the business entity, or funds received by the person from the business entity exceed 10% of the person's gross income from the previous year. A person has a substantial interest in real property if the interest is in equitable or legal ownership with a fair market value of $2,500 or more. A public official is considered to have a substantial interest either in a business entity or real property if a person related to the official in the first degree of consanguinity or affinity, as determined by Chapter 573 of the Government Code, has a substantial interest. So if anybody in the first degree of consanguinity or affinity has those interests, then you also have those interests as the local government official.
And that's with relation to,
Right.
to buying or selling said property.
Yeah, or owning or
Yeah.
whatever, even if you own it. And then it's a violation of the law for you to participate and vote on a matter that comes before you where you have if you have a conflict of interest, if the effect on yourself would be different than the effect on the public with respect to the outcome of the decision. That's what the law says. And that's the state law on conflict of interest.
We have a stricter local code. Rollingwood. I don't know whether, is that permitted under law, state law?
Certainly, you can have a stricter code provision.
I have a question. Do you have any objection to a home builder who builds in Rollingwood serving on planning and zoning, for example?
He has to be a resident of the city of Rollingwood.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if there's a resident who serves on planning and zoning and they build houses in Rollingwood as a contractor for customers of ongoing projects, do you have a problem with them being on planning and zoning? Just curious.
I think it's a more particular question. I think if the matter before planning and zoning were to affect the activity they do or the ownership they have, separate from their own home, then yes. You know, if they're voting on an issue of, you know, tree ordinance and have a permit pending for tree removal that's in conflict with the proposed ordinance, yes. If they serve on planning and zoning and you're rewriting the residential code and they own investment property, I think that's the issue.
But we're not
In-
just
in
being
Rollingwood.
not just being the contractor for somebody, like they've been hired to build a house for somebody, and they're in the design phase, and yet they're serving on planning and zoning.
I think that would probably, if the issue that was before them for decision on planning and zoning affected how they were gonna build that house, I think the answer is yes.
And for the record, so everybody I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that 171, because I didn't say this, is that 171 is only applicable to officers and boards and commissions that are more than advisory in nature. So it doesn't apply to any board or commission that's
But it
advisory.
does apply to planning and zoning.
Does planning and zoning approve plats, or does those come to city council?
They approve them.
Depends. Some they do, some they don't.
One also, we can't get a
Well, the
zoning-
reason I asked the
approve, it takes their recommendation. I think there's a case law on this, Charlie, that the state conflicts law applies to members of planning and zoning commission.
Only if they take action that is more than advisory in nature. Planning and
That's the issue that was addressed in the case.
I'm very familiar with the case. Thank you,
Okay.
Brooke. Okay, if you just let me finish, I'll explain it.
Okay.
What it says is that this is applicable only to officers and boards and commissions that are more than advisory in nature. Planning and zoning, except in one instance, is purely an advisory body. They don't make zoning decisions. They make recommendations. They're advisory to city council. There is one instance where they are more than advisory in nature, and that's where the plat approval process stops with them. When the Planning and Zoning Commission has final plat approval, they are then considered to be an officer and must comply with the conflict of interest statute.
Well, I have a disagreement with you, Charlie.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Can I make it?
I think the TML paper on this question says that planning and zoning, because their decision then forces a supermajority decision with respect to zoning matters at the council, is more than advisory.
Okay. Well, I haven't
But
seen
we
that,
can-
but if you can show it to me, that's great.
It's on the TML
you know.
website.
Okay. Well, I'll say the same thing about TMO lawyers that I say about our attorney general. They're just one other lawyer. They don't, TML doesn't defend you if you get things wrong. TML doesn't
pretty
create the law. No, it's true. I'm one other lawyer. We're all just other lawyers with opinions.
Can I make
That's
a
my point.
suggestion? Can I make a suggestion? If you guys bring back, if you want to bring something back, like maybe from another city or something that you draft that is a revised either code of ethics or amendments to ordinance, I mean, I think we could talk about it. I understand your concerns.
I think the biggest issue is just to be transparent. And
Well-
right now, there have been a number of issues that I could cite, which I won't, where people have come and say, so, I heard that so-and-so has this, which would give the appearance of being a conflict that they've never disclosed. And so that's the kind of thing that I think that we need, just to make sure that people
And my
are being
suggestion
upfront about.
is to write a rule that encompasses these problems that you're seeing or have had, heard of or had experience with. Write a rule that addresses it as whether it's a resolution, if it's aspirational, or if it's a disclosure on their forms or whatever. I would just
Yeah.
write something up and put it up to a vote for us. And
We can do that.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Brown.
I don't think, I think we need a disclosure form. We need the rules posted on our website for boards and commissions and council members. And we need the affidavit of disclosure that you have to make, because we don't have that on our website, and we don't have anything on our website that says, if you serve and you have this kind of a issue, you must make this disclosure. And most cities have that. Most cities have that kind of thing posted on their website for boards and commissions and council
Yeah,
members.
and I'm certainly supportive of that for all of us, for sure, as we fall under the definition.
Right.
But yeah, we can look at that.
And if you look at, section 2.151 through 2-162, you'll find the City of Rollingwood ethics ordinance that's stricter than state law.
Okay, I'll take a look and see if I have any suggestions
Okay,
for tweaks.
good deal. Any other comments on items 15 and 16? Sure.
This is coming from my files.
Okay.
So, Sarah, you probably can recall. When, every year, we had to sign a document like this, and it was from our auditors.
We still get
We
it.
still do those.
Okay, so that's for pecuniary interests, loss, nepotism and pecuniary. And then I found these other conflict of interest questionnaires that apply to elected officials and vendors. And this was, for whatever it's worth, I'll give it to.
Sure. I think Sarah's going to be doing the
Sarah,
research on it.
and,
So.
So I thought between this that we signed, that we don't have any conflict of interest, and then those forms which ask you, this was from 2007, I think, but something like that could be used, we all did it when we were on the council.
Okay, thank you.
Again, council, these are your boards and commissions to help give you guidance and counsel and recommendations. I will just point out to you, as the keeper of the list of these, there's not exactly a line out the door to serve on them, so so be careful with what you wish for. Okay. Any other comments on 15 or 16? Hearing none, we will move on to agenda item number 17. This is Mr. Clashin's item, update and discussion on park lessee compliance with capital improvements as required by the lease agreement. think he's done some research into this item, and Mr. Clushin, I'm recognizing you.
And Mr. McDuffie and I both worked on this, but the question came up as when Park Liaison about whether the lessees, Western Hills Little League and Western Hills Girls Softball, have made the capital improvements that were required under the lease, which was $30,000. And I worked with Ashley on that, and they didn't have any record of them having done it. Went back and researched the previous council meetings where they had a proposal to do some projects, mostly fencing, that was approved by council, but then there was never any accounting back that they had actually spent the money. So I worked we worked with Chad Smith and with Western Hills Little Leagues and Girls Softball and got receipts from them, which we furnished to Ashley. And that also in connection with the recent spending that we approved on the dirt on the infield on Field 1 does put them over the $30,000 expenditure, and we just have it documented. I'd been asked the question several times, and it had just become up for discussion as to whether they had complied or hadn't complied, and whether their maintenance requirements were separate from the, who's responsible for what. And we had some meetings with them, and I think we've got all that sorted out. And I did write a little memo about it as to who was supposed to do what and what they were supposed to spend. And that's the short answer is they've complied. So we just wanted people to know.
No, thank you for that. And one thing I'll ask you and Phil to circle back with Ashley and myself on, as I think we've mentioned to you, we have been working for well over a year now on what we call our operations chart. What I'd like to do is, and we have one dedicated to the park in our operations chart, and that's broken up into months. What I'd like to do is put something on that chart where we have a little reminder annually that that's something we need to look at and not necessarily audit, it's maybe not the right word, but if we could just circle up so that we can get that kind of put into our operations chart so we can remember. We don't have to wait years before it dawns on somebody, hey, we should have looked at that.
Yeah, and that was a one-time upfront deal.
I was gonna say, you need to figure out when their board members change.
Right, because that's really
Make
always
sure
been.
that you do it at the end of their term before they roll off, because then you get the next time around and somebody's going, I have no idea what they did last time.
Sarah and I both remember a conversation that happened probably 6 years ago. It was this conversation, and we went through this same research project.
Did we?
And
that's funny.
No one bothered to do it until y'all just did it again. So,
okay. Well,
so if we will, we can kind of schedule that out where we're doing it as a city annually.
Right now, as far as the lease goes, it for the next foreseeable, I don't know how many years are left on their lease. Basically, they just have the payment that gets bumped up 2% a year.
And that's something that did cause me some concern to see the city entering into a 10-year lease that exceeds the term of any council members. And I had some concern about that, and I just wanted to ask Charlie if there was any limitation. Like, could we enter into a 99-year lease to, somebody?
There are some limitations. There's an analysis that goes along with that, and it comes down to contracting away your legislative authority, and you cannot unreasonably contract away your legislative authority. So it's going to depend upon the facts. I think there's an old AG opinion out there that talks about how a 99-year lease would essentially be
too binding.
Too binding. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. It's just reasonableness standards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And it with the other thing with Parkland we have to be careful of is that we can't enter into a lease that's so long that it ends up actually being a sale of the property because it's Parkland.
Okay.
And I found it was an AG opinion. Brooke, not a case. And you were right, it is because that the AG did say that. I'm not saying I agree with the AG, but the AG did say that on the 3/4 vote.
Anyway, that was everything on that matter for the accounting on the baseball, softball.
Okay. Good deal. Anything else on this one?
on that
Thank
one.
you. for
Yeah, thank
looking
you
at the bottom of
for
it.
looking into that. That will move on to agenda item number 18, discussion and possible action to install an additional gate on fields 3, 4, and 5. This is Mr. Glasheen's agenda item.
And again, as always, it's something Mr. McDuffie and I have been working
The
on.
dynamic
together.
duo.
Yeah, he's at the park a lot, and I like the park too. So, if you could open that biddable gate plan, the number 3, the third item under there, Michaela, would you be able to do that for us to put it up?
On the screen.
Yeah, we just want to, what we're talking about is adding a gate into the multi-use fields 3, 4, and 5, because we have a lot of wear and tear at the gates that exist now on the grass with the ingress and egress, but also there's a weird corner that I've got some pictures of that I can show you that Izzy had asked us about for maintenance purposes, is why we have this strange, useless corner. And if we, let me just, I don't know if you can see this item on your.
It is
So it's probably a pain to mow.
Yeah, it's a pain to mow, but it occurred to me, and is this a touch screen?
Field
Yes.
two.
That's the curve that I
So
don't get. Yeah.
you can see, you know what we're talking about. If you, this is the backstop of field 3, 4, and 5, which is actually 100 feet from the corner. And the corner itself, these are 10-foot posts. And so I've got a photo on here that shows it, but basically what we're talking about doing,
Keep going.
what we're talking about doing is this photo might be the best.
One more. There you go. There you go.
Okay, what we're talking about doing is removing one post and 20 feet of top rail and fence, and we could put a gate in here that would allow an entry into what I call a sally port, which is where people using the area for dog park purposes could come in, unleash their dog, and then open the second gate and come into the area. And this area that gets the wear and tear coming in and out of the gates would be connected to the trail with decomposed granite so that it wouldn't be a mud hole, which is what our gates have been as you go in and out. And then this would be a much easier place to maintain drainage. And by adding an additional gate here, it gives us the option when we do have wear and tear on the field to close the other gates, give them a rest, and have people use this gate for dog park purposes. And we got I did a materials takeoff on this, and the materials on a job like this is, about $950 from Home Depot. It's not a very difficult job to do. You know, we could probably get the thing done for $3,000, and we could probably, again, raise private contributions for that. It's not that big of a lift, but before we, just wanted to see if council would support us going forward with this gate project in this area.
Looks good to me.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's an improvement. Did anyone on Parks actually look at it?
You know, before we do it, we would go and get Parks thumbs up on it, because I am also, along with you, Parks liaison, and I go to the meetings. I am cognizant that we should run it by them, but we're just kind of building consensus in the community at this point to, if it's okay. And I don't really think it's anything anyone would oppose, because it's, but we wouldn't do it until we kind of got everybody on board. We might even ask Parks Commission to go raise us the $3,000, you know.
Did you just
I
put
like
new
it.
grass in there?
We put not in that
Not in
spot.
that,
No.
But we're trying to keep it alive in the other areas that we did.
Yeah, I do think Izzy would appreciate the maintenance on this part better. So I think you got two options. You can either approve it and move forward, or three options. You could do no action, or you could make a motion to send it to Park as a recommendation that it do.
Parks Commission doesn't have another scheduled meeting until September, and their scheduled date would normally be Labor Day, so
That's fine. That's fine.
like 3 months before they'll have another meeting.
And that's mainly been because they haven't had anything to talk about. So I was kind of
Right.
trying to kill two birds with
Well,
one
and
stone.
we
but-
can run this, I mean, we've, like, Chad Smith, who's chairman of Parks, has been working with us on everything, and he's all on board.
Do it however you want to do it. I was just giving you your options.
Sure. I wanted to get it done and in place before the end of the summer, before September 1st, because we're going to take down the temporary fencing by September 1st on the grass, and I'd kind of like to move some of the traffic over there off the new grass, is the idea, part of the idea.
Why don't you do this? I got a fourth idea for you.
Okay.
Why don't you bring an exceptional item on this to the budget? Do you know how much is the cost?
We're
Yeah.
supposed to get a bid from, but I know what it's gonna cost. It's gonna cost us probably, this is real close, it's gonna be between $3,000 and $3,500.
So why don't you shoot an email to Ashley or Desiree, and we'll do an exceptional item for you. You guys will then have an opportunity to vote that up or down in the budget process, and then it'll be budgeted, and you can do it then whenever you want.
And I'll just tell you, I don't mind doing this with private contributions either, that I'm happy to get and have donated to the city for it, because it's a little deal, but it's just, I think it's nice for people to be able to help contribute and do. And also, the grass project took less money than I was expecting to, personally donate. So I think we can get it done. If you guys just approve the concept, I can get it done. And again, the donations would go to the city, and the city would make any payment directly to the vendor for the work.
All right, we got.
I don't have a problem. I think it's a great idea. I think it would be good. I'm concerned about us making changes in the park without including the park commission.
Running it
Mhm.
Because that, having been on utility commission, when we recommended something and then all of a sudden they go, oh wait, now we're gonna set up another committee to do that, and some of the members go, it's like, so what are we, top
You're
liver?
right.
It's like,
I think we should get
what is
Park
our purpose
Commission.
if we're
I think
not?
you make a good point, and I think we should get Park Commission approval on it, even if they have to have a special meeting. I don't know if they have to post it or how hard it is for Park Commission to have a meeting. The meetings aren't very dramatic, I can tell you. I've been to a few.
Well, I just wanna make sure that we
Yeah.
are not kinda going rogue here and doing stuff without including the folks
I
in
would
the park
agree.
commission and the assessment
Yeah,
of it.
no, I agree. That's why that was one of the four options. So whatever you want to do, I'm open to a motion or move on with no action.
Well, my suggestion would be that you approve it subject to Park Commission approval, and if Park Commission approves it, then we can go forward with it.
Great. Is that a motion?
That is.
That is, you heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 19, discussion and possible action to suspend leasing and use of fields 3, 4, and 5 for a limited period to allow for sod restoration. This is Mr. Glasheen, and I assume Mr. McDuffie.
That's right.
So I'll recognize Mr.
And-
Glasheen.
And we talked to Ashley about it, is having, this I-9 uses the fields and they lease them for how much an hour?
$50.
$50 an hour?
Yeah.
And, and it's just for as long as we have temporary fence up and get the new sod established, I think it'd be best to keep any leased use off of it. Because they can use fields 1 and 2, which they have been doing this week, and it hadn't been a problem. I was frankly shocked at how many little kids are out there. You live across from the park, but I had never been up there in the morning and seen there's like 50 to 100 kids out there, and they're being supervised by high school kids who look like they're 15, 16 years old, and they're, I don't have a problem with the dogs using 3, 4, and 5, because the owners are pretty watching it. I don't think our temporary fence is going to get torn down, but with 50 to 100 little kids, that's not going to be a great situation. And so I don't think it's been a problem talking to Ashley to not have them use the fields through the summer. And anyway.
So the position is that, so dogs and owners don't have any effect on the sod, but little
No, it's not the
kids do.
sod. No, we're not letting anyone on the sod. It's really has to do with, there's a bunch of temporary fence up with T-poles. And the kids are out there,
orange
orange
holy
plastic fence. It's kind of cheap and not real strong. And the kids are out there, like, I don't know why, but I saw this like 10-year-old this morning. He's over there on field number 2, and he's just kicking the fence as hard as he can. I don't know what he was doing or why, but the 15-year-old supervising him weren't telling him not to. And it's just like there's so many kids out there, they can't watch them enough to have them safely play in this temporary fenced-off construction area. That's all I'm saying. And that the owners with dogs, they may be a nuisance, but as far as the fence goes, but it hasn't been.
And once it is, then we'll close it down.
Yeah, we'll kick them out too. But I don't. but I just know that's a lot of little kids, and it's just I don't think it's really. With the level of supervision they have, I just don't think it's safe for them to be in there with temporary fencing. That's all. Or not just not safe, but also not sustainable. That's all.
Okay.
As long as it works with I-9 to be on 1 and 2, that's just a better situation. And I watched them out there, and it seemed like it was working just fine. So.
Okay.
Wait, they were on 3, 4, and 5 with the orange fence stuff?
No,
No.
they were on 1 and 2.
Okay.
I took pictures of them this morning, and you know,
I mean,
and they're fine out there. It was.
There's actually more space on 1 and 2 than there is on 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
yeah,
if
but
it
I
be-
guess my point is like, why even vote on this? They're probably
It's-
not even going to use those.
yeah.
They're not going to want to use those anyway.
It's not really a voting item, really, and I think it's administrative, but I just wanted you guys to know that we had suggested to Ashley that they work with I-9 to see if it works for them to stay on 1 and 2, and apparently it does work. I mean, look, you can see they were, there's a lot of little kids out there. But anyway, I just wanted you guys to be fully aware of what we were talking about, that's all.
Well, and the Little League shouldn't have anything going on for the summer, so.
Right, and we've
Actually,
coordinated
yeah.
with them.
Yeah, this is currently what we're doing. If we run into more of a problem or need more room, we may revisit with it
Yeah,
with you.
sure.
Okay, any other items on this one? Moving on to agenda item number 20, discussion and possible action on getting proposals from a landscape architect for parking lot, trail, and or drainage improvements at the park. Mr. Glasheen?
I want to pull that for now. We've talked about it a little bit. We've talked to RCDC about it, and we're going to continue to follow up with them about projects. I'd like to spend a little more time coming up with a more specific list of projects and talk to some people in the community. Shanti and I have talked about walking through and looking at it together, and I haven't gotten to do that yet. I want to get her input, and Brooke had mentioned some specific drainages she was concerned about, and I want to maybe meet with her out at the park and look at those and make sure I understand what they are and kind of build some consensus. Go ahead. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. This item is really this item on hiring a landscape architect for the parking trail and drainage improvements. I've spoken to many of the Park Commission members. This is really the top of their list. They have discussed it. I couldn't find it in the minutes.
Mhm.
I looked, but I couldn't find it. But I walk with one of the Park Commission members every morning, and then she explained to us that is the top of their wish list, to hire somebody to address all these things. Now, while we're on the topic, I think it was about a month ago or something, the whole parking the whole ball fields were full of kids. Okay, it was a Saturday, and there were a whole bunch of kids having their photo taken, their finish up or something. and the cars were lined up like I was horrified. Everywhere I looked, and I took lots of pictures and I took
did
some
too.
video.
I have pictures and video.
And I
of
took
that
some
too.
video. What worries me, this is what sometimes keeps me up at night about our kids in the neighborhood, is if there were an accident, there's no way an emergency vehicle could have come through, because they were parked on the side, they were parked this way, they were parked in the back, and it's one way. And these are huge vehicles, some of them. And seeing is believing. I was stunned. Maybe it's a one-off,
It's
but we
not-
shouldn't even have a one-off when it concerns kids.
Shanti,
and
I
safety.
completely agree with you. But one of the reasons I pulled this down was because I know you had some resistance when I first suggested we look at doing parking lot improvements, and I have the very same concern about the safety of that lane back there. But I wanted to go out there and look at it with you and see. And in fact, I took these pictures and video of the same thing you did because I wanted to show
Maybe
you.
the same day, I don't know.
Because I wanted to show you.
Well, I happen to be
Okay.
there. I normally haven't, but one was enough.
Okay.
And I tried to come by the police station. You were out. I spoke to whoever was there, and I said, look, this is worrisome because nobody can get out. I mean, they were having such a hard time backing up or trying to go straight because they were parked all over the place. It was just horrifying, okay? And I tried to find you, but you were not there. I didn't know what to do, you know? I wanted somebody to go there.
It's not
and
safe.
It's not safe.
So I wanted to, one reason also I want to pull this off the agenda for tonight for immediate action is because I think that we can make some inquiries about firms that might be suitable to give us a proposal to do some design work, but I think that they could do a little bit of preliminary communication without actually charging us anything, and to get more of a understanding of what sorts of things they might be specifically looking at. And because there are a number of drainage issues too, and it makes sense to look at these things together. I do at least want to follow up with Councilmember Brown and go look at some drainage issues. You mentioned some, but I haven't looked at them with you.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be good if we walked around together.
I can send that to you.
And maybe we could just walk through the park and look at some issues together and talk about things that we might want to get some plans for. Because I've spent a lot of time out there looking at it. There's a lot of issues. For example, one of the big drainage issues to me is that one of the 2 batting cages that was built right smack dab in the middle of a big drainage channel. And it's a mess. And, you know, for example, I mean, I don't know how that got built there or why or when, but it's...
Well, the whole field is filled, so,
well,
you know.
It
I
is,
mean,
but
soil.
it's got 44 yards of better fill in it now than
I
it
understand.
had, so...
One last thing, I don't want to hold up, but since I have this opportunity, I wanted to say, I recognize that there are many people, private donations coming in, and it's all great. People either volunteer and give off their time, or they give off their checkbook, you know, doesn't matter. But please, let's not have big signs put up on the fencing. That is one thing that I really don't want to see it in our park. See it at the high school, I see it on all the fences. Such and such family, such and such. Please, let's leave our park alone. That's my, you know, that's sometimes when I say these things to you, it may not come across, but that's the whole idea. Keep it low key, keep it as a park for the use of the people, okay? So let people donate, no problem, but no quid pro quo or whatever you want to call it about, you can have, they want to put up benches, sure.
I want to
you know.
come
Anyway.
back with something more specific on this.
That's all I want.
In the next meeting, and I want to meet with both you and other people to keep developing some consensus.
So, my comment again with the Park Commission, and I will predict that if we start doing this, people are going to go, I thought we just did a park master plan. And so now we're talking about hiring another landscape architect to do another plan when we already did a plan.
We're not talking about hiring them to do a plan. That's not it at all. So
I would say that the park master plan does contemplate redoing that section you're talking about, and it actually has a turnaround, as I recall. So you
Well,
might
there-
look at. I'm not
there-
saying.
I'm just saying that
Yeah.
we,
We're not talking about redoing a master plan. And look, I've had discussions with Park Commission about this. I'm the liaison there, and we've talked about it at several meetings. And also with RCDC, who's very interested in funding some of these projects. But what we're talking about doing is not making a plan, but coming up with biddable designs for specific projects. And that means, that we take stuff from the master plan that's already done and say, okay, now we're ready. We're prioritizing of the various projects in the master plan. And that's what we've asked RCDC and the Parks Commission to do, is go back and look at those plans and all the ideas have been thrown out there. Let's prioritize which ones we might want to focus on. And then let's talk to a landscape architect about what would you charge us to draw this up and get us construction drawings that we can take to a contractor and have them bid them and build them, as opposed to just, concept plans that sort of work has already been done. There's a lot of concepts out there, but now I think we need to focus on getting some things fixed. And it may be that we do one or two things at a time and small scale, like we did fixing the drainage on fields 3, 4, and 5. To me, that was an obvious problem with the park that needed to be fixed. I see 5 more obvious problems with the park that need to be fixed, but it doesn't mean you try to do them all at once. And I think that working with the Park Commission, that's why I wanted to be on Park Commission. I'm talking to Park Commission. I haven't missed their meetings. I go to the meetings. I was disappointed when they canceled their last meeting. But RCDC is also on board with making this park better and using some of that money to do some of these projects, including the parking improvements that you talked about, Shanti. They're interested in that. But anyway, I just think it's I don't have a specific thing to ask you guys to vote on tonight. That's why I wanted to say I'm taking it down as an action item.
Consider it nearly taken down after Ms. Brown goes.
What I would ask that you do on this, if you're gonna come up with a plan that would then be a biddable plan, that all of that needs to happen at the Park Commission first. I think it needs to come as a recommendation from the Park Commission to us.
And I agree with you.
Because otherwise, they're cut out of the process.
I agree with you, and that's one of the reasons why I'm said I wanted to take it down off our agenda.
That, I would just.
I agree with you.
They have spent a lot of time too, worrying and loving.
I know they have. They worry, and look, I agree with you. It's the process we need to follow.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Great. And it's with okay. Nope. Yep.
no.
No. Good. And it's we'll move on with that.
That's the longest it took to pass an item.
It was. I was thinking that, but I wasn't going to say it. But you did. Moving on to agenda item number 21: discussion regarding RCDC funds for possible improvements to Hatley Park and the sidewalk along Edge Grove Drive.
And we've covered a lot of that. We're talking to RCDC. One of the things they talked about was a sidewalk along Edge Grove Drive, and they wanted me to ask council if the council had much interest in trying to study a sidewalk down Edge Grove Drive.
So, and I see Sarah probably thinking the same thing. I think, speaking on behalf of the last 8 years worth of councils, there is interest in it. There has long been interest in it. There is also interest in the low water component of that,
the bridge, the water crossing, the
and
drainage issues.
the drainage issues, and there have been studies done on raising that whole section. I don't know if it's been noticed or not, but we are doing Izzy and his crew are doing a great job these days of keeping that clear.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be, knock on wood, I don't want to jinx anything, it seems to be helping with the number of times we have to close that street with that low water barrier. That said, we're still in a drought, and so it's hard to tell if that's having the desired effect that we think it might be having. So I say all that to say there's definitely interest in it, but we can't just, and there is pieces of sidewalk there. I spent a lot of time in that little area. And they could be expanded. There's some room there to do some things. But I think what we don't want to do, or my opinion is what we don't want to do, is spend a decent amount of capital to install a sidewalk there and then have to be torn up if we raise that low water crossing, or if we do something different, or have it washed out, or that sort of thing. So I think that's been the hang up in the past.
Okay.
And there's also ADA issues potentially with slopes and having to have turnarounds and stops and grade changes, and there's all kinds of other things that have to be evaluated too before you put in the sidewalk.
Well, yeah, it would have to be professionally designed
Yeah.
Right.
and engineered.
And get the right of way and
Yeah, and
tear
that's
up people's
a question I had was if we have
yards
right
and-
of way, and apparently, I guess we don't, so.
Well, I think we do.
We do.
But
In their
And we have
yards.
different,
it's part of their yard right now,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
we have some right of way.
Well, I know we have utility easements, but do we have like right of way for sidewalks?
We have different amounts of right of way, and we own some of that property. Unfortunately, it's kind of there's one good stretch that you could do on one side of the street, and there's another decent stretch that you could do on the other side of the street. And so you would end up with, and then when you keep going up, you have a good area to do it on one side, and then that stops, and then you've got a good area for just a minute, and then that stops, and then you, and so yeah, there's definitely interest, but that's a synopsis of why it's always sort of not come to fruition.
Sometimes there's a reason why you don't have it.
Yeah. And just for the record, I would also like to see so there's some highline wires that run through there too that I think are an eyesore that I'd like to see below ground also. Again, if we ever had to raise that, it would be a good time to harden those lines too. But anyway, I think, in my opinion, our first, what I'd like to figure out first is do we still have a low water crossing problem there? I suspect that we do. It's better because we haven't had the rains that we used to have, but we've all seen it where it's 2 feet deep right there. So
Or the BK's Road washed out and the asphalt filling it up.
right. And we are going to do some. We've talked, and you all have already approved some funds. We're going to do some improvements along that, and we'll step back far enough to. We're going to try to do some beautification right there where we've kind of messed it up during the winter storm, and we'll step back far enough with that beautification to make sure we've got room for future sidewalks if we need to. But anyway, okay. Anything else on that? So that was Edge Grove. Oh, and we already kind of covered Hatley Park, right?
Yep.
Okay. But I think the word back to RCDC, yes, there's definitely discussion or definitely interest, I think. Not speaking on behalf of council, but there's always been interest in that. It's just a matter of kind of aligning it with the infrastructure issues that we've got right there. There's a problem. So, moving on to item number 22, discussion and possible action on Board of Adjustment hearing procedures, including requirements for presenters, speakers to be sworn in, and equitable presentation opportunities for all parties. I think this is Ms. Hudson's item. Recognize Ms. Hudson.
It is. So the last Board of Adjustment meeting that I went to was really, I don't even know how to describe. It was incredibly disappointing the way it was handled. There are procedures that the Board of Adjustment had put together that were not followed. The way the meeting was handled, the applicants got lots of time to speak, and anybody that there was to speak in opposition was given very little time to speak, and they were they had to speak ahead of time, so before the applicants gave their presentation, and so there was no way to follow up with questions or rebut. Anyway, I didn't know what authority council has to require, ask, ensure that the Board of Adjustment is following their procedures, and what, when I spoke at a Board of Adjustment meeting where there was a variance near my house, I was required to be sworn in before I could speak, and that is the only time I've ever seen that done at a Board of Adjustment meeting. But because their decisions are, you know, it's like quasi-judicial, right? So their decisions are final, and the only recourse is to take it to a district court. It seems to me that people should be sworn in so that they have the expectation that they are, you know, under oath, and they have to be providing truthful information, because if a decision is made and information has not been provided truthfully, then you can take it to court and you have a basis for overturning that position. If they're not sworn in, then you kind of lose some of that, I don't know, leverage is not the right word, but
Evidence.
right.
Testimony is evidence.
Right. So I didn't know what the requirements were, because they're kind of their own thing. So I don't know what we can ask them or require them to do. But I don't want us to have another meeting like that, because it was really disappointing the way that one was handled.
Chapter 21108 E states that the board by majority vote shall adopt rules in accordance with any ordinance adopted under the subchapter and with approval of the governing body. So they have to adopt rules. Those rules have to be consistent with the ordinance adopted by this body, and then the rules have to be approved by city council.
And that was done, and they didn't follow them. So then how does that get addressed in real time?
That's a good question. In real time, I'm not sure that there's anything you can do. That the board is its board. They are in charge of running their own meeting, just as is the mayor is in charge of running your meetings, and y'all run your own meetings. So in real time, I don't know that there's anything you can do other than point out the fact that you believe that they haven't been following their rules and ask the board to enforce their own rules. Short of that, arguably their failure to follow rules that were adopted and approved could be reason for cause for removal of the board members if you choose to do so.
But if they've already taken action on the variance and they didn't follow the rules, then what do you do?
I'm sorry?
Could appeal to
They
district
could, right,
court.
someone could appeal that decision to district court. That's what the statute, and argue that the decision is voided because they didn't follow their rules. I don't know what a court would do. I haven't seen a court case where that's occurred, but that is certainly an option.
It seems like there should be a way for us to address this short of having to go to court.
Removing of members for cause because you believe they're not following the rules that they've adopted. But as far as real time is concerned, there isn't anything that gives anybody any authorization to require the board to comply with its own rules other than the board itself.
Sounds like the Supreme Court. It's not working out very well.
Going to that point, it is a quasi-judicial entity, so.
Well, Charlie, let me ask this.
Yes, ma'am.
If we weren't following the rules here at council, wouldn't you tell us we weren't following the rules?
No, unless it was a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which is a state law. But your own local rules, that's for you. That you're the body that determines how you should run your meeting. But by the mayor deciding whether or not the rules are being followed, and then if y'all disagree with the mayor, letting the mayor know that no, you believe that your rules are being properly followed. This body is in control of that. Now, if it's a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act, I will certainly bring that to your attention because that's a state law.
Is there a requirement in state law for people to be sworn in before they provide testimony?
There's not a requirement in state law. I do believe it is best practice, but there's not a requirement. The statute actually gives the chair authority to give an oath, so. But it's
So
not,
does
but the
that-
statute
is
doesn't
that in the-
require it.
Is that in their
It's not-
policies?
It's not in the BOA rules of procedure that witnesses be sworn.
No, it's not.
Because there was controversy about that topic. Why, I
Oh,
don't
was there?
know.
I don't
But,
remember.
It seems to me that if, well, two things happened. One, the chair had not read the rules apparently, and two, when it was addressed, there was no direction from council that this is what the rules say. So,
Yeah. Well, I do not believe it's my job to dictate to a quasi-judicial body how and when they follow the rules that they've adopted for themselves.
well, when the board doesn't know what the rules are, and well, I don't, it would seem to me that either we don't need a council there, if they're not gonna
I'm
advise
happy not
about
to attend.
local issues, any other issue's gonna go up on appeal. I was just, Sarah brought this up, but I was surprised at that meeting that there was no pause for by council to say, let's read the rules and follow the rules.
Yeah. Again, I do not believe it's my job to dictate to a
Well,
quasi-judicial.
this wasn't you. This
Okay.
was.
I don't think it's any lawyer's job to dictate to a quasi-judicial body who've adopted their own rules to dictate how they enforce and apply those rules that they've adopted for themselves.
So,
So that,
if
so there's
we were
nobody with
violating
oversight.
our
Well,
own rules.
in a
here-
perfect situation, the board should follow its rules. The chair should ensure the rules are followed, and if the board believes that the rules aren't being followed, the board should make a motion to enforce the rules and to interpret the rules in the way that the board feels it should be done. That's the board's job. And if
But-
they're not doing their job, then you should remove them for not doing their job. That's cause. That's
No,
how
but
the
you can't-
process works.
But you can't do that in real time when.
No,
when
you
the-
cannot do
when
that
the
in real time.
violation is happening.
No, you cannot do that in real time when the violation is happening. And quite honestly, legal counsel is simply doing it in their personal interpretation of what they think the rules are and how they should be done. And that's just, again, one lawyer's interpretation. That's why the body needs to do that. They're in charge of their meeting and their rules, how those rules are interpreted, how those rules are enforced.
So is that something that, in order to get the requirement in their rules that they swear in speakers, is that something that we can ask them to add to their procedures?
I do believe that you can do that. Yes, we
Or
we
is-
can adopt and they
Yeah,
have
they change the ordinance.
yeah, we have to change the ordinance. The statute says that they get to adopt their own rules pursuant to the ordinance that you adopt, and then you have to approve the rules. And so I do believe that, even though it's weird, that you could adopt an ordinance that requires that witnesses be sworn in. As a result, their rules would have to comply with that. And I do believe that's best practice.
Well, it needs to be
I
different,
believe
than,
I
different
believe it
than
adds.
the way it was.
Yeah,
at
I
the-
believe
the
it
last
adds.
meeting, so.
I believe it adds a different air of importance to the proceedings when
Right.
folks are sworn in.
Well,
Okay.
and when interested parties get an opportunity to speak as a party,
Correct.
which didn't happen at that meeting either.
That needs to be modified.
You could also, well, I don't know, I guess this is a discussion or a question for council. An often overlooked aspect of testifying at the state capitol is that the witness affirmation form that you sign at the time, that affirmation is an affidavit. It is an affidavit. And so you are being sworn in when you swear to when you sign in. So I don't know if that's something, a way in which you could do that sort of streamlines the process by having to bring a
Well,
Bible.
I just want to make sure that people know that they are obligated to tell the truth,
Right.
Certainly.
that they have sworn to tell the truth.
Right.
And so that if it can be proven later that they did not tell the truth, that is something that you can submit if you are trying to contest the decision that was made.
Well, you can do that regardless if they don't swear to the truth. Like that's an argument you can make regardless of whether or not they swear to tell the truth or not. I mean, clearly, if someone lies about something, if they look at something and they say it's red and it's really not red, it's black. I mean, that's something you can appeal to the court, and if you can prove that it's red and not black, then you can do that regardless. But I do believe that requiring folks to sign an affirmation that they're going to tell the truth or take an actual oath before they testify, I do believe that it does lend itself to the importance of the process. Now, liars are going to lie, and and there's not much we can do about that. But I do believe that it does bring a different air of importance to the proceedings.
Okay. So we would need to change our ordinance to require that to be done.
That they be sworn in, yes, ma'am. And you can absolutely do that.
Okay. Well, maybe I will talk to Brooke and we will take a look at that and see what we can
But only talk to Brooke.
suggest. I will only talk to Brooke.
I mean, it's on the agenda tonight. I mean, if you guys want to bring back an ordinance that does that, we can do that. It's up to you.
Rules, they just didn't follow their rules.
If you've got some awful person on there that ignored your request to follow the rules, then why not remove them or make a motion to remove them? Who is it we're talking about?
I'm not
I
going
know,
to say.
I'm going back
It
through
was
the
just-
board of, like, to see which meeting we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, if it's something we can't even talk about, then I don't know.
It was a long series of frustrating and difficult meetings, and
I don't think we're noticed to amend the ordinance or to.
No,
make
but
a-
but if you'd like to give me direction, we can bring it back at a
Well-
future date. Because it is noticed that we're going to discuss the rules of procedure, right? I do
well,
believe.
it says
requirement to be sworn.
including the requirements for the
So I mean,
speakers to be sworn in.
you couldn't
right?
adopt the ordinance tonight because you don't have an ordinance before you, but
Right.
you could give direction, and we could bring an ordinance back for your consideration.
Well, I think the direction then would be move to amend the ordinance creating the Board of Adjustment to require that all persons presenting testimony at a Board of Adjustment hearing be sworn, and require that the Board of Adjustment, and ask that the Board of Adjustment add that requirement to their rules of procedure.
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
gonna say abstain. I mean, I'd rather just like look at what you guys are talking about. It's kind of late for me to be
That's
making changes to this. So
That's fine.
don't
I'm
come
going to
vote as a
recall,
yes on that.
just for clarity, I'm going to recall so that I don't get in trouble by Desiree. Yeah, you had a motion by Ms. Brown. You had a second by, oh, I'm sorry. Did you make the motion? Who made the motion?
Bring an ordinance, not even.
You had a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. We'll call the roll. Ms. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Robinson?
No.
Mr. Glasheen?
And the motion's just to have y'all bring back a draft.
Correct.
Yes, okay, I'd say yes.
Mr. McDuffie?
Aye.
Ms. Hudson?
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. All right, with that, we will move on to agenda item number 23, discussion and possible action to provide feedback on the proposed changes to Barton Springs Road from Stratford Drive to South Lamar Boulevard. I'm going to have Desiree help me with this one. I think in your packet, we provided to you an email that Ashley and I received regarding this issue. I'll be honest with you, when I first got it, I thought it was part of the Zilker Vision plan. It is not, but it is. It somewhat overlaps, and they're kind of considering it a pilot project. This sort of gets. It is related to one of the major points that we made to the city of Austin, related to requesting that they do not reduce the lanes along that stretch of roadway to a single lane because of the ingress egress to and from Rollingwood and West Travis County, as we are very limited in this neck of the woods as to how we get to and from, in and out of Austin. Take a look at it. It is a pilot project. I suspect that we're not going to have a lot of effect on their decision making on this, but we're happy to stay engaged with them and try to, bring up any concerns that Rollingwood residents might have. I will say, and you'll see in the presentation, in the link that's provided, and I think even in the email, they claim that they can maintain traffic flow even with one lane because it opens up at each end of the area that they're taking down to one lane. They claim to have studies related to that. I do not have those studies, but I think common sense doesn't lead me to believe that that's accurate. So, I mean, yeah, it does speed up once it goes back to 2 lanes, but it's not when you're in the traffic. Right.
Take a pipe from this big
Yes.
to that big, and then back to.
I do have a fundamental understanding of bottlenecks
Yeah.
In general.
And I don't know why the businesses along there haven't weighed in and jumped up and down, because I think it's going to kill them.
I think it will too. So happy to, if council gives us direction, we can sort of rinse and repeat a version of the letter that we already sent related to Zilker Vision. It's basically already written. So if you want us to go on the record with that, happy to do that. It will probably have about as much effect as it did on the Zilker Vision plan.
Because it says they're only asking for input through the end of this month. So.
Yes. So you would need to make a decision if you want us to do that. And again, happy to do it. It's kind of already written. So.
I'd like to make a motion that you rinse and repeat that letter.
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion to rinse and repeat? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, you have your reports in your packet, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
You have a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you.